The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in Esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. Nine potential games, including 6 of the country's best teams, will try to further define the Philippine meta and celebrate their unsung heroes. Magandang araw, Pilipinas! Ako po si Mara Aquino and this is MPL Philippines Season 11. Tatlong serye ang nakatakdang iraos ngayong araw na ito sa tahanan ng pinakamalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo. Kicking things off today are 2 teams with very distinct playstyles. We have the Pandamentals of the Raiders going up against the Passengers of Biyaheng Tagumpay. Now, we don't know what kind of ride this is gonna be, so buckle up and put your seatbelts on. It's gonna be RSG versus TNC. Casters, pasok!
The path to glory requires an amount of strength and confidence to get you through the tasks of the challenges. As these 2 teams continues to face trial, will they be able to find a new discovery to get them back on their feet and finally gain momentum? We'll find out this afternoon, and welcome back to the English Desk. My name is OSX. I'm with Leo and Wolf to bring you the action of the first match of day number 2. It's RSG versus TNC today.
Francis, kay Sam, it's a great day. It's the weekend, and we're opening up with this matchup. 3. Mara talked about it, potentially 9 games, but it's 3 best of 3s, and I would dare not share it with anyone else.
Daniel, there's a lot of action that's going to be happening for sure because we know that both teams, they lost their matchups, the previous matchups, and I'm pretty sure that they are the teams that want to come back, especially TNC, not having to win any of their games just yet. Maybe this is the time that they can finally snag a game away.
Once again, we are calling all the Smart and TNT users who are watching us right now to continue the power of Smart right in your hands. So don't forget, once again, to register your SIM at smart.com.ph/SIMREG and get free 3 gigabytes of data today. You've mentioned about loss. RSG and TNC really took a toll in starting their week. But right now, RSG took a punch from Smart Omega from O2 yesterday.
Yeah, and I guess since their debut in Season 11, this is RSG's first true test. How does this now H2O-powered lineup in the jungle gonna recover?
Yeah, we saw that they were, it was a phenomenal game when they won their first series. But both of those games were comebacks as well. Now, when you look at their previous game yesterday, when they were up against Omega, they almost won it. But they lost it once again, so they're very unstable. That's what I'm trying to say.
So close yet so far, but today's schedule is going to be packed with possible 9 games. For the first match, we have RSG versus TNC. We have ONIC versus Echo, and Blacklist International versus Smart Omega. You've mentioned about the possibilities of this matchup. TNC versus RSG. Right now, I'm looking at the biyaheng tagumpay, or the journey, or the triumph of success, or the journey of triumph.
Glorious pathway.
Yeah, whatever. But this team completely has eyes on what do they want to achieve, Kaisam and Daniel.
It's more of the journey for me. Personally, it's not a destination, all right?
Yeah.
And standing in their way, of course, is the newly minted assistant coach for RSG Slate Philippines. It's Coach Ryzen, better known as Coach Theo these days.
Yep.
It's no secret that he has spent some time in the amateur scene under Z4, was with Suha's Esports in MPL Malaysia Season 10, and now he is working with Coach Panda.
Yeah, there was a lot of I remember there was a call for an audition for, well, not an audition, but more like tryouts.
Yeah.
For the coach, and I think that it was Coach Theo nowadays that has been picked by Mr. Panda himself. I'm actually surprised that the coaching staff, as well as some other members of RSG, they kind of modified their composition, but we know for sure that this has good reason, because Panda himself will not allow anybody to enter the coaching staff without his approval.
Not just anybody.
Yeah.
Not just anybody.
Now we're talking about another coach from TNC, Coach Scholar, TNC introduced Demon Slayer meta back in Season 9, and they finished 3rd place. Right now, we're giving tribute to the man behind the matches. It's the coaches, the analysts, who gave so much blessing to these players to get through the task.
Yep, this is Jay Ignacio himself. Once a player, all right? Played in the mid/tank role under Virgin Souls in his amateur days, and since Season 9 was one of the minds behind implementing the Demon Slayer meta, which I guess is the norm now. About 80-90% of junglers play the Demon Slayer, and he's partly to be thanked.
Yeah, I would say yes, especially with this, being helped by SDZYZ.
Yeah.
Right? He's now going to be playing for a Cambodian team, if I'm not mistaken.
Just imagine the Filipinos from this to MY, then back in the Philippines.
Yeah.
Man, we just want to give tribute to those who are behind the matches, our analysts, our coaches who give life to these players in every match that we have. You both had experience with that, right?
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of working with Coach Scholar when he was a player, and even if, say, I had 1% of his growth, if I helped there, I'm a happy man.
Yeah, for sure. I remember those days. That was actually 2 years ago.
About 2 years ago,
About 2 years ago. Yeah, it was, because it was Season 7. So
yes.
It was literally
Yes,
2
good
years
times,
ago.
good times.
Yeah, good times.
Good times and learning new things. But now time flies in esports. I'll throw it over to Odin with Coach Scholar and RSG Coach Ryzen for RSG.
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. This is your very own Odin reporting courtside. Kasing halaga ng mga head coach ay meron silang kanilang mga kanang kamay na nagsisilbing deciding factors din pagpapalakas ng kanilang mga team. At ngayon ay kikilalanin naman natin ang assistant coaches ng RSG Slate Philippines at ng TNC Pro Team. Please welcome Coach Ryzen and Coach Scholar. Hello coaches.
Hello po. Hello.
Hello. Coach Ryzen, is it Coach Ryzen or Coach Theo?
Coach Theo na lang.
Coach Theo na lang. Question for you. Ano ang similarities mo with head coach, Coach Panda, at ano naman ang differences mo sa kanya?
Siguro yung lahi. De, joke lang. Siguro more on mas magaling mag-discipline ng player si Coach Panda. Then ako more on sa
Focus kada coach.
Meron. Ako, nakafocus ako sa isang team, tapos si Coach Wright nakafocus siya sa isang team. Tapos si Coach Leaf, nakafocus siya sa both teams.
So parang yung dalawang roster, meron kayong sari-sariling focus doon. Kumusta naman yung dynamic relationship nyo with your head coach?
Okay naman, open naman kami sa isa't isa, kaya okay naman yung relationship namin lahat.
Kahit marami sila, magkakasundo sila. How about you, Coach Theo? Meron bang times na nagko-contradict kayo sa draft ni Coach Panda?
Actually wala, kasi before the game, talagang nagpe-prepare agad kami ni Coach Panda sa draft. Then ayun, lahat ng mga suggestion namin parehas, nagkakasundo kami. Ayun.
So kumbaga, respect each other's inputs na lang, no? And how about you naman, Coach Scholar? How do you decide dun sa 2-team rotation na meron kayo sa TNC?
Ayun, kasi yun isa rin sa strat namin yun. Tsaka gusto rin namin mapakita yung mga na-practice ng both teams. Kaya nagaganon kami.
So, for you, Coach Ryzen, kumusta naman yung huddle ng mga RSG players?
Actually, okay naman po. Talagang, ayun, maganda rin yung mga bonding nila. Then, ano pa ba? Talagang sila parang fit talaga sila as a team. Ayun.
Chill at merong dynamic talaga sa kanilang mga teams. Ayan, marami pa tayong malalaman tungkol sa RSG Slate Philippines, ganun din sa TNC. At makikita natin yan with our casters.
Thank you so much, Odin. And those are our two coaches from TNC and RSG Slate Philippines, the two unsung heroes for today's match. I want to bring focus to TNC. What's something that needs to be fixed right now?
I'm guessing with this new development, right? We learned that through Coach Scholar and Coach Wright, there seems to be fixed lineups.
Yeah, it
so something tells me maybe work out which is the vanguard, which is the team that's going to focus on the meta, and then which team is going to focus on the, dare I say, Zilong-esque approaches to the game, and then go from there. So at least there's some direction. I'm not sure what they're doing, and I'm not trying to tell them what to do, but that's just my opinion from where I'm coming from.
That's why they won.
I think that this is the time where we actually address the uncomfortable issues right now. I think there's a lot of problems for TNC because they have a lot of players. You know, having a lot of, a bigger team means bigger responsibilities. For example, we've had this experience before when we were like coaching like just 6 people.
Wow.
6 people, just coaching them, that will be overly difficult already.
Yes.
Now having to, 10, like 2 full teams, I honestly feel that they might have not have enough time.
Yeah.
That's probably why they were that successful. I'm sure that the idea was there. It looked really amazing, but they need a lot of time for that to develop.
Just to double down, the fact that during our time, we were playing with 6 or 7 man rosters.
Yeah.
It was so difficult to balance the fact that there's a main 5 and then you would play with an extra 1 or 2.
That's true.
When do these 2 come in?
Yeah.
What more? A roster that has 10.
Exactly.
Yeah, those are the challenges becoming an analyst or even a coach. I can never be more grateful to be in the midst of these 2 awesome individuals, Kaisam
Dito.
and Daniel, to be with me right now. But it's all about the new change that they wanted to do, because for a 10-man roster, we know RSG for a team who is methodical, and we know someone who's unpredictable. But right now, let's call in the team who is ready to go up on stage.
They bravely face the waves of challenges. Will the Kings of Sea gain back control of their ship to safely reach their winning destination? Raiders, raise your banners. It's RSG Slate Philippines! The Phoenix Army started their journey strong and confident. Will they worry about the potholes, or will they get through this rough road and take them to the heights of greatness? They rise as one. It's TNC Pro Team! And their coaches, Coach Lift and Coach Panda. It's the unpredictable TNC versus RSG Pandamentals. Who will take back the score?
Back again on the MSC Championship lineup. It's Eman, H2O, Nats, Exort, and Light. What's new for this match?
Well, we know for sure that they want to come back, right? Because they were very shaky in their previous matchup when they went up against Omega. They actually, even the games that they won were very shaky. But what's new about this composition is definitely H2. And the way that we saw him perform, even in the losses of RSG Slate Philippines, he was clutch with the retribution, and that's what I want to see today.
I'm expecting RSG to be more proactive. Yesterday, they learned that against a team like Omega, you can't just wait it out and you can't be as procedural. You can't take your time. So maybe this time around, this main five, this first five for RSG Slate is going to be much faster against TNC.
Higher, further, faster. That's going to be the Raiders' possible entrance for this match. For this specific one, TNC Pro Team's lineup, we have Ninja Killa, Saxa Jago, Cram, Rico, and Escalera. Is there something ringing a bell for this matchup, for this lineup?
Well, this is that infamous lineup, the notorious lineup where Ninja Killa played the Zilong as it shows on screen. So I'm expecting the same thing. Weirdly enough, from RSG Slate, bring that over to TNC Pro Team. I'm expecting Escalera to drive a little faster, you know, as the designated driver of Biyaheng Tagumpay. Just go a little faster and maybe go in one direction. Just a straight line, go from there. I believe this lineup can do it.
I guess, you know, we always say that the road less traveled, right? But I think that this is the time where TNC must take the national road, I would say.
The highway.
The highway.
Or even the skyway.
Because the thing is, they have been taking shortcuts. They're trying to go for the shorter routes, the cheekier and the more creative routes. But I think now is the day where we should be seeing like a standard composition for them. Hell, I would expect them to play one lineup on both games as well.
Well, will they endure the rough road? Because it could take them somewhere. And now we're about to see differences or even potential on how this match could actually go through. Now, let's throw it over to our analysts, to our keys to victory for RSG and TNC.
Maraming salamat, casters. Ito ang ating Infinix keys to victory for TNC and RSG Slate Philippines. Again, number 1 for RSG. Find order in chaos. For the longest time, ito yung sinasabi natin na system versus chaos. Kasi ang nangyayari na di-disrupt usually yung mga fundamental gameplays or fundamental systems in place kapag nasa harap ka ng team na kung ano-ano ang ginagawa dahil hindi mo yun na-expect talaga kung ano yung mga pwede mangyari sa game and walang naka-ready na solutions for that. So RSG, kailangan nilang hanapan ng solusyon yung chaos na pwedeng ihatid ng TNC. Now for the Phoenix side, kailangan naman nilang i-disrupt yung slow-paced gameplay na inadapt ng RSG, especially with this new composition and new roster na medyo bumagal nga yung RSG na wala yung hyper-aggressive nila from their jungler role kasi nga nagkaroon sila ng utility jungler in the form of H2O. Now, that's the thing na kailangan butasin ng TNC. They definitely have some issues with also pacing, pero nakita natin they're willing to draft hyper-aggressive compositions na nakita natin before. Yun ang kailangan hawakan ng TNC to somehow find a weakness or weak point sa gameplay ng RSG Slate Philippines. Now, for both teams naman, calculated risk ang pinag-uusapan natin. Actually, it falls on both the keys to victory na kailangan mo makahanap ng chaos if you're kailangan mo makahanap ng solusyon sa chaos if you're RSG Slate Philippines. You also have to take risks against that. And if you're TNC, kailangan talagang ihatid yon against RSG Slate Philippines. Pero syempre, kailangan nila i-calculate yan. Yan ang ating keys to victory. Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Neil Midnight de Guzman, for that keys to victory. Now, I wanted to ponder on those 2 points of this winning match. I've spoken earlier before we ask the players to go in stage. RSG is known for a systematical, methodical approach, but TNC still want to remain unpredictable with their cheese picks or cheese strat. With this kind of situation, will this surprise RSG?
truth be told, when RSG debuted, right, against ONIC PH, I thought they were going slow because ONIC was too fast. Apparently, it's just how they play. So now, to answer your question, Francis, I think cheese is out of the question. I think lactose intolerant. TNC should remain lactose intolerant this week and just find that. Just play to the meta. Like, just stick to that.
Stick
and then
to the national road or the highway.
we'll talk about speed later on. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't. I don't think the TNC's way to go right now is to go for the expressway. For
that weird small side street.
Yeah. Because they have to pay extra, and not only that, they can get lost. And I think that's what we saw from the Biyaheng Tagumpay, or the path to victory. They were lost.
Yeah, the Phoenix Army really can't afford to experiment right now because RSG Philippines is on first pick. This way, they could probably secure an XPLA hero or for a hero for H2 because mostly on their matches, they're on red side, second pick. So maybe right now, on Coach Panda's head, they could actually have a chance up against TNC's, probably not committing to any lactose intolerant surprises.
I would say that now I think glue should still be the priority for RSG as well as their Fredrin. And this is one thing that TNC will also want to consider. Surely there's the other available heroes, but I think that those two will be the primary focus for RSG Philippines.
Yep, and to be able to do that, you gotta set up the Faramis. You have to make sure that the solution is not present, or at least you're ready for it. And we haven't really seen as clean of a solution to a glue. So there's the Faramis.
There you go.
I think they're just forcing it. Whether you get the Fredrin or the Faramis, which F is it?
Yeah. Will it be Nats or will it be H2's hero? Because they have set up the Faramis to not let loose inside of RSG. So maybe, since how systematical on their approaches, maybe now Fredrin could be a good option for RSG to take.
Or glue, because again, the solution is no longer there. It's so much better for Nats to leverage the fact that Cram might actually be kind of lost in the current metagame, at least given TNC's performance in the past couple of weeks.
Fredrin or glue, which will it be? Which tanky boy
What's the trade?
will be the choice now for RSG?
Hey, Fanny's open.
Wow, okay.
Just saying.
Fanny.
I think I like the Fanny better than what I... Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It's a different F.
Keep it close, keep it close.
A different F.
So do you go glue right now?
Glue Fanny?
If you're
Sasha?
TNC? Oh.
Sasha Cram?
Yeah.
Oh, Wolf, all right. We've been talking about how lactose intolerant TNC should be. That's not lactose intolerant at all. We rarely see Fanny open, so why not?
Yeah.
Take it. If you're TNC now, you might actually take it. You have glue, you have Fanny, you even have a marksman open, carries open, so possibilities are on the table, Wolf.
Yeah, I think the Fanny just makes a lot of sense here.
Oh.
Well, there you go. Kari and Farsa. I think, RSG, just get the Lapu-Lapu. It's great versus the two heroes of TNC, both of them.
Yep.
Put your Fredrin in the jungle, confirm it. Or maybe even take the Farsa, the Fanny in this case, because it's also really good against both of these heroes.
Yeah.
If not the Lapu-Lapu, you put the Fredrin in the XP.
And go Fanny.
And then you go Fanny. And then, I'm thinking, if the Lapu-Lapu comes out, is it time for Cram to go Esmeralda again? Because we've been talking about how Esmeralda might be coming back.
Yeah, we were talking about history back, how he actually used this back from Season 9 to now. It could be a possibility. So those options for RSG, since the carry was open, I think this is the first time that TNC used carry open for this match. Now they take out the Beatrix and the Valentina for RSG.
Okay, so complete swing. Of course, the Valentina is going to have a great time knowing that the Farsa is already there. And RSG are just saying, okay, we are going to stick with the tank meta. H2 has been amazing. Even through their losses, H2 was amazing with the Fredrin, so there's no reason to change it right now. We don't have to force the Fanny yet because we don't know if there will be like a counter Kufra or other heroes that can actually stop that Fanny. So do you go Martis now if you're TNC and just forego all of those assassins?
Yeah, since you needed a knock-up or more CC for the side of RSG to take. Yep, right on point. Wolf called it. It's Martis for the third pick of TNC.
0% win rate on the Martis? Is this across the board? Or I'm pretty sure that at least for TNC, they did pick up the Martis and it lost. And RSG, oh, it was ONIC who played it against RSG, and it also lost. So this was 0 across the board.
Now this is interesting. Yesterday, I compared and likened Martis to peanut butter. All right, it's a safe pick. It's an all right condiment
Yeah.
spread for your sandwich, right? But sometimes it's not gonna do it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you want some ham, you want some bolognese,
Or jelly.
you want some right. And I think that's what Martis is perfectly, since he's
Are you describing Francis's typical breakfast? Because we can't have it. I mean, in our household, it's just egg and bread.
yeah.
Pretty much it.
No, yeah.
Francis has a plethora of spreads, but no, let's go back into the draft here.
That's how my combo worked in the morning.
There's the Ling taken out by TNC, so they understand that the Fredrin might still be a flex. Yeah. Fellas, what's happening? There's the Glory. I was going to look for
They
it.
need to take it out.
I was going to look for it.
Okay. So the glue is out of the conversation. Do you actually take out the Fanny this time, or maybe a Hayabusa? Are you more scared about the Hayabusa or the Ling? I think the Hayabusa is, I would say, a better ban just because of the fact that you, as a Hayabusa, you can get to the back lines, just pierce through all of those defense. No one can stop you. No one can stop you from reaching both carry and Farsa.
That and the Roamer isn't out there yet. So even if the Fanny does come out, you can last pick the Kufra,
Correct.
last pick the Cho. RSG can't ban and pick both.
Yeah.
Yu Zhong instead.
They're completely playing it safely. RSG and TNC banned out the Yuzong. The possible disengage or knock up for that Farsa. So they're trying to break things down for RSG. So what is up for this one against TNC?
Since the glue was there already banned, maybe they're looking for perhaps a Grok. Can go to the XP lane.
Yep. The
Or maybe a
possibility of the
Fan.
Lapu Lapu still there, so they're still playing off of the maybe Esmeralda dynamic.
Yeah, yeah. Could be unleashed, but Hanzo.
Okay.
They don't
That's
want
a
the
cheese.
roam. Yeah, they don't want to. TNC used this
Yeah.
against Blacklist International.
Okay, so you're looking for a roam, or maybe you last pick it for TNC. At this point, are you considering taking your XP lane already? Like you said, the Lapu Lapu could be good against the for both teams. In fact,
Yep.
so it's still good. I think you can still consider something like a Grok this time for TNC because it's a flex pick. Still, you can put it in the roam, put it in the XP lane.
Yep.
That's a great combination. Although the big demerit is you give a big ultimate to the Valentina. Instead, they go Ruby.
Yeah, this Ruby pick and also growing stats of this tank Ruby gives so much way for setups. Flicker in, you take those 3 out of the equation.
She's so good right now.
This mostly,
agree.
or they're seeing potential here to surprise RSG in most of the time since their lineup could rely on mid to late game.
I like this Ruby pick we talked about. It kind of answers the Fanny if it does come out,
Okay, there's the Franco.
but still not sure. Because again,
Lights
that's the
Franco,
Roamer.
Yep.
Is Nats playing the Fredrin, or is it's going to be going in the hands of
Okay.
H2?
It could be for H2, unless we know in a few seconds now this will change things. But the Benedetta, okay, so it's XP lane Benedetta.
Likely.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you? Okay, I'm considering the Paquito here for TNC. A great hero in the XP lane. Has a one-shot potential versus the Beatrix.
Yep.
Wins the battle versus Benedetta. Although it's not a meta pick now, it was buffed just recently.
Yeah.
So it could be a good answer here for TNC.
Or still the Lapu. There it is.
There it is, of course.
Keep it close.
close.
Interestingly enough, both the Filipino heroes were valid picks
Yeah.
for TNC here.
No surprises, no cheese picks for TNC. Retaining and not experimenting too much for this match.
All right, so we're off to a good start.
Yep.
Lactose intolerant TNC, no cheese. This is as meta as it gets.
Yeah.
Okay, so RSG. And now smart talent predictions are up. It's only Chantel Void for TNC. Sees the fire and light for this match when all of us gains or goes for RSG. At some point in the game, a Paul will show up. You only have until the timer runs out. So be sure to get your eyes on the screen to have that treat with our smart power prediction. And also, don't forget to comment and use the hashtag SmartPowersMPLS11. And now, one lucky commenter will win a redeemable in-game code. Remember, keep an eye out for the Paul.
Here we go. Let's see how this pulls through. Again, the key for TNC, it's very clear. They could have studied RSG. They should have. It's be chaotic and go fast.
Yeah. Order in chaos, remain unpredictable, break the momentum right away. First off, it's RSG versus TNC, who will bounce back.
Oh, this is a signature pick for Light. Him and Ben Things from Season 9 were one of the more prolific Francos.
Yeah, going back to the roots. Since Light knows how TNC probably moves back then, it was work. Osterforce, probably he knows a bit of a change on
true.
what could happen in some strategies.
Not just, even TNC.
See?
Light played for TNC.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of familiar faces from both teams. What I like about RSG, what RSG did in the first few seconds of the game is that they already expressed their attention. However, Saxa Jago securing that retribution onto the Lethal Wonder makes it so that he has a little bit of an XP advantage over the Fredrin.
Yeah, quickly taking a bit of speed early game, going up against the jungler H2O for RSG. Now, Light secures that grab.
Okay.
Whoa,
With the hook.
Dylan, what? Light, what?
That's a classic.
Yeah.
I mean, he's doing it to reset buffs. Why not take one, right? He knows his timings, and this is gonna be massive for sure. As any extra gold that you get from the early game is great.
Can Nats get out of this? Sandwich between three members of TNC takes a long way around. Uses Cyclone Eye, Sword Intent through. Nats, not so quick, not so fast. No first blood yet.
I love how TNC completely secures borders on how they will amplify the early game. They have Ninja Killer, they have the carry, they have to have borders on how to give this snowball to this threat against RSG. Now, first Turtles up. Who will get this one?
A third of its life down. Look at H2, very low. Who's going to retribution this? Sasha Jago takes it in. There's a pull, first blood drawn on the Cram. Sasha falls as well. Traded out by Riku on the Light. Escalera very low. Riku, no ult, no skills. Down goes Escalera. Nats gets a double.
He's not stopping.
Now Riku still very low. He can. Oh, that's triple kill for our Season 9 Grand Finals MVP.
Talking about taking a different route for a faster highway route. It's Nats having a 3-0 as fast as 3 minutes.
Yeah, super crucial for RSG. Although they lost the turtle battle, H2 was taken very low. He did not die, which is perfect for RSG, but they did not take the turtle. TNC fought the battle. After winning the turtle, you feel very confident because of those shields, and of course the positioning was there. Unfortunately, Nats was just way too brilliant for that. And the fact that Exhort actually has the ultimate up during that moment, and he dealt so much damage with the first and the second skill, that allowed RSG to defeat TNC easily in the first turtle fight.
Yeah, this is the pace. This is the pace that RSG wants to have against TNC. Meanwhile, how they rotate.
There's a pull on the one. Sasha Jago gets bitten down. Bloody Hunt. He dashes on through. Looking to punish. Light. Oh, H2 makes him. Exhort gets the kill. That's one down for TNT. Escalator going on through. Riku pulls the trigger. Another pull by Light. And he walks away with his life. In comes Graham with the flicker. And they're still going.
No way.
Eman. Cover fire. Helps H2 survive.
Secured by the bullet. Nats and Eman right in securing that possible take against or trade against TNC.
How's that for offensive defense?
Ooh, that was amazing for H2. That sidestep, the mini sidestep that allowed him to escape the clutches of death, as Crime actually jumped in the most perfect timing to save TNT for a while. They did gain a little bit of an economic advantage during that moment. They still are trailing by a lot. 1.3k at 4 minutes. That's a lot of gold that you're missing out on. Exhort actually prioritized the Clock of Destiny over the Enchanted Talisman. That's surprising to me, but let's see how it goes.
Oh, Escalera enters the Y bush. Eman with the ult. Taking down Escalera. Better strike by Riku. Putting down the turtle. Reset it though. H2 with the pull. RSG, they're playing at their pace.
So using these major objectives to lure TNC in. Exhort now completely has eyes on who to target and who to burst down to give way and space for his teammates.
Oh, wow. H2 secures the turtle. Ever growing this lead. 5 minutes in, 2.5k. This is lovely. Wolf, RSG, they're playing counterpunch.
Yeah, this is because of what Nats was able to do in the first few stages, and of course Eman's positioning. He saves his teammates. Imagine the marksman, the gold laner, being the one to save your team. Cover fire you saw around the turtle area, and then of course this influence around the turtle pit. That more impact.
There's a pull on Escalera. Light confirms the kill. Saksha looking for the punish. And there's 4 members here. Ninja Killer walks into a barrage of fire. H2 confirms it. And now it's 2 men down. Looking for one. The pull on the Cram cancels it. Immune. They're still going. Bravest Fighter flicker forward. H2 shut down. Saksha gets the kill. But up top, there's a push by Nats. All this while, TNC just trying to get something.
Well, RSG playing it with the macro game. Riku
They're
being
not
trapped.
done. Riku gets jumped in on. Nats is feeling it. He gets another kill. Is he going to get punished here? Here comes Ninja Killer. Throws out those light wheels. Shut down.
Finally, the Ninja Killer of TNC gets the first kill. While that is happening, RSG is playing the macro game. And they want to take this first tier to right in the mid, but Saksha would not risk his life to defend this.
Beautiful plays coming out from RSG. You saw the 4-1 strat that they did as Nats was playing the long lane. Look at that jump! My God, Light!
Bloody hunt.
Iron hooks on point. RSG completely dominating those sweeps and even those steals right in the jungle.
Another one.
Points the dust.
Blank. Cram is in trouble. Shotgun / sniper to the face. Everyone's on point. RSG had a great sleep. They had a good night, reset, and now they're back.
Yeah, it's all about great breakfast for Light.
Man, I want to see if there will be a replay for that. My God, the combo of H2 just knocking up the target so that the hook will be on point. I think that H2 has fit perfectly well into this Pandamento system. Coming up from Coach Panda himself, and everybody is just, just accepting him. And Light has been popping up this game.
Everybody's shining right now.
Through the eyes of us. Right now, RSG with a gold lead of 4.5k gold lead.
The name of your debut album, Through the Eyes of Us?
Yep. And I would take that every damn day as Nats completely covering with a push from top to bottom, securely getting towards the defense of TNC.
Say what you will about his one death, but Nats is playing an amazing game. Here's a concealed play. Escalera spotted out. There's a pull in. Riku with the flare. There's a Light from the back. Concealed play.
No hook.
No punish here for V5. All right, that's a good effort by TNC. They pick off Eman. The shutdown on the Beatrix.
That was a wonderful takeoff. I wonder who it went to, but again, this is a shutdown that's going to be great. Escalera, despite being poked by one of the sniper shots, he kind of calculated. He by rule of, what was that? Like, when you try to diminish some of your choices, right? He knew where the sniper shot came from, and then he just flickered in. Good heads-up play coming up from Escalera. That allowed TNC to actually snag the kill onto Eman, which was a great stop for TNC, much that they needed.
Yeah. The stop and how TNC sees silver lining in the midst of chaos against RSG team fighting composition. Yeah. They want to see the windows. They want to see the chances of taking up against Exort, even H2. Because at some point right now, he's just going on the utility, aiding his team. Another second-tier turret has been taken down by RSG.
And now 9 minutes in, about 5k ahead, RSG has stepped on the clutch. They switched it up. I think we're going to start to see them slow down here because they know that TNT is also playing with fire. If we see maybe one more of those, I'd say, kill squad rotations from TNC, then maybe the tides might turn. And that's why RSG now is responding the way they are.
Yeah, a year ago, you would say that RSG and TNC are the same level and they also play the same. Remember when we are talking about textbook TNC versus Task Force RSG?
Oh, yeah.
The common ground, the middle of the Venn diagram between these two teams, their ambush plays, like this one's.
Oh, Saksha looking for one. Escalera still concealed. Now they're revealed. Look at the push control RSG's Light and Eman are employing. Lord here at half health.
They're giving so much distraction right now for the Phoenix Army to take. Will they take this major objective? Will they take a pickoff? They're spreading themselves too thin like it's RSG.
Oh, from the back. Eman, with the assistance of Light, takes out Cram. It's usually the Lapu-Lapu who finds those odd angles. And there's another pull. Saksha, though, quells it. But all this time, it was worth it. A kill and a Lord secured by RSG Slate.
There's so much on the table for TNC to answer, but they're not leaving Saksa Jago alone, but RSG is on a roll with a push right on mid.
Man, if Krem is taken out early by instead of RSG, there's a lot of the team fight that TNC already have lost. The team fight integrity is just down the drain whenever there's no Krem in the building. The thing is, they are so dependent on this Lapu-Lapu to make the good jumps, and he's making great jumps. Don't get me wrong, but TNC are so dependent on this Lapu-Lapu.
Lapu-Lapu and this carry, they need the damage and they need the defense as well.
Oh
my goodness!
Escalera with the pull onto Eman. Down goes the marksman. Now it's Exort and H2 pushing back the assault. Successful defense by TNC.
Oh, what a jump.
They need to disrupt RSG somehow, going back to their keys to victory, but how do you manage? How do you even see a potential right now?
Oh man, Escalera, the driver for TNC. We saw how he managed to snag Eman once again. Happened back-to-back. Those are the two deaths of Eman exclusively because of Escalera's jumps. And they need more of that. We talked about how they were so dependent on Cam. Maybe the other reliever is Escalera.
Yep, on a macro level, I think the answer to TNC's possible comeback is be more aggressive. Find the initiations. Because again, if it's Light who finds you, and they find Cram, even Cram, that's an XP laner, it's very chunky, this Lapu-Lapu, then it's all the more lost cause. So yeah, I think the comeback is going to come off of Escalera.
Potentials are still rising. They could even have a checklist if they go up against RSG. If Light gets hooked onto Cram, completely a good setup from the ultimate, but a concealed play just happened.
Again, they find Cram and Escalera. It's all crumbling down for TNC as RSG threatens the penetration in mid.
Did I just jinx TNC? Because I mentioned how instrumental Cram will be as well as Escalera. How they are the front runners, the drivers of TNC, and they both get picked off by RSG. Now, within 12 seconds, there's no playmaker for TNC.
When you're talking about the arms race, it's just so difficult to clap back as TNC, even with these turrets, as now RSG Slate takes down mid, they're going to threaten down bottom, and there's a team fight just waiting to happen.
How do you go inside the defense of RSG right now? There's a lot of security. H2, Light, even Nats can easily dodge everybody's kill shots. Now, TNC is at the mercy of the defense of their base. If they will have a chance, probably they need to reach Eman or Nas. They need a pickoff to level things down, plus they get a push if they take this major objective.
Oh, it's going to be very difficult now for TNC. It's not over yet. They still have the carry. Even after the nerfs, still back up a punch in the latter portions of the game. They also have Riku. It's Farsa. He's going to be waiting for the next set of items. Went for the Lightning Truncheon and then the Divine Glaive.
What's the call here for TNC? Will they risk this? Oh! That was close.
That was an inch off of getting Escalera. That was close. Now,
Saksha taking damage.
Escalera catches a bullet from Eman. The pull by H2. Look at this. This is the same bush control that Light and Eman employed about 5 minutes ago. Oh, checking that. No one home.
If they stepped an inch or even a meter reaching this Lord, baiting TNC in. They know what's happening, they know what's coming, but there's a conceal, there's a call from TNC. Meanwhile, there's Nats up top pushing. Yep. Are they securing a possible backline or even a backdoor push?
And great control of the long lane by RSG. You saw how Lapu-Lapu needed to react, and it will take a lot of time. Then this was the signal for H2 to bring down the Lord to Red 3 threshold. Does have a level advantage over Saksa Jago. Just perfect understanding of the macro game. Long lane play coming out from RSG.
Check out Exort with the feathered airstrike. They pull him in. H2 secures the Lord. Here's Escalera with an eye offended. Riku with his own feathered airstrike. Eman takes down Ninja Killer. It's a man down for TNC. Make that 2. Double kill for Eman. Now Riku in trouble. Nats has a beat on him. He's going to get his man. Bites down. Takes him out. That's 3 down. 3 for none so far. That's a trade. Cram gets another. Oh, and now it's just Escalera left. The driver, the tank, the roamer for TNC. It's a wipeout. RSG Slate gonna finish this.
Taken down 5 from the Phoenix Army, knocking on the base, and that's clearly RSG Slate Philippines taking game number 1.
Beautiful control of the map coming out from RSG. You saw how well they managed to win the macro battle from the start until the end, and even in fights that they don't have the man advantage, what they do is just to snag people out of place using lights initiations, combo it up. Even Eman is doing guard duties just to make sure that the composition or the team fight formation for RSG will be kept true. TNC cannot break through that formation that we're talking about, and RSG just destroyed the map of TNC.
Completely getting a check on their list and finding a silver lining in the rough waves of their journey. RSG Slate Philippines continues to find a new discovery, now up against TNC, as they could be surprising as they seem to be, now completely find order in chaos. RSG!
Something tells me this is RSG's own efforts in employing their lessons yesterday, right? That Franco in the hands of Light was just a total tempo breaker.
Yeah, deadly.
That's usually the word we use for Ruby, right? But with the range advantage that the Iron Hook has and the, I'd say, inevitable threat that the Flicker Bloody Hunt presents compared to the I'm Offended, which requires a couple more steps after to actually get some payoff, RSG has found their own version, their own way of, I guess, breaking their opponent's momentum and not even letting them recover.
And the thing is, they helped each other. I think H2 even helped Light in landing those hooks. And of course, the vision that he provides. Surely he lost the first turtle, but that was the only blunder that you could say about H2. Only died once in this game, despite having a front-to-back composition from the opposing end. He will have to face what? Carry and Farsa. It's going to be a very difficult Fredrin game, but he managed to pull through. So it was Light for sure, probably the MVP of this game, but he had a lot of help this game.
Well, that's how they wanted to play, even to secure, because by Nath starting with a 3-0 in less than 3 minutes, that set up total momentum for RSG.
And it seems like everybody shined here in this game for RSG.
I agree.
Completely shining through. That's the Raiders. But now let's break it down through our analyst. Wolf, what happened in game number 1?
And just like Leo said, it was a lot of shining moments for all of the members of RSG. Everybody just pulling their weight. But all throughout this analysis of mine for game number 1, this is the perfect way to. I have two perfect phrases for all of the viewers out there to think about when looking at this game. First is the 4-1 strategy from RSG, means 4 of their members in one part of the map, one segment of the map, and the other one in the other side. And then there's the second term that I want you to use, the long lane. That's what Nats was able to establish. It's like he had a lane for his own, and it will be TNC to overreact to that. That's what we saw. Maybe through the highlights, we're gonna have a better shot at explaining it all together. But looking at some of the stats right now, you can see Exhort once again. He did this yesterday. He went for the Favor Magic Shoes on his position 4 mid lanes. We can talk about that later too, maybe in the next game. But for now, let's focus on the task at hand. RSG dominated this game because of the map control that they have. Look at how much they were able to poke using Eman and his snipers as one of the best hero damage, 59k. Altogether, RSG was able to output 160,000 damage against TNC just because of the fact that they are poking so much and they had a lot of kills. Whereas for TNC, they just can't find the opening. Their composition is not for pokes. Surely they have the Farsa, but the rest of their squad, they have to go all in. They have to engage. And because of the fact that they're not finding a lot of those engagements, that's how they lost against RSG. It was RSG that tried to break it. And just like what Leo said, the tempo breaker, Light, 1, 2, and 14 on this. Franco, with all of the items that he has, he made sure that there was no formation that TNC was able to do. Again, going back, we want TNC to go for their engage type of composition. Their formation should be like a 5v5. But because of Light's aggression and the way that he is landing all of those hook shots, he was able to just break what TNC was trying to do. Now let's talk about the game. 4-1 again, as well as the long lane. We will not see it in the first turtle because it will be a full clash on the first turtle, which Nats will have a triple kill and eventually just win the early stages. for the side of RSG. And because of this, he's able to just control the map afterwards. You can see Eman with the covering fire. I really like this. Look at this. All right, 4 members in the mid lane, 1 on the opposite end. It was a 5v4, but because Escarrera was displaced by Light, that was a pick-off, and then eventually another pick-off coming out from RSG as they're picking apart TNC. So they're breaking the engage formation. They're taking them one after the other. All the while, it was Nats on the long lane just trying to clear out those lanes and apply pressure on the opposite side of the map. The long lane is essentially the lane outside of the neutral objective. So, for example, if the turtle is on the bottom lane, the long lane is on the top lane, as we saw. And now another pickoff coming out from RSG. You saw H2 and Knight combining for massive pickoffs. RSG, they only lost 2 fights, and those were the fights where TNC was able to conceal and Escarrera finding Eman. But apart from that, there was nothing else that they could have done. We are going to see the last Lord of the game once again. You can see the formation. It was broken already. Our Nats was able to pick up the members from the backlines while into the front. That was H2 and Eman. And there was nothing that TNC could have done because of the fact that they just can't get into their win condition. The way for them to win team fights is for them to group up together and engage against their opponents, but that didn't happen. And why don't we look at some of the check boxes here? Let's see if they got ticked up. Find order in chaos. Obviously, we saw that from RSG because they have won all of those neutral objectives. Disrupt RSG's slow pace that unfortunately it didn't happen. RSG have found the opening in the early stages and TNC couldn't just recover. Take calculated risks. For RSG, they made sure that even during a 4v5 situation, they get a pick-up first before they equally engage against TNC. 4-1 was the strategy for RSG all throughout this game, and that's how they won the macro battle. Ladies, gentlemen, that was a very nice gameplay coming out from RSG. But then again, TNC, they still lost, I feel.
Well, I smell something that may happen in game number 2, but right now, you guys who are watching us on screen, experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at the Shooting Gallery Studios. So tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now while it's still open. So going back to your thought, Wolf, TNC, well, they're still experimenting, but in game number 2, could we see a possible 5-man switch again? But I am thinking, just thinking, what if they release out the old Archangel lineup?
As much as we'd like, and I think that is what a lot of us have been saying, whether it be backstage or out in online discourse, right? Like, try to find another lineup, not just what the Coach Wright and Coach Scholar specials look like that we've seen in week 1 and so far here, week 2. Now, I'm thinking they're not ready for that yet. I'm thinking
I have to agree.
This week, they might still employ the full switch up.
Yeah.
Whatever that might mean. Now, if that's something that's closer to the meta, sure. If it's out of the meta, I'm at 50-50 with that. I believe there is merit to playing what you know and what you've prepared. And maybe if you can shock RSG, why not?
Yeah, I do agree. I think this will not be the time to just deploy the full Archangel lineup, especially with how they have been training. I think that the idea here for TNC, knowing how they commit to this and how much they are doing it in previous week and this week, they know for sure that this formula works. That is ingrained in their mind. All they have to do is to execute now. In that game number 1, was it a draft problem or was it an execution problem? A little bit of both, I would say, because they were not playing to their own advantage and RC just found an opening. So I think that there's no reason to use the Archangel, right, apart from nostalgia and perhaps some sentimental value, but I don't think that it will happen at this time.
Yeah, basing on what happened the previous days and even weeks, just seeing the potential, but now TNC could not afford for that experiment at all. So if they stick to this lineup, if they have a perfect formula to brew against this kind of team, well, it could have another chance in getting their back on their feet. But if by any chance TNC, you said it's all about the execution, probably they could disrupt in a micro game, but it's hard if you're RSG once they started the momentum right.
They could go a certain direction, and allow me to propose this. They switch up to Coach Wright's lineup. Again, this is the one that's led by Ben Tings.
Yep.
And then they get aggressive. Then they try to prio pick the Franco, as he usually does, as he once did in Season 9. and then go from there. I believe the jungler for that lineup is King Kong.
King Kong, yeah.
Again, another way for King Kong to redeem himself. I wonder if King Kong has any utility junglers. That's the question. He's played Hayabusa a lot, but
Let me check.
I wonder if he can get his hands on a Ling. Or
Ling.
rather, a Fredrin
Fredrin.
or a Barats or an
Yeah.
Akai. I think that would be a great approach.
Well, the thing is, all things considered, it's difficult to deploy like a different, like, you know, just clean up your own like composition, like as if you're drafting a hero within your players, right?
It's hard.
It's like you're drafting every time. It's very difficult. I mean, at least for me, I cannot just, you know, within the mind that I have, the
Wow.
limitations of what I know, it's just too difficult to think about.
No, this is the full lineup. It's the same 5. It's a.
You
it's
think-
a,
is it?
Yeah, it's a different
Could-
5.
Well, looking
Is
Oh
it?
no, it's Coach
on
Scholar
our
again.
screen.
Okay.
It looks
Okay,
all right.
okay, there's a new thing.
Wait.
Okay.
Okay, we're
We are trying to
Yeah,
figure
it's the
out.
same. It's the same.
what's
It's the same
that?
dudes.
Okay,
Alright.
the same dude.
Yes,
so,
yes,
So the benefit here is that you have learned already. You have downloaded what your opponent is doing, what RC was doing, and it's hopefully that they learn something from that and then they just pick it off. I guess the better approach now is to not change your lineups based on game after game, just based on maybe series after series. That could make much more sense, or at least when it comes to ease of execution, that's easier
Yes.
to think about.
so it's all about assessment. Okay.
So we're off to a good start. Again, TNC for the first time in Season 11 are not switching. They're not.
They're 5-man, 10-man
Okay.
army team. They're not switching, and this could mean something out of the Phoenix Army. Now, you've mentioned and you've asked if King Kong used. Well, he used Hayabusa 3 times.
3 times.
For the series, and it was all in a loss. So maybe now they could find a different way.
No, the whole King Kong proposal out of the window.
Okay.
It's because he's not playing.
Yeah, that's right.
If I'm not mistaken, folks, you're seeing behind us, it's the same lineup
Yeah.
from Game 1.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
again, I have to say it again because it's important. This is TNC learning. They're saying, you know what? Maybe we don't have to switch up so often. We can learn from Game 1 and then go from there. I'd say be more aggressive.
Yeah.
That's one bit.
These are the discoveries of the trials that they are facing. So right now, it's RSG onto the red side, so they're going second pick. Well, for sure, Coach Panda would be happy to even trade or get the priority picks for the side of RSG. But now, it's all about the gamut of how TNC would really want to have that first prio pick.
Gonna be weird to see if that will be like a Fredrin pick for TNC, but I do understand why it could be that case because you want to snag it away from H. H has been like very comfortable. That's kind of a rain check on this player. Maybe force him to play a different hero. Then again, RSU will be prepared for it. Maybe they are going to open up both Glue and Fredrin in the first few picks. One hero that I want to change for TNC is maybe the choice of gold lane. I don't see carry anymore for Ninja Killer.
That first
unfortunately.
phase carry seemed too soon and
Yeah.
too urgent
Yep.
when the hero could have so easily come on in second phase.
They could have, shedded it slowly up against RSG. But if you're going back to the prio picks here of what could TNC get, they either go for the mid lane, the Valentina, or even a Joy.
Yeah.
It's mostly Joy or even the XP lane. They've chosen Kadita in one of their matches, so could be
Yeah,
a
could be.
change for TNC to trade up against the gold lane of RSG.
Oh man, I can't imagine to be in the spot
Oh, they ran out
where
the Joy.
Lift
Okay.
is at actually after losing 5 games straight.
Yeah.
And you know that it's working. It kind of feels like the way that they are approaching this is that they feel that all of their drafts are working. The way that they confidence picked the carry,
Yep.
they know that it's working. They have tried it in scrims. It has been working. They have been winning some matches. But to be in the stage, to see it lose, it's gonna be gut-wrenching for Lift.
Yep. In our time working together, there have been countless nights wherein he would just sit over his computer and just like, Coach, why is it not working? What are we doing wrong? And we would run by it over and over again. The scrims would be all right.
Yeah.
But again, this is exactly the same situation. I know what it's like.
Yeah, these are the unsung heroes of this match. The coaches, Coach Lift, Coach Panda, Coach Scholar now. It's all about translating those exercises into a winning formula. But the struggle is, right now, since their first pick, who are they prioritizing again, we're still waiting on what's going to happen. So probably, since RSG banned out the Joy, they're limiting down the options of their XP laner.
And I think that's one key that TNC might have to pick up in Game 2 to even think of getting to Game 3. Make sure Cram has a winning matchup against Nats. If not a winning matchup, at least a matchup where he can get away with it. Just at least not have to deal with Nats so much. Because I think a lot of what happened in Game 1 was off the back of Nats' amazing start, as Wolf mentioned.
Yeah. You know, now that I look at it, there's a big problem of lack of reps for TNC, maybe. Because the thing is, if you're looking at Saxa Jago for now, you're going to be looking back. He only played 3 games so far. It's already week number 2, right? And if you compare to H2, who's played like 5 games already, that's like an advantage of, or no, actually not 5. That's, this is the, 5 games. 5 games to 3. That's a big difference, right?
Yeah.
You already have a lot of like experience. And I believe that when it comes to scrims, I'm sure that it's not going to be even, right? Because they have to switch teams. I mean, like, if you compare just the reps, that's a problem for TNC.
It's nature of the beast. I think that's what happens when you have a team as big as TNC's.
That's right.
Which we mentioned earlier. And they're at this point, again, what can you do? Mid-season, not exactly mid-season, but the season has already begun.
Yeah.
How do you pivot from here?
Yeah.
I say go find the proper way of translating this match into a success, because if we're up against RSG and if the drafting could have been a factor from the previous game, they could actually take it slowly, okay, not revealing their cards right away, and maybe who to give the ball onto this game. Will it be the XP lane? Will it be the mid lane? Will it be their jungler? It's so much on the table for TNC that needs to be fixed.
If you're talking about this matchup specifically, right?
Yeah.
This Coach Scholar lineup. We'll call it that. Because again, this is the Coach Scholar lineup, the one that's led by Escalera. It's the Ben Things lineup, the one that has Coach Wright in it. If you're talking about the Coach Scholar lineup versus this RSG slate, I think it's safe to say, I'm sure of this, the jungle is close to the last priority. Like H2 and Saksha, they can take care of themselves.
Yeah.
If you're looking for a lane or a matchup to emphasize and look out for, it's possibly the XP lane or the roam. Oddly enough, that's where I'm seeing it.
Yeah.
You're actually, at least over the side of TNC, the past two games that Saxa Jago played before this week, they last picked the jungler. In fact, the Saxa Jago hero.
And he did okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
They could actually make it work for this game. And even noticing something new for the Raiders, they have tambourines now.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I was hearing it back. So maybe right now the audience are upping up their cheering game. So maybe, again, going back to our topic, as TNC would needed to rise back as one, they need to have their priorities straight. Who is going to be the playmaker for this game? It's tough if they completely lose again for this one.
I'd like to think in the early game, Cram has to hold down the fort, and then Escalera switches up the clutch somewhere in the mid-game. It's odd because it's not the first time we're seeing Escalera do this. He actually played in the tank role in the twilight of Season 10. So this is just him going full circle. I actually like the development, and I like him just growing into that roam role, into the pause 5 role, as we like to call it. And there's a precedent to this. It's amazing what happens when you were once a core player, whether that be mid, jungle, or gold, and then you transition into this shot caller role. We've seen it in the likes of Haji.
Yeah.
That's right. What I'm excited about for Escalera is the Natalia. Unfortunately, RSG, it was part of their drafting pattern. In fact, they banned it previously versus TNC in the previous game. But when they faced up against ONIC, they also banned it out. First phase during game number 2, and then second phase during game number 1. So what I'm trying to say here is that as much as I want to see some of these assassins or killers, playmakers for Escalera, RSG just naturally know how to cancel that out.
Yep, they know they do their homework. It's just due diligence. Actually, interestingly enough, the Hanzo and the Natalia can be played in Rome. And I imagine both would be lethal in the hands of Escalera.
Well, talking about the possibilities of picks. Hands are Rome, we've seen it worked in a different league.
Yeah.
Yep. So could be their option against RSG because they completely banned it on the first series, on the first game rather. The Hanzo, they would not, they do not want to be disrupted. They don't want to be disturbed on how they would get that proper state of starting their own game.
And it's not even like just always roam Hanzo that they're afraid of. They're just afraid of Hanzo as is.
Yeah. Completely being around the map.
Yeah.
The control. It was the macro game up against RSG, but now to go back on how RSG would like to win this is the hopes to defend their MSC title, and they can't afford experimenting even up against TNC.
Yeah.
And to think, TNC was so close to actually flying out to Malaysia last year. They were third place in Season 9. That could have been them instead of Omega, but it is what it is. TNC, as we so lightly put it, and again, just with all of the love and in the best way possible, they're taking the scenic route on the Biyaheng Tagumpay, and they're learning a lot of lessons along the way.
Well, speaking of Malaysia, so if we go back to Coach Ryzen's roots and history from Philippines and back MY to Philippines, well, from experience, I think this would aid TNC to how would actually go through the struggle. You know this, Wolf. So will this, knowing different kinds of metas from different countries or even regions would actually help up against RSG?
Absolutely. I think that's your approach. So the way that I've seen TNC, I'm sure that during the Saxa lineups, they have this cheese picks, but when it comes to like their other compositions, it's still textbook TNC that they're running. The pattern, you can see it. Just prioritize a lane and then try to counter the opponent. It's not like they are planning ahead, apart from the fact that they have like G-stress, right? So, that being said, I agree with you. Learning from other regions perhaps should be the way to go for TNC because it kind of feels like RSG just knew them and, have taken note of them down to the T. Yeah. They have read the textbook, basically.
And that's what's scary, is it looks like TNC's textbook needs updating again.
A new chapter?
This early in the season, I'd like to think it's not too late. There's a lot of room and a lot of time to catch up on points. But yes, update that textbook. And how do I say? I think taking notes and hints from other regions comes with its own set of warning labels.
Consequences?
Because this is the Philippine meta. This is the Philippine
you
meta.
You are correct.
Yeah.
If we take too much from elsewhere, how does that work for our winning ways? So we have to dictate our own pace and
show our own strength.
Yeah. And I'm just partly glad that
we're here.
And that the Zilong strat didn't work out, because that would have been such a exclamation point to define the Philippine meta.
It's all about showcasing our strength as, well, the home of world champions. So we're back in the draft, finally. So TNC bans out the Kaja, the Eve. Same as also for RSG, respecting the Joy, looking at the patterns on how TNC would want to prioritize their XP on even their jungler. So they took on the Valentine as well.
Yep. Do you ban out Glue Fredrin or Faramis?
Yep.
Or something like Natalia even?
I'd say the Glue or the Faramis is going to see this ban here.
Yeah.
And then that'll define what else is open.
I'll put my bet on Faramis, but I will not be surprised if it's like Natalia. I mean, I will act surprised, but,
Natalia is a good first pick for TNC. They banned it out from RSG's game yesterday, the Natalia. They don't want the presence of the assassin around their corners of their jungle. So will it be XP? Will it be the tank? Will it be the jungle for TNC? But now they're banning out the last possible choice. They could take the Kadita.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is their last ban from game 1 in the first phase. So.
Escalera used this as roam in their last game. Kadita.
I think go for Ramis this time, right? It's a very open pick, good plug-and-play hero.
Yep.
Can put it in any kind of composition.
Yep.
And since the Valentina is already banned out, you don't really care about any other counters out there. So I think it's a very safe pick for TNC.
Well, opening up the Glue, the Esmeralda, who you're going to pick first? Who are you going to secure for TNC? It's none other than Fredrin. Okay. Is this the first time?
100% pick rate for Fredrin? Is that what we saw?
He's so reliable. He's so strong.
Yeah. And this is the first time that TNC chose this.
is it actually?
Well,
looking at my stats,
given that their
yeah.
other lineup is so assassin reliant, this makes sense.
Okay. Well, same lineup, trying a different route, trying a different front, but well, this might work. They're squeezing out the H2's heroes.
I like this gambit. With this Fredrin pick, they did not just, again, have H2 get a gut check. It's like, what else? What other heroes do you have? They're also threatening RSG, saying, Coach Panda, Coach Theo, I dare you to pick the Faramis and the Glue now. If you don't pick either, we'll get the other.
Yeah.
Will they get both? Will they get both, though?
No,
There they go.
they get neither.
Wait.
It's Farsa and Cho.
Cho priority pick. Could they repeat the Cho jungler for RSG?
I guess the teams right now are really really loving this Farsa versus the Fredrin, but it still is a great combo. Faramis versus Fredrin. I really like that combo. It's so good. And then you combo it up with Lapu Lapu. This is going to be a great draft for TNC already, even with just the 3 opening picks. Lapu Lapu counters the Farsa. Lapu Lapu should be the one to counter the Faramis as well, at least when it comes to damage.
Yep.
But they combine together. It's great. Fredrin plus Faramis. Man, I saw this. Like, you pop the ultimate on Faramis, the Praetor's Wrath will be used by Cram and... sorry, not Cram, but whoever is using it.
Yeah.
You bring back to life so much because you're already in your fake shield.
Talking about insurance, that's TNC making their own checklist. Now, Melissa,
I love it.
on the other hand,
Great
this was
answer.
used before by Eman, so it's the marksman priority of RSG. Now, it's the ban of RSG to level out the tables of TNC. So, what could be open? What could be stopped here?
RSG is going to start blocking out marksman.
I
We're
think they
gonna-
should ban Diggy.
Oh. Wait. Actually, yeah. There's still no roamer for TNC. Should they ban out the Natalia too?
Natalia and Diggy, I think. yeah, I think so. I think that Natalia is something you don't want to be there. Although, with the Melissa, perhaps you're not that scared because you have many ways to check the bush
Yeah.
and check it out. But instead, they ban out the Claude.
Yeah, they're releasing a different hero to choose for TNC. They have chosen a different one, Claude, in 2 of their games. Well, Harith could be used by TNC once again.
Yeah,
Ninja Killer Harith.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
not bad at all.
So, if you're TNC, since this Cho could either be a flex, because in RSG, they always land as in 3rd pick.
Yeah.
So I'm probably thinking that this could be a jungler Cho.
As
Okay.
much as I'd like to think that's possible, I don't think it's likely.
Yeah.
I hope so.
We'll see. So, I think you choose to ban out junglers now, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Martis perhaps? Oh, Yuzong will be the ban instead.
Okay.
Come on, ban Diggy or Natalia, RSG.
Yeah, the dig here would make total sense
There
to
you
disrupt
go.
RSG. So Natalia is not going to be showing up here.
diligence.
They know.
Yeah, this is due diligence coming up from RSG.
Yeah.
Are you considering banning out the Benedetta now if you are TNC? I think Nats was very scary, very successful previously.
See, look at that, paying tribute to one of the best Natalias, using the word
Just
Baloyski.
in time.
Championship Natalia there.
That's right. Okay.
Huge respects for some of the teams who look up to Baloyski using that Natalia. So leveling out the field, there's no surprises. Disruption from TNC. Now, the jungler could be the last ban of TNC. Who would it be?
Oh, the
Esmeralda.
The Cram specialty.
Yep. One of the few heroes in the XP lane that have a great matchup against the Lapu Lapu. So
That's
again,
right.
it's clear they want Cram to have a great game.
That's
Yep.
right. Okay. I think you go Benedetta still for if you're RSG.
Still a safe pick, yeah?
Still very good for RSG, I would say. Nats was phenomenal with it.
Why not
Very
use it
comfortable
again?
pick. You saw that in the previous game. Decent versus the versus Faramis lineups.
Yep. Cut straight through.
Yep.
Leave the Electo final blow for where the cult altar is.
Yeah, completely dodging 3 possible burst downs from a Lapu Lapu. So
Oh,
I hear
Edith.
Edith for RSG, so
Wow. Hey, that's different.
Also pretty good and likely to be in the XP lane.
XP lane, okay.
This is RSG saying, hey, I dare to pick Diggy.
Do
Diggy
it.
is so good against all of the heroes of RSG.
Right now, so many dashes, so many escapes. Yeah. Pick it if you're a TNC.
That's right. You out DOT the Farsa with your bombs.
Yep.
And you save yourself from the engages of the Cho and the Edith. and then you just time out what the Melissa
Oh,
does.
the Grok. Grok
okay.
is also good.
That's
You
a
can
Grok
cancel
roam.
the
Yeah.
Farsa.
Knock up in the push, and they secure their goal lane, Beatrix. So this is a good lineup for TNC right now.
Okay, how about this? What if this Edith is actually going to go for the jungle? What if that happens?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
If they
it's
do
not.
that,
No.
oh,
Nope.
It's Barrett's.
okay. So it's okay.
Oh.
I was so excited for that, but yeah, stand corrected. H2 is going to be the jungle with the
Yeah,
Barretts.
it's utility H2 era, and again, with the one thing that's missing here, as what we're used to seeing from the likes of Blacks International, you need something to help speed up that Barats.
Yeah.
They don't have that, but maybe they'll play with their own box here.
Yeah. The thing is, if you're looking at RSG, right, there's really no real damage from TNC that can actually take out the Pirates. You think about it. I'm sure that if they overload, yeah, sure. Yeah. But when it comes to like outright battle,
They can burst them.
yeah. Dude, RSG is so beefy. The only hero that you can easily take out is the Farsa, but even then, you're going to have to catch him with the outside of the wings by wings, but everybody from RSG is way too beefy.
It's
And
clear.
burst.
Yeah, it's clear where their damage is coming from, so at least there's that. RSG's lineup is honest, so this is their way to try to confirm the sweep. I don't know if TNC is going to read through that and try to break it through.
Could be a different strategy for TNC. Let's look for another discovery if the Phoenix Army could actually rise in this game number 2. It's all about momentum they can set up, but how will RSG use this Barretts could mean business for the Raiders.
Okay. Gonna be Nats on the XP lane. Edith rocking the tenacity.
Yep.
Before, a year ago, it would have been like,
okay.
huh? Yeah.
Yeah, he used it.
Flicker battle.
Yeah.
He used it.
Yep.
Okay. So no flicker for Nats, no combo surprises. So early game could be used by TNC for this window. But so far, do you want to secure this Little Wanderer?
Oh man, Saksha. Maybe 2 or 3 seconds too late to that Little Wanderer.
Yeah.
Power
Too
of the
far gone.
Barretts. So quick. He walks slowly. Okay, so how have we confirmed that Barretts actually appears to be walking slow, but he's fast? It's just because the steps are taking too long, but he's
bigger
big
strides.
steps.
Yes,
Yeah, big
bigger
steps,
strides,
longer
yes.
steps.
So that's canon, right?
Confirmed. Yes.
Confirmed. All
Okay.
right.
And just to be clear, Barats is a little dude on top.
Alright,
So
yeah.
it's more correct to say Detna has
Yeah, alright,
big
okay.
strides.
Yeah, that's Detna on.
So we don't know how
Dinosaur, yeah.
fast the Barretts can walk, right? We don't know that.
Because he doesn't walk.
Because he
yes.
doesn't
He rides
walk.
Detna.
Yeah, so
He rides
Jedana is
that,
the big strides. Slow
Yes.
guy, but big strides.
Correct.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
saying all the possible ways of how this Barretts or even Barretts and Detna.
Yeah.
Can we change his name? I don't know if it can be, but yeah, big steps, big changes. But now it's the top lane who wants RSG to lure in TNC while they have the turtle started by Sax and Jago.
All right, that's Saksha pushing away H2. Bravest fighter by Cram, and the tail end of that big sword takes down the big dino. But short and light confirms away the dragon to help stop the assault. Saksha is slipping right through his fingers. RSG confirms the first turtle.
Talking about calculated retribution, H2O did not need to be up front. I just have a big dancer right here. I just need to have a visual. And that's how they wanted to guard that part. Retribution, but now TNC would struggle to get more possible trade on the jungle.
Oh. My goodness, that was another clutch by H2. Sure, but then again, in game number 1, it was Saxa who won the first turtle battle with the retri, the even retri battle. So I guess it's 1-1 for them. But across all the series that H2 has played, it's been proving to be a great retri user.
Yeah.
And that's
Mastery.
being a good retri user in the Philippines. That says a lot, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of competition out there.
You can change his hero pool, but he will still play the same way. And again, it's the same principle as a core player switching up to a roam.
Yeah.
Some of those skills carry over.
Yeah.
Experience translating to mastery. H2O's growing.
4-man catches H2, speaking the devil. John Paul gets some backup in Exhort. Gets the nom-nom, but gets cancelled just the same. Flicker away, and the wings by wings. Exhort survives. Nonetheless, TNC draws first blood.
Looks like information is on to the start of the Phoenix Army to give formation. Now, this is one thing that RSG could lack for. The visual. Since we see Light aiding the gold lane, this can be a chance for TNC to go aggressive early game because we were looking for the chance on how this lineup could actually work. They need damage heading to mid to late game.
Okay. So now this is going to be an even game, especially because of that kill. And I think that this is great for TNC, especially because they are rocking this mid-game based lineup, especially with this Beatrix. Although you can say that Beatrix has greater late game compared to the Melissa just because of the natural scaling, but both of these compositions, if you collide them together, they're great at mid game.
There's a pull on the Light. Shadow Stampede. Escalera is the one who confirms it. Now H2 right in the middle of everything. Exort just tapping away with a better air strike. Light very low. Cram taken out. H2 gets the kill. Traded out Ninja Killer. Escalera as well. 2 for 1 so far. The exchange rate. Now Exort dropping the bombs and Eman helps secure a kill for Nats. 3 for 1. Plus that turtle trade. I'd call it even, but RSG walks away with more bodies.
Yeah. TNC just winning the turtle battle. It wasn't a retribution, but Escalera secures it. At least they do get the extra gold from that. But RSG, they gave a lot of kills to, a lot of assists to Eman. 3 assists in that singular fight. If you think about it on face value, TNC should not be like worried about that. But if you look at it deeper, the fact that you're giving a lot of gold, extra gold to Eman at this point, that's gonna be a scary thought. In fact, he is a little bit ahead of the Beatrix. Yeah, you can see it.
If we talk about a scaling possible nightmare for TNC, Eman with the Melissa, there's no way that members of TNC can approach it from the backline by using his ultimate. So damage could answer. But how? Is the items even slowly working at this pace?
Yeah, we've yet to see actually both Ninja Killer and Eman be active parts of team fights. We haven't really seen them, put the pedal to the metal. And as Wolf mentioned, this is a very mid-game centric lineup for TNC. So expect that power spike to happen closer to the first Lord or the last turtle, and then for RSG to eventually find Exort and Eman to hit their power spikes later on.
Okay, so we can see now that RSG is leading by 1,000 gold. And that's a lot at 6 minutes. Think about it. Nats, it's going to be a problem later as well as Eman.
It's significant but not lethal. 1,000 ahead in the early game, it's significant but not lethal.
I like that. The word of the day, lethal.
Yeah.
We've been using it backstage a lot. Lethal meaning it's, you understand what that means. Lethal for all of the team. And RSG can use that to their advantage.
It's a building momentum that TNC could prevent or go up against.
Look at this pull by Saksha. He sees that H2 is a
corner.
level ahead. H2's retribution, as always, is more effective, more efficient. And there's a pull, and there's a kick on Escalera. With the cold altar, Nats goes down. Exort already used the first strike. Turtle secured by H2. Shield on RSG, Slate's members. And here comes Light. They want more. Eman with the muddles, dealing a lot of damage to TNC. Oh, that's just but a teaser of what this Melissa might look like in the late game.
Especially with the DHS already available, he looks very scary. But then again, Ninja Killer, the killer, the 84 kills last season, not too shabby for himself. Did manage to land special hits during that last turtle fight. Unfortunately, H2 was able to secure the turtle, not in the favor of TNC.
And he didn't have that big stacks. He's a small Barrett's just roaming around and calculating, okay, keep damaging, okay, retribution. But now, this completely shows them that TNC is lacking damage. Look at that, Cram taking the bleeding HP bars up against Nats.
That's already great damage spread from RSG. Imagine just having overload of physical damage from both H2 and Eman, with Eman, having the big brunt of it. Then you have the Farsa as spokes, but when it comes to you want to go for the kill kind of damage in terms of magic, that's Nats in combination with how tanky he was, right?
Yes.
The way that he times his ultimate usage and targets it to the right member, like Cram will have a problem. What will I itemize for? Against physical or against magic? So far, he's doing against physical. That's why Nats actually tears him down.
Oh, and that makes a huge difference come the late game, wherein we compared how Ninja Killer on the Matrix might outgun Eman as a, I'd say, auto-attack hero.
Yeah.
Nats makes up for that with its ult.
sure.
Because that's also, technically, after Primal Wrath, you become an auto-attack hero for at least a few seconds. So that
Exactly.
makes
You have
up for
burst.
it.
And you have so much to give and to offer for team fights if you are RSG. So we can say that they're really prepared on what could be the possible outcome on how the draft looked like against TNC. But so far, they would not want to risk in taking this first Lord of the game.
Yep, and that's why it's RSG Slate who is so gung-ho, who is more brave to go for the pull. Look at this, it's light waiting in the pixel brush. H2, I'd say medium-sized dino, as you put it. Francis,
no
they
mana.
engage on to Nats, taking down the Edith. Now it's light behind enemy lines. The Cho is gonna go away with it. Cover fire, but XR not gonna be enough. Down goes light. That's a 2-man advantage for TNC.
Oh man, what a great counter from TNC, especially to jump from Escalator, not even having to need a flicker that moment. He used the wild charge and it was perfect. They got two. Light, when he kicked Riku, that was probably the right target, but he had Purify. Some Pyramis will opt for the flicker, but he went for the Purify and that helped TNC in that specific clash.
Talking about counter punches. But now will H2 secure this one again?
Eman putting down some beads, and it's Eman who secures it! My God, it's Eman who secures it! There's a knockup and a wild charge to help secure the kill. Ninja Killer taking down H2, but it might be too little, too late. RSG Slate has the Lord, it's marching up top, and so far the map is looking red. TNC is yet to make a dent on RSG as per major objectives.
How will you be able to dodge or even soak up damage from RSG right now, who's on complete gone mad? Completely with a push, and now they wanted to take this first tier turret for TNC.
Oh, and also threatening the purple buff. Saksha Jago is starving. He needs his buffs. And look at Light, looking for an angle, taking this brush just about west of the purple buff side. Oh, good news, Riku still confirms it, but bad news, TNC loses a tier 2 up top.
My God. You know, RSG, you can really see that for H2, he embraced the position 2 already.
Yeah.
Before, as the jungler, you can see that he is the star of the show. Right now, that Lord fight, he sacrificed himself, sustained himself long enough, and he was in the race to get the retribution, and I'm sure he tried. He went for the win-win play wherein he's gonna position himself well so that he can zone out the other members and make sure that Saxon Jago is not in range of the retribution, so that the Lord will be in favor of RSG no matter who takes it. It could be the retribution from H2 or the last hit from Emma, but all of those scenarios, RSG will be in the better end of the stick just because of how H2 has embraced that position 2 role already.
All for the team fights, all for their setups. H2O becoming a different player, growing, and how do you even actually secure 2 major objectives? Plus, you give so much space for your mark. Emma, look at that, that hurt.
There's a block. The wild charge on the Nats. Taken down. Feather Dash Strike by Exort. Cram very low. Cover fire by Ninja Killer. Called Altar keeping members of TNC alive, but only for so long because Eman finds him. He wants to take him down. The knockup on the light. Ninja Killer goes down. Eman gets the kill. And Eman is still going. That's 2 kills for the Melissa. And Eman walks away, shaking his shoulders. Dirt off. Oh, and they're going to convert into this tier 2 in mid. Ladies and gentlemen, RSG Slate are going to go for this. Lord in 30.
Opening up the base of TNC. Look at Eman. Look how fast he tours down the HP of Escalera. Now, how will they do this? H2O, will he be loose back? But now Riku secures the kill.
It's a punish onto H2. It was a little too forward again, but this is characteristic of H2's new play style.
Yep.
Wow. RSG, look at that, how well they are actually giving everything to Eman right now. And to echo what Leo have said, this is H2 just blended in. He understood that when he went to RSG, it will not be an H2 team. It will be like an Eman team.
Yeah.
He fit in so well for RSG, looking so good. He's carrying his own weight even when he's dying a lot. He makes sure that the Lord is in their favor. Now, what will RSG do now that H2 is not alive?
Oh, is this the right timing?
Is the damage enough though? Eman stole it earlier.
TNC went for a beeline to the Lord. I'm not sure if they're going to go all in here because all 5 members of RSG are present. That's Ninja Killer just slowly making his way into the team fight.
Ooh.
Lord here at a 5th of its health. Here comes Light drawing the line. H2 so close. And the wild charge in. H2 still confirmed it. Ixor with a feathered airstrike. Now Light is the first casualty. Escalera follows through. Ixor gets the kill. Nats in the middle. Everybody. He goes down. Appraiser's wrath set in by Saksha. Traded out for Cram. 2 for 1 so far, the exchange, and Eman is not stopping. Renner from Ninja Killer disincentivizes, more engages, and that's it. Eman gets another Saksha falls. 3 for 1, plus a Lord, make that 2, and now RSG Slate back on the board.
Whew. Leo, you know this, the box that RSG built, that was the box strategy at its finest.
It's impenetrable, and now
How?
they're pushing the box
Oh
forward.
my God!
Exhort!
The burst from this Farsa, they've hit critical mass. They're gonna go and force TNC to defend within their own base.
They're pushing them down onto the knees. H2O. How will they ever have a chance up against the damage rate? It's a 6K gold lead.
It's difficult now for TNC for sure. You see, Eman, that's the term. Leo just mentioned it perfectly. Critical mass. Eman is just so farmed. Our H2 is max level. Does have all of the tankiness that he needs in this game. The only item that he hasn't upgraded yet is his Molten Essence, but that's essentially an upgraded item already, so it's very beefy.
They're trying.
With an early release of the feathered airstrike, a kick on the Cram, and Eman just barreling away. Rapid fire, Cram very low. There's a go away, unable to take down the Melissa. Then as welcome onto Sasha Jago, despite the freeze attempt, doesn't get it. They're outgunned, they're outmanned. Riku goes down as well. Escalera just holding on for dear life. Here comes Riku, he's back off of the passive. He's trying to use the Ghost Bursters. Light still has an immortality. Ninja Killer just firing away, holding on. Desperate measures. RSG Slate walk away.
There's no minions for RSG to aid, but Eman talking about pure security defense. I'm on my own, but I have damage to dish out.
12 seconds for Escalera, 10 for Saxa, and 4 for Cram. Defend the ball.
Here comes Light, way the dragon on to Riku, timed out that Purify. Here comes the backup, Escalera Sash Jago, but it might be too late. They pop immortality onto Nats. Exhort falls as well, there's a wild charge. Thou shalt not take my base, says Escalera. Light still alive, there's an Appraiser's Wrath, popping the immortality. Oh, H2 might fall here, Sasha takes him down. Eman, the shutdown by TNC. Sasha gets him. It's 3 down for RSG Slate. TNC still breathing.
TNC holding in for dear life of the base. They're not giving up just yet, and just by the appeal and damage, this is the late game power spike of the Phoenix Army.
RSG really felt blood and smelled blood during that moment. They thought they could end it, but we did mention, right, defendable. That was the key for TNC. That word does not exist. I don't know if it actually exists.
We can make it
Defend
exist.
it. Now exists.
Yeah.
We said that the base was defendable for TNC, and RSG still took the battle, and that's the reason why they will lose this Lord number 2, number 3.
Yep.
What a big blunder from RSG. Still, they have the lead, but TNC now has a fighting chance.
If I were in the shoes of RSG Slate, I would not have done it any other way. Man, if you were ahead by that much and you were winning the numbers game, I would have forced it as well. It's just, I guess TNC read into this.
I would risk it.
Right?
I would completely risk it, but the comeback, the knock of the Cram, just by Cram being back alive, gave so much time and way.
Cram and Escalera. Escalera and Cram, they were instrumental in the defense, and now they're looking at RSG at possibly their weakest in the past 10 minutes, man.
Yeah.
This 1K gold lead, we've never seen this before in Game 2.
Talking about the duo, Escamera. Escalera. The knock-up, the pushback. I'm trying.
We'll allow
you
it.
try. Okay.
We'll
Yeah.
allow it.
But this game's so much comeback potential.
Yeah.
For TNC. And they're going all over the map, but they need to earn that push on the mid, but there's still a lot of defense that needs to be taken down by TNC.
they're not out of the woods yet. RSG is going to make quick work of this. I'd say it's a Luminous Lord. Yeah, I don't think this has evolved quite yet. So this next Lord coming in about 2 minutes should be the difference changer. Look at Light. Oh, he's spots out Ninja Killer, and he's the one who gets killed, but a clutch called Alter, but it's too late. The firepower from Exhort, and Eman is just barreling away, rapid fire, throwing out those nails. It's 4 men down for TNC, and that second wind, that second fire was snuffed out. It's just Riku left. 30 seconds till the next member of TNC comes, and all 5 members of RSG Slate PH
goes
in like they own the place.
Light with the ambush play, and TNC is not rising for the second game, and RSG with the sweep.
Tried. RSG's late. The only team fight that they lost was their over-aggression. That's the only time. But apart from that, everything was perfect. H2, we talked about him a lot in this game, but we also have to talk about Light, how he was able to manage to get to that back line and just pick off the most important hero for TNC, Ninja Killer, being picked off. He survived for a little bit because of the Faramis ultimate, but eventually Eman was there. He popped the ultimate, locked down 2 of the members and pinned them down, gave his life back because of the Has claws that he purchased last. And with the Athena shield, he wasn't bursted down by the Faramis Ghost Bursters. Eventually, Light managed to close it out for the team. It didn't look close. Well, apart from that big blunder from RSG, everything was just going in their favor.
That was the close chance of how TNC would rise back and take this to game number 3, but they were lacking. Where was Dylan? Where was Light? They were trying to close the gap that they would not want any pickup, and they used the advantage that, hey, they might go for a push and nobody would defend their backline, being a presence that they want to take it down. The defense was still on the call for TNC.
Yep, despite Riku popping the Cult Altar, it was just too little too late. I guess that's the only contingency plan TNC had for if Light, not if, when Light catches Ninja Killer, because again, this Cho in the hands of our season MVP for Season 9, Light is lethal. It's fatal. It's almost inevitable for him to take you down.
Yeah.
Their only answer was the Cult Altar, and the firepower that RSG presented was just way too much.
Yeah.
That was the downfall. That was the stopping power that RSG put out in front of TNC's comeback.
I think that one thing that we learned from this series is that, particularly that last game, is that even if you give like good heroes to the side of TNC, like they get the Faramis eventually, as well as the Lapu Lapu was a great opening pick for TNC. The answer was simple: draft this Melissa, and all of a sudden your engaged type of composition with the Faramis, with the Frederick in the front lines. Now there's a lot of like big problems that they're facing. Eman was a beast because of the fact that there was a big draft advantage for this guy, and this is, as RG saying, we have a very deep pool when it comes to our strategies.
Opening up the books of the Pandamentals, that's RSG with a sweep. We were seeing some light in TNC, but for a bit. But the problem was during the draft, we were trying to decipher how will this lineup pierce through the late game or the mid-game spike of RSG, because if you would have that lineup, you would need to have a piercing power from physical to magic. They can soak up, yes, but not for long if they want to prolong it to the ultra late game.
And that explains how RSG did this. They understood that they had, I'd say, voids in their timing and their pacing, and they played to that well.
Yeah.
They did their best to not only get ahead, but to try and not lose. And I think that's what we saw in the few moments when TNC were looking like they were gonna go ahead and barrel on through. That's why we were so confident still in calling the 6 or 7 minute power spike for TNC in the mid game. But RSG knew that. RSG understood that, fundamentally speaking, this is where you're strongest. This is where we will hunker down.
Yeah, and they were seeing light. They were seeing discoveries, but that's RSG bouncing back from their 0-2 loss yesterday. Now let's call on Mara together with RSG Slate Philippines on stage.
Thank you, casters. Second sweep
for RSG Slate Philippines. Congratulations! Kailangan kong tanungin si Emin, phenomenal yung Melissa mo. And kailangan ko rin tanungin si Exhort dahil dito. Paano nyo na-execute yung front to back dahil hindi kayo maabot ng TNC yung Farsa at yung Melissa nyo?
Ano lang po, pinapauna ko lang po muna yung mga kampi ko, parang pinap-initiate ko muna yung mga kalaban tsaka ako lalabas. Ayun, ganun lang. Kaya di nila ako mahuli.
Oh, okay. Ano naman yung Farsa mo?
Ano lang, game sense lang tsaka parang alamin yung mga threats sa'yo, hintayin mong muna bumitaw ng skills yung kalaban tapos doon ka na lumalim, ganun.
Ito. Feeling ko malalim din. Alam ko na point out na naman yung relationship nyo ni H2, pero alam nyo ba kahit behind the scenes, hindi sila naghihiwalay? Kahit pumunta sila ng CR, magkasama sila palagi. Anong meron sa inyong dalawa para kayong twins na magkadikit? Magkamukha na?
Wala. Siguro, parehas kami nakasalamin. Hindi, joke lang. Wala, di ko alam. Talagang solid talaga yung namin na-exert, bonding namin. Kaya ganun.
Ay, totoo yan para silang glue. Glue talaga. Ito, Nats. Okay. Nats, first time namin makita Edith in the Explain. Anong concept behind that?
Para yun sa hero ang kalaban kanina, yung mga lapo, tapos spread rin jungle nila. Kaya nag-edit ako kasi maganda edit sa composition nila.
How about your hair? Anong concept behind the haircut?
Reset kasi S10 bad season yun para sa amin eh.
So it's a symbolism, reset, and with the haircut.
Ah.
All right. Once again, congratulations to RSG Slate Philippines with another sweep. You may now take your bow and go ahead, take your walk. GG! There you go. Congratulations. RSG Slate Philippines with another sweep. Kitang-kita kung gaano sila ka-agresibo sa laban na to. Kaya dapat himayin natin ang ganap. Balikan na natin ang ating casters. Pasok!
RSG Slate Philippines looking good, confident, and happy with their sweep against TNC. Clearly, Eman he became a good speed breaker up against TNC's biyahe or journey through getting through the series.
It's another speed bump for Escalera and the rest of TNC. But again, a few more lessons, and they've employed some of them here in this series, right? The fact that they didn't switch out the roster and that they've stuck closer to the meta. Something tells me maybe a little bit more on the tempo and execution after the draft. That might be up next when it comes to, the checklist for TNC.
Well, a progress, no matter how big or small, is still progress. Now, let's throw it over to Wolf on how RSG dominate this game with a sweep.
So it's really started with a draft, and this is a counter draft. We're not saying that RSG really did outdraft TNC, but it's just like that RSG had a lot of advantages, and they used it against TNC so many times. Nats, if you were listening to that post-game interview, Nats mentioned something about that Edith in the Explain, how good it was against the overall composition of side TNC. Well, let's look at the Edith first, right? It provides tankiness, it can initiate with a combo, and it, of course, deals magic damage when you pop the ultimate. A lot of magic damage, in fact. And look at TNC. They only have the Lapu-Lapu as well as the Grok, the Lapu-Lapu, and the Fredrin. The thing with these heroes is that they are easy targets for nuke damage, which can come out from the Edith, as well as the fact that you will have to think about magic defense. Now, for the Lapu-Lapu, you typically go for the armor after your Bloodless Axe to counter your opposing marksman so that when you jump to the backlines, you will not be taken down by the enemy gold laner. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case because not only did he have to defend against this Melissa, he also had to defend himself against this Farsa and this Edith. And with just the Oracle, it will never be enough. Maybe if he had chosen something like an Athena Shield or maybe a Radiant Armor, this could be different, but unfortunately it wasn't the case. And it wasn't entirely just his fault. Cam had to think about both the Farsa and the Melissa, Farsa and the Edith, and then you also have to worry about the Melissa. So there's a lot of problems. The damage spread was the reason why RSG had a little bit of advantage in the composition. Let's look at the MVP of the game. That is going to be Emma. No boots needed at all. I think he had what? Demon Hunter Sword as his third item after the Corrosion Sight, and his second item, which probably was the Golden Staff before he sold, before he changed it into that Has Claws. Able to just output the damage in the early stages, and at 6 minutes he had 3 items, including the Demon Hunter Sword, which was a lot of damage already in the team fights. You can see it happening right here. H2, however, after losing only one of the Retribution battles, he eventually won every single thing. And look at this, TNC finding a good opening, just canceling out Light's ultimate with the Purify. H2, the sacrificial role, made sure that Saxer Jago will not be in range of the Retribution against the Lord. It was applying the pressure, really just embracing the position 2 for the jungler right now, as he knows that this will be Emon's game for sure with the Melissa, and indeed it was. Let's see again, H2 just securing that Lord once again with the rest of the gang just zoning him out. And by the way, in this Lord fight, Light was the reason why the Retri battle was entirely in the favor of H2 as well. He kicked the members away, the members of TNC away from the Lord so that they will have the bigger advantage. And up to this point, there was really nothing that TNC could have done. Eventually, RSG will try to push against TNC. When we're saying that there were a lot of members from TNC that will be respawning, and although they found the kick on Riku, the defense from TNC will reign supreme in the end. However, it wasn't just the battle. We will see Light once again to close this one out for RSG. That pickoff on to Ninja Killer. Followed up by Emma jumping with the ultimate after Escarero's jump. He pushed away all of the other members of TNC and winning the battle with the Has Claws that he picked up to get back all of the HP that he needed so that they can win the fight. Has been the reason why TNC lost that series 0-2, and RSG just getting something out of their bag of tricks. Edith from the X-Blade instead of the Benedetta that we are prescribing. Now we have to think a lot about the hero pool of RSG.
How this team grows is completely phenomenal. For me, it's going to be sensational for all of the teams to open or squeeze different kinds of heroes up if they're against this team.
Francis, there's 2 things I believe that was presented here. The fact that RSG not only grew in their hero pool, but as well their timing.
Yeah.
Game 2 alone, I'd say, was one off of the back of good pacing. They understood that, and I'm proud of how they've grown.
Yeah, speaking of how their mistakes went from yesterday to today, it's all about ironing. It's all about setting how would they want to defend the MSC title, man. It's all up for the stakes, and this could mean pressure for some of the teams who also want to represent it. Well, once again, my name is OSX. I'm with Leo and Wolf. We have been your casters for this afternoon, and we'll be back for the next game soon.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
When you're in moments that
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in Esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
It's the second series of the day here on MPL Philippines Season 11. Chef Rapidot's ability to cook up initiation and the constant heroics of Super Friends have taken the limelight away from ONIC's unsung hero, Nets. We saw Nets empower his squad to their first victory of their season against Smart Omega. Although we also were witnesses to how he was overpowered by the reigning MSC MVP of RSG. Now, he's bound to go up against the MVP of the recently concluded M4 World Championship. Now, here's what we're gonna figure out. Can Nets weather Bagyong Benny? Alamin na natin yan. Casters, pasok!
The pressure continues to rise with the Orca's strong momentum. Will the Hedgehogs back down against the world champs, or are they up for a showdown that they can give? Once again, we'll find out this afternoon on the match of ONIC versus Echo. Good evening, Philippines and the world. My name is OSX. I'm with Naisu and Renmar for this match. And yes, don't get confused. It's us, the Wee Bear Bros, at your service. Yeah, that's me. Welcome back on the desk, ladies and gentlemen. It's fired up. Echo and ONIC, first time today.
Yep. You're fired up. I love it. I know Renmar was just saying how fired up he is, and I'm joining you guys here because this is Saturdays are always great because you got the triple headers, right? And we had an amazing series. Yes, it was a sweep previously, but now we have ahead of us ONIC Philippines versus the defending world champions, Echo.
Yeah, and you weren't able to hear it, but behind the scenes, while we were leading up to this, the drums of the Echo drum line beating really crazy.
They're back, and now, for all of you watching at home, we're calling our Smart and TNT. So to enjoy the power of Smart, when you switch without changing your number via mobile number portability or MNP. So visit smart.ph/switch to Smart to know more. As Renmar said it, the drums are back, the crowd is back. From 5 Orca fans to how much? How many? I can't count.
Yeah.
I love that translation, by the way, because you always hear it. I feel like you just hear it so much in Filipino. How does it go?
Limang Echo fans.
Limang Echo fans.
Yeah.
And now look at them, right? They're world champions. They've won the hearts of many, and I feel like that's something that we've said even before, right? Even back in season? I feel like season 9 that was starting. So it's amazing to see where they've come from there.
Well, speaking of the heart, or the people who capture the hearts with the players, the matchup of the gold lane for Echo and ONIC, it's Benny Cutie up against Nets. I'm calling this the game of chicken. Now, to explain that, this is a battle where you get something out of it or not, because it's their first time. Up against the world champs, this is Benny Cutie.
Oh my goodness, Benny Cutie's evolution since joining Echo in MPL Philippines Season 9 to what was a runner-up finish in MPL-PH Season 10 to becoming the World Championship Game MVP in M4. Benny Cutie has just completely broken out of his shell and has solidified himself as potentially the best gold laner in the world today. And I I do not doubt that because he plays the gold lane in such a special way. He's become in what in football terms is called the false nine. You have the striker dropping deep. In MLBB terms, he's sort of like that because you see Benny Cutie waiting for the perfect moment to enter team fights, but he takes it to the next level. A lot of marksmen like that, but it's like Benny Cutie's the final say. Whether he's gonna think that, okay, no, that team fight doesn't look good, I'm gonna try to either go for a split or I'll make sure I stay alive so we have people to defend if either my team gets taken down. Ben Cutie's impact in the game, undeniable for Echo.
One of the things that really sticks out to me again, especially, during M4 when he's when it was asked, about being the best gold laner in the world, before they actually won, it was, he doesn't feel that way because he hasn't won anything just yet. But then look what happened in M4, and now, it's apparent when you watch him play just how darn good he is.
I love you enjoyed how you said that. You saw it first, right? Back in M4, we see how Benny performed. Now we're talking about the gold laners. That was from Echo. Now we're talking about ONIC Philippines Nets. Now the pressure's on him, but let's go to our courtside reporter Odin on what we have or what we can get from this match.
Hi everyone, magandang gabi. This is your very own Odin reporting courtside. At kumustahin muna natin si Nets ng ONIC. Hi Nets!
Opo.
Your game against Omega was a good run last week. Meanwhile, medyo nahirapan kayo against RSG. Paano kayo nag-prepare this coming week?
Nag-scrim lang po. Normal day lang sa amin yung mga practice namin. Tsaka ngayon, sobrang confident talaga kayo maglaro ngayon. Tsaka naayos na namin yung late game namin.
Medyo doon kayo nagka-problem nung nakaraang game, no? Yung late game. At iyon ang pinaghahandaan ngayon ng ONIC. How about, meron ba kayong lucky charm or buff sa inyong team?
Opo, si Panchi po.
Smile naman. Smile naman dyan. Paano mo nasabing siyang inyong swerte?
Swerte po yan kasi ano po ni Doggy yan eh. Yung anak ni Doggy, kaya swerte po siya sa amin.
Kakaiba swerte dala sa inyo, no?
Opo.
Kumusta naman yung team? Anong pakiramdam nyo na makakaharap nyo ngayon ng Echo? Wala pa silang talo ngayong season at sila ang world champions. Anong feeling mo ngayon?
Normal lang po. Parang sa mga naibang kalaban lang po namin na na normal, normal na laban lang. Tsaka
normal lang.
baka 2-0 namin sila ngayon.
Oy! Feeling ko, time na ata ng ONIC, no? Ano namang message mo sa inyong fans?
Salamat po sa mga sumusuporta sa amin. Bibigay po namin yung mga po namin ngayon, best. Ayun lang po.
Maraming salamat, Nets. I wish you all the best sa inyong game na ito laban sa Echo. Maraming salamat. Balik muna sa inyo, casters.
Thank you so much, Odin. I'm feeling it right through Net's eyes. He's calm, he's collected, he's confident. It's his normal day.
Yeah.
Just a day in Nets' day, right? In
Yeah.
our Philippines.
That was like the common theme for that interview.
know, right?
It's a normal day. What do you guys do after the loss to RSG? Just
Normal
normal
day.
efforts, normal
Yeah.
day, normal practice. And honestly, that's fine. Like, you don't need to add any more unnecessary pressure onto yourself. Everyone knows who they're going up against. Everyone knows, like, it's Echo and the
Yeah.
run of form they're in, still undefeated, even in games this season. So I like the approach of Nets. It's a normal day.
I say his confidence works. Up against Echo, who is not that easy to beat,
Yeah.
especially the world champs. But going back to the thought here, we interviewed Nets. How's the pressure right now? They come in from a win, they came in from a loss. How are they going up against Echo, which on their first run, they had a struggle, okay? They had a loss.
I feel like in general, any team going against Echo, you're going to have some of that pressure. I feel like this is similar to any season you look at where you're going against a team that has that accolade of whether it be the world champions or you're the champions of the sea, whatever it is, or even the MPL Philippines champion, that pressure is going to be there. But that doesn't mean that these teams are, I feel like weakened by that. I feel like it forces them to rise to the occasion, and actually, you see it a lot of times. So I wouldn't count ONIC Philippines out here at all, despite the hot streak that Echo's on right now.
Yeah, and remember, this was the team that in their rookie season in MPL Philippines Season 10, even though it's not completely the same main five with Chef Rapidude, the MDL, and now Kekadute playing,
like, we still have to remember, this is the team that played really well for the first half of MPL Philippines Season 10, made it to the playoffs. They got swept by RSG in the first round, but it was still one of the more better debut seasons for a team in MPL-PH. So we know their potential, we know their abilities. Nets even has a fair share of individual highlights from last season.
Yeah.
Who can forget his Bruno split push play up against Blacklist International at one point in the season? And of course, Nets, I'm glad that we're showcasing him more now, because really, he was sort of under the shadow of Chef Rapido, of Super Friends, but now more eyes will be on him, and I'm sure he feels that. That's why for him, again, just a normal day.
Slowly, we are discovering the unsung heroes of each team. You mentioned the debut of ONIC Philippines. As I remember, they have conquered world champions. From week 1 to week 3, they never failed to show something new, something different. You've mentioned the split. It could actually happen up against Echo. So who's going to divide? Who's to conquer? Who's going to check their recall?
I think the biggest thing is both those teams can do the split. We've seen it actually happen, right? So it's something that obviously when you see these two teams play, yes, it might be a little bit different, ONIC Philippines specifically, but they have that strategy in their pocket. They could play it if they want to, but still, it's something that they have to be really mindful of as they approach with Echo.
Well, as they continue to look for better horizons for this match, not going to be easy. They need to know who to target. Who's the playmaker of Echo? Who decides when? Who decides who? They need to be all over the place, because speaking of macro and micro, ONIC has an edge over Echo as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So I think two teams are ready. Let's call in Echo and ONIC Philippines right on stage.
What time is it? It's party time!
The Yellow Hedgehogs have yet to prove their way to the top as they face the unbeatable world champions this match. Coming to the stage, it's ONIC Philippines. The reigning champions are in a hot streak as they show dominance in MPL Season 11. Coming from their clean record last week, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Echo! And their coaches, Coach Bluffsy and Coach Tic Tac. Is it time to silence the loud and proud?
Smiling, happy, and confident. This is ONIC Philippines. We have Nets and Suriyota, Super Friends, and Kekedut. Is this something new from this team that they could go up against Echo?
Well, when it comes to ONIC, you always have to think about their shuffle of Ryota and Dare, the two XP laners that they mainly play. They're going to be starting things off with Ryota, but don't count out the possibility of Dare maybe coming in mid-series. There was a lot of discussion earlier about BenQt and Nets and their matchup, very crucial, but I'm also going to be looking at the matchup here between Super Prince and Sanji, two mid laners who made a name for themselves in MPL Philippines Season 10, and of course Sanji during the M4 World Championship of being aggressive. These are two mid laners who love to play Eves, love to play Farsas, but they're not afraid to use the flicker forwards along with their abilities to secure that kill.
I am seeing similarities from ONIC and Echo. That could came from Sanford and Sanji, but now we're looking at the M4 winning lineup. BenQt, Carl TC, Sanford, Yawi, and Sanji.
And I like that you pointed it out, Renmar, because, yeah, a lot of people had a lot to say about Sanji's performance just overall, how much of a terror he can be in that mid lane. And so when you're matching up against that, OSX brought it up, do you have any of those shakes or nervousness going against this lineup of Echo? And I feel like now individually on that level, anyone facing against Sanji specifically is someone to really count on for your team, and just it's an obstacle alone. But when you put all this together, that is why Echo is so strong, because every single lane, it's just the box is checked. It's so hard to deal with, right? Yeah. But that's not to say, again, ONIC Philippines definitely has what it takes to give it to Echo here.
Yes.
Yeah, for ONIC here, I mean, we've talked about Super Prince's action here, and we really have to look at how he's going to be rotating in the map, because the tendency for Echo, especially for Sanji early on, is to actually help San in the mid lane.
Now the pressure is on. What would be the keys to victory for these two teams to win this match?
It is going to be a hot matchup between ONIC and Echo. Ngayon, para manalo sila, ito ang kanilang kailangan gawin. Hatid sa atin ng Infinix ang keys to victory ng dalawang team na to. For ONIC, kailangan nilang tignan ang kanilang minimap. Napaka-basic at fundamental nitong factor na to. You cannot let the storm brew inside your base. You have to watch your minimap. Check nyo yung mga minion waves nyo and make sure na naka-push out lahat when you're taking objectives. Kasi hindi mo maaakala na kahit hindi si Benny, kahit si Sanford, pwede mag-split push at tapusin yung laro nyo rekta sa base. Now, if you're Echo, kailangan naman i-maintain yung volume. Hindi masyadong louder. Bakit? Kailangan medyo kalkulado sila dito pagdating sa paggawa ng plays ng against ONIC, kasi hindi pwedeng sobrang risky naman yung ginagawa nila. Although high risk, high reward, pero ito na yung namaste kasi ng Echo. Medyo kontrolado na sila, objective-based na yung laro nila. Kaya nga natin tinatawag na ecosystem, may sistema na yung pagiging aggressive nila. And that has to convert into objectives. You cannot underestimate the power of ONIC, lalo na nabanggit ni Nets kanina, ayos na ang kanilang endgame or late game. Now, for both sides, again, nabanggit natin to, nagiging popular na yung trend na talaga nasa gold lane, ang buhat factor. Kaya importante talaga ang matchup between Nets and BenQt. It is the patience of BenQt versus the aggression na pwedeng ahead ni Nets kasama ang Hedgehogs on the side of ONIC. Ito yung kailangan nila tignan for both teams. Yan ang kanilang keys to victory. Again, hatid sa atin ng Infinix. Now, Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Midnight de Guzman, for those keys to victory. Now, something in common for these two teams to carry their game out, it's the gold lane. Go for the gold lane.
I feel like that's everybody. At this point, I can say that the gold lane obviously is something that most teams have to keep an eye out for, because if it gets out of control, that is the winning condition for a lot of the teams as the game goes on.
Yeah, let's revisit the performances of the two gold laners. Again, the matchup. It's BenQt versus Nets. BenQt, 2 MVP games last week. One of the Brody, one of the Harith against Blacklist International and Bren Esports respectively. Nets also was able to net himself an MVP game against Omega Game 1. He used the Brody there as well.
Yeah, they were the first team to have the tiebreaker series of MPL Season 11. Now for Echo, I'm seeing similar bans here. Something to not disrupt team fights. It's open in something, but for ONIC, now respecting also the goal as well as the Cho of Yawi.
I like the bans here for Echo. They're following a similar pattern that they go for, especially when they go up against Blacklist International. But yeah, you really have to watch out for those two picks for ONIC. Good ban on the Kaja as well. It based on the playstyle of Kekadut, it really does seem like something that he'll be able to pull out, a Kaja and the Roam. So these are all roamer-focused bans, except for that of that Faramis that can go into the hands of Super Friends. Actually, even the Diggy as well. They've shown that Super Friends sometimes picks that up as a unique mid-lane pick. But of course, the Fredrin was open for Echo. They'll pick it up right away. Next two picks for ONIC, they might pick up a Valentina. Maybe even show their marksman as early as now. But let's see.
Maybe even just take the Eve. You know, like if you want to go ahead and take this in this first pick portion for ONIC Philippines, you could do that because then you can test it, right? You also take it away from Sanji here, get in the hands of Super Friends, and that already sets you up in a good position if you're ONIC Philippines. But like you guys said, there's a lot on the table here.
Yeah, I'm looking at Lapu-Lapu maybe also.
Yeah.
There it is.
No surprise here. Renmar called it, Valentina and Lapu-Lapu. In the series of ONIC Philippines, it's always for Super Prince, the prio pick. Now they're responding with the Kadita. Probably could be a Rome Kadita. Depends.
Yeah, that is a potential. Tendency is, though, is for Sanji to pick it up. Let's see if they'll pick up their golden. Nope, it's going to be a Yu Zhong. Seeing him getting picked up more often now. 50% win rate so far. But I think Echo are also going to be utilizing the Yu Zhong and the Kadita as sort of like their counter punishers, because the tendency for Yu Zhong is to really enter the team fights late into it, and then of course Kadita, we know how annoying her Ocean Oddity is with being able to just interrupt opponents in team fights.
Not to mention evade the possible jumps of the ultimate could come from Lapu-Lapu or even from Akai. So now this sets up for the second banning phase. They've taken the Joy from Echo. So what could be open here? They could limit the possibility of the choices of Benny Cutie.
Yeah.
Is this wise to go if you were ONIC?
Yeah, definitely is. They're going to be the first pick, red side, coming into the second phase of the drafting. So yeah, take out as many marksmen as much as possible. Leave the ones good for your team, and leave the ones that you'd rather see in the hands of Benny.
Oh, that could mean business. But now Atlas still respecting. So
interesting. That's an interesting ban, right? It's not something we were expecting, I feel like, because you know, even Renmar, I was pretty much aligned with you. Ban out the marksman, those options there, but they decided to take out the Atlas. So that pretty much says that they're just kind of respecting that just in case. Again, this isn't that Kadita roam. It is going to go in the hands here of Sanji. He plays it in the mid lane, and then you're trying to not give all those options for Yaoi as well, but still, we've seen him actually pull out some surprises.
Yeah. Speaking of surprises, I am not sure if Coach Bluffsy is brewing something different. Is he expecting this Kadita to go someplace else? Because Echo just banned out the Claude, because clearly ONIC has not yet shown their marksman.
Yeah. Now that there are more marksmen available on the floor, I think they might actually save their marksman pick for last and just pick whatever's the next possible, the best possible option left against whatever Echo picks up. So they're still taking away roamers. It sort of feels like ONIC's trying to funnel Echo into picking specific things. So for Echo, okay, we rarely see the Kadita paired up with the Valier, but I could see it working. If it's not going to be the Valier, what if Echo might actually bring out a Jawhead later on? Something that can have some really strong bursts besides the Kadita. Alongside the Kadita, I mean. And if not that, Franco's still open.
Well, yeah. And that could be an answer for Echo. I'm thinking of something weird and wild. I don't know if they're going to go back to
Weird and Wild?
Yeah.
I love Weird and Wild.
What's Weird and Wild for you?
Johnson Kadita, how they did it back in Season 9.
Hey, yo, that is Weird and Wild. And I'm all for it.
Yeah.
No! What the hell? We're not going back. There was a time when everybody was like, no more Kadita Johnson, please. But now we're not going to be begging for it to come back here. As much as OSX wants it to be Weird and Wild, we don't want it.
Okay.
I like the picking right now of ONIC. They pick up the Ruby. It turns off the idea of the Jawhead just a little bit. And most importantly, turns off the idea potentially of picking up Gushan in the mid lane and making the Kadita go roam. So these are all potential options that Echo could go for. But with the picks right now, especially the Ruby and the Akai, Echo will have to play their cards right here, because the draft of ONIC, very solid. And whatever this will be is handmade and tailored for their gold lane pick.
Well, seems like Coach Lyric here is up and ready for a showdown up against the world champs. Benny Cutie didn't mind Eddie Carey. I'll take the Melissa.
Melissa has been, I feel like this is starting to be a trend now, where we see a lot more.
Oh.
Okay, I have a. we're going to see two.
Carl TZ?
We're going to see the. Oh, I'm happy to see the Julian because finally we're going to get to see some anime here in the land of Dawn.
Oh, that's two of the skins.
That's two of the skins.
Two of the JJK collab skins.
All we needed was the Xavier.
Yeah.
Well, Yeah, Valentina. I was expecting too much. But is this going to be on the hands of Carl TZ?
That's what I was wondering. What do you think, Renmar?
I think it's going to be a mid lane Julian with a roam Kadita for Yawi. And Carl TZ will still get the Fredrin in the jungle because they're probably going to be up against an Akai in the jungle, so you're going to need to match the tankiness. However, if they do decide to switch it up and let's say the Julian will go into the jungle, it might actually be okay because, of course, he has those avoid abilities that will help him. And, yep, that is handmade for this carry, this lineup of ONIC. A lot of space provided for the carry, but there's so much dive on the side of Echo that will ONIC have enough peel at the right time is their biggest question.
Yeah, this is one thing. Oh, there's no surprise that our smart talent predictions all leans to the Orcas and, well, Echo, as you hear the drums beat in our microphones. That is our smart power prediction. So watch out for the moment that it pops out because at some point in the game, a Paul will show up and you'll have until the timer until it runs out. So comment down your prediction with hashtag SmartPowersMPL-S11.
There's definitely more than 5 people behind us.
Yeah.
I know.
And the drums there too. Hey, for me, this is the first time, since this is my first week back, that I'm hearing these drums, and it was, I was actually talking to Manjean about this earlier, how amazing it is to have the drums now because it adds this whole dynamic, obviously, in this offline setup. So, and I'm sure it hypes up even the players and the fans watching.
Yeah, it hypes us up here in the desk. I mean, we can hear the drums, but most importantly, we can feel it. As we enter the land of Dawn, let's see just how well the tension in the air and the hype in the air will translate in game OSX.
Yeah, it hypes up even our road to M5 in the Philippines like we never left M4. The hype is real now. It's Echo versus ONIC meeting for the first time. Debut Heroes is up. Sanji is rocking the Julian for this game.
Yeah, Renmar, you pretty much pointed this out, right? Now, the thing that I really want to see is how good or how is the ability for Yawi to actually utilize the Kadita here, because we've actually seen it falter in as much as it's worked for teams, right? So that's going to be crucial here for Yawi. I'm sure he's able to pull it off, but still, ONIC Philippines can play around that because as long as they can protect who they need to on their lineup, they don't get bursted down, Nets should be able to unleash with this carry, especially mid to late game already.
Oh, look
in
at
the
that.
mid lane. Sanji taking some poke here.
Yeah, I like that Nets actually picked up the Purify as his battle spell. He does need that, but it will put more pressure on the hands of Kekadut and Sensui with being able to provide the peel for Nets to give him the space when Echo decides to dive their gold laner. For Echo, though, it's good that they actually went for, again, having the Yuzhong and the Kadita together means you unlock the double Petrify combination, which is annoying to go up against, especially into the mid to the late game team fights.
Yeah, something tells me that they both they have to have that if they want to protect Benikudi. Benikudi is on the Inspire, while Kekadut, Ruby, is on a Flicker. So there's always chances for the surprise picks or surprise setups that they can actually dive and do. So Echo needs to have their eyes open for Benikudi to have a proper laning stage, but now seems like it's ONIC trying to give much space early game and for the first turtle of this match.
First turtle of the game going to be up for grabs here. Sanford with the Black Dragon form gets the knockup there. Sensui gets quite low. Still able to secure the first turtle of the game, though. They're still going at it in the pit. Carl TZ barely escaping this one. They're still unleashing. Everybody trapped in a bad position as Super Prince falls here. Multiple members of Echo less than half health.
It honestly looked like ONIC would be winning that team fight plus the turtle. Echo was able to get one back, and we saw it already. Doesn't need to wait until the mid-game. The double Petrify stopped ONIC from getting away without a scratch.
Well, speaking of not getting a scratch, for those of you at home watching this, don't wait onto mid-game. You have the QR code. Scan it, type it, redeem what you want to have. It's all eyes on Echo right now. Carl TZ missed that retribution.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a that was actually just a tough situation to be in for, I mean, everybody that even got trapped in that turtle pit there. But one thing also, as this game transitions, is you have to respect how much work needs to be done from Nets on this carry, especially with that range. But right now, they're going to be pressing the situation even more, trying to cut off Yaoi here, pushing them way behind enemy lines as Yaoi gets punished and goes down.
And that was a prime example of why Ruby is such a strong pick. One click of that second skill completely stopped Yaoi, but Carl-TZ forced the flicker out of Kekadut.
Great job to get that flicker out. They're still going to give it a go here. Sensui getting poked down quite low. Look at the damage. It's too much from Benny Cutie. They get a kill here top side. And just one step after another, Echo trying to build the lead here.
Slowly getting those kills right heading into the mid-game. Something tells me right now that Echo needs to up their game in terms of damage, because there's a lot of CC coming out from ONIC. You have the pull, you have the heavy spin. There's a lot of ways that Nets could have a good angle. But there's one thing that they need to worry about. This mid-game power spike of Echo could mean something, could be deadly if they cannot even evade that possibility.
Yeah, so far ONIC are doing a great job of respecting Yaoi's combo as the Kadita. They've sidestepped it a couple of times now that really made sure that Echo wouldn't find a very quick snowball. Kekadut here has the information. This will still be a good contest for both teams. You might actually see a full-on fight here with how many bodies there are around the turtle, but it seems like it's going to be 5v4. No, looks like we're going to go 5v5. They're dancing around the turtle like it's a lord.
They want this one right here. Sanford, the Black Dragon form, going to go right behind enemy lines. The damage is there. Super Prince tries to flicker out. He's quite low himself. Escapes with the Black Dragon form. Nobody goes down. Turtle's still going to be up. Oh, hold that thought. Ryota getting punished here. Falls himself, and now a turtle for the taking.
Great team fight by both teams. You saw ONIC couldn't respond to Ryota's dive into the back line, almost single-handedly taking out Sanji, but Echo sticking to their guns and stopping the members of ONIC to go for the response into the team fight. They ended up going away with a turtle.
Sticking their guns and sticking to the solutions. Echo has eyes on who is going to let out one ultimate from ONIC, knowing how heavy their CC skills are, but looking at the items, they would need defense from Echo. They would need to build that armor. Being in the front line, they would really need to protect that carry, because what they're waiting for is time for this carry to finally have a snowball. But so far, Echo is looking towards a beautiful sight by not making that happen. Now XP lane, it's being 8x2. You have Yuzong, you have Sanford, also has Yaoi, by not letting Ryota loose.
Oh man, ONIC here. They cannot let this game go too much into the favor of Echo, because if they're not careful, this is going to be one of the most punishing mid-game power spikes you're going to feel. You're up against a Melissa, mainly physical damage, then you're up against a Kadita and a Julian together. Man.
They're going to try to get the burst down here. It's 2 versus 1. Ryota not going to be able to live for that burst there. So that's the second death now. Having a little bit of a rough start here for Ryota in the XP lane.
Well, talking about how Sensui managed to steal that orange and get another orange. Talking about vitamin C for this Akai, but now Carl-TZ is going for additional ways to cope up with that stolen buffs. Now, this forces out Echo to peek and see on whose lane is will they aid.
Yeah, the vitamin C reference.
I was gonna say,
I've never heard that before.
Yeah, it's orange, man.
But it's perfect.
Yeah, right.
I get it. It's orange juice.
And there.
We had it earlier upstairs.
Yeah, we did.
With carrots.
Downstairs, though,
oh,
you see the tower of Ryota already gone, and I like that Echo actually respected what Ryota brings to the table, what a Lapu Lapu brings to the kit for ONIC, so they took him down as quickly as possible so that they have a slightly better advantage around the turtle fights.
Oh,
well, right now they get this tier 1 on the top side. Turtle still being worked on here. Right now, Echo with the advantage in positioning. Unless Sensui can do something about it, Sanford going to use the Black Dragon form. Rest of the team now joining this fight, but ultimately going to be secured by Carl-TZ here.
That was an easy turtle there for Echo. ONIC, though, still playing it very cautious. 2,000 gold lead, still hasn't gotten out of hand, and I liked how Kekadut actually rushed the Athena shield right away, because him staying alive in team fights with how relatively fast the cooldown is of the second skill, is going to be a good tool to have as long as possible for ONIC.
Yeah, he's the setup that ONIC Philippines can rely on. He needs a damage, or needs a defense rather, up against the items of Echo.
Yeah, speaking of defense, look, they're rushing all of the magic defense that they can get. You got the tough boots, you got radiant armor there onto the hands of Sensui, so good respect from ONIC. And now with that already locked in, they can start building the physical damage defense items for Sanford, Benny, and Carl.
Dude, kind of out of position here. Just going to get cut off and just deleted just that quick. Regardless of having, some of these defensive items, it's looking tough here. So now they're going to be working on this top tier 1 turret as Echo's trying to, again, build this gold lead they already have. Forcing a flicker out here from Super Fritz. There's a lockdown, though. Going to be able to find Sanford. He's punished here. Nice pickup there for ONIC Philippines.
Sensui with a good pin down right with the aid of the tower's destruction. Now Carl TZ will be might be trapped in one, but Echo's not stopping.
Oh wow.
Look at that CC there. Sensui.
Amazing.
Just getting deleted. Look at the damage from Benny Cutie, and this is why we see Melissa popping up more and more here throughout these early weeks of MPL Season 11.
Yeah, we've had 2 days in a row now of MVP Melissa games. My goodness, the amount of crowd control and follow-up damage Echo has in their kit. If ONIC are caught off guard first, it hurts.
No, you don't want that to happen. Well, if speaking of something that somebody has been busy, it's Nets was freely farming up top. So we can either say that slowly they're trying to get on with coping up those items for the damage that they need for Nets.
Yeah, as we get closer to the later portions of our game, the next big question now for ONIC is, will they be able to reach Benny QT in the team fights? Do they have enough dive to make it to Benny?
Well, another setup here in the mid lane. While that Lord is going to be up, there's the knock up there. No one ultimately going down just yet. Sensui, half health here. He's got to be careful. Look at that. Benny Cutie just forcing them away. And again, doesn't even need the Inspire, right? That's just kind of how deadly Melissa is right now. Sanford using the Black Dragon form to secure this first Lord of the game by Carl TZ. They get it done. Now they're going to press the situation in the purple buff. It's Kekadu that falls. Sensui going to be the next target. Sanji from the backside. Grabbing another kill. It's 2 down for ONIC Philippines.
Oh man, the reigning champions of the world still continuing their hot form. Their positioning, their timing, all of them across the board, near perfect. ONIC, they're doing everything they can to stop that. Here comes Yaoi.
Oh, Yaoi was looking for his own angle, not going to be able to find it, but lives to fight another day. Still, ONIC has to deal with the Lord bottom side, hold on to as many turrets in space as they can, because surely Echo is going to be pressing into the base here.
Now Sensui and Kekadut down few seconds ago. Echo now has eyes on how to balance this team fighting capability. You remove the CC, you remove the soaker of the damages. Now items here, is this enough for Echo to go up against Onyx defenses?
Oh yeah, definitely OSX. The massive lead that they have, closing in on 7,000. They can continue this good momentum. Let's see if Echo will commit anything here down bottom.
Well, so far the Black Dragon form did come out, but Lord going to be stopped here. ONIC Philippines should be able to just clear that fine. They still hold on to their inhibitor turrets. That's the best thing that can happen for them now.
Yeah, one of my biggest problems for the ONIC lineup is their lack of magic damage, but here comes the conceal play.
Conceal play come out. They're looking for Yaoi here. Not going to be able to commit it. Now Sanji looking for a cutoff. Oh, Kekadut has to flicker out to survive. Could have been a bad situation again, but they're going to give up more space and the resources here in the jungle.
Yeah, it's a good thing Kekadut actually used that flicker to get away. In that scenario, it would have been worse if he was caught off. 2 minutes without a flicker is the trade I'd rather take there.
Yeah, and just how scary Sanji could be. That elephant just rising throughout the anime tames it a lot, no, right?
Yeah.
I love this kid. Man, I have not got it yet, but now, by looking at the player's gold, I say Benny Cutie is really having a good time.
Here we go.
Oh, yeah, look at the damage, right? There you go. They're going to find a play here. They do get Carl Teasy looking to punish him. Kekadu quite low. Benny Cutie comes in like a storm. Grab another one. Ryota falls, chasing Nets down. Flicker comes out. It's Sanji with a double. 3 members down for ONIC Philippines.
Talking about counter punish, Echo.
Oh my goodness, they found Carl Teasy, but Echo found the rest of ONIC.
Jeez Louise, what a counterplay!
The ending is right now.
Echo looking to punch in game number one after another gonna fall.
Oh.
Super Prince can't do it. They're
One
all
minion.
down here. Benny Cutie with a mega, and like that, Echo takes game one.
Don't blink, says the Orcas. Echo manages to secure a counter punish, and by not wasting any second, heck, let's end the game.
Just like their exclusive sticker that recently returned to the in-game shop.
Sheesh! Sheesh! I wish the camera was on
Sheesh.
right now, because sheesh.
You get it? You got that?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
I hope they did.
What a game.
Talking about how quick they snap right away. I thought they were going back to the base for a reset, but no. Now is the time.
You know, I almost feel like it was almost like at a point where ONIC Philippines was like, okay, we are really far behind, and we need to make a miracle play happen and try to turn this table around. And that's kind of what they tried to do. Unfortunately, they only got Carl Teasy, and then it just fell from there.
Yeah, honestly, what ONIC did in that closing moment, that's the right call. Exactly how you put it. In those scenarios, you have to find that one play to try and turn things around. It's just incredibly unfortunate that at the same time, Echo was in prime position to go for a 4-man conceal play, to go for that wraparound. I don't think ONIC was expecting that.
Well, expect the unexpected. Echo just completely saw potential for an ultra late game nightmare or madness, but Carl Teasy being the utility jungler there, the offering was totally worth it. Echo sees a lot of potential, but now they have prevented it. Let's start over to our analysts on how and what happened to game number one with Echo.
Usually when you get to the analyst segments, you think, oh man, the analyst is going to say something incredibly profound, deep, to explain everything that happened in the game. Well, I can wrap it up in 2 words. Sheesh, counterplay. That was the story for Echo in this game. With the tools that they have with their hero lineup, a lot of counterplay possibilities. And most importantly, counterplay possibilities that combine burst magic damage along with heavy crowd control. The lack of magic damage on the side of ONIC is something that I was able to quickly mention in the middle of that game. All they had was the Valentina. The Valentina will help you cross, if ever the game was close enough, into the mid game, because the ONIC lineup is designed and built for that carry. But this is something more of a personal observation. Lineups that only have one source of major magic damage and highly built for only one main source of heavy physical damage will have an incredibly difficult time getting into the late game. ONIC did everything they could to keep nets close, and we saw that carry was able to hurt. But with the access into the back line, thanks to the Julian and the ability kit that he has, of course having the Yu Zhong as well, all of those divers, and yes, pun intended, the Kadita diving in as well, puts a lot of room and space for the Melissa of Benny QT to shine. We saw it if you watched the previous series earlier, RSG Slate versus TNC. A Melissa with a lot of space is deadly for an opposing team. Speaking of deadly, this mid lane Julian, this swerve pickup here by Echo, deadly performance by Sanji. We were talking about the Gushian earlier as an option. The picks of ONIC turned that idea off. But then Echo actually had another one in the bag, a Julian, a recently buffed Julian who, in MPL Philippines Season 10 near the end, going into M4 and the tournaments around that time, started to go down in pick rate. And of course we know with the latest major patch, his damage was buffed up. So Echo, great drafting and great idea. But on the side of ONIC, they do have great potential for counterplay. We mentioned the Akai, we mentioned Kekadut. Early on, the engagements of Yawi, his attempts to go for the combinations of Sakadita was actually countered really well by Sensui and Kekadut. A quick press of the second skill of the Ruby, a quick heavy spin of the Akai to push Yawi back and punish him. Those were great responses by ONIC. But their lack of major magic damage outside of the Valentina hurt them because Echo had that in spades. What ONIC lacked in their lineup, Echo had a lot of, and that's why in terms of the counterplay punishment, eventually Echo
just ran away with it. Let's quickly revisit our keys to victory. Watch your minimap, please. We didn't get to see the insane backdoor split push plays that Echo are known for, but, well, we saw the game closing play with that great conceal by Echo. So watch your minimap and, well, in the in-game map, in case someone's going to conceal from behind. Maintain the volume if louder for Echo. They definitely did that in spades. Gentlemen, Echo still in top form, still continuing their momentum from last week.
With no loss yet. But that was just complete turnaround of counter punish. But we've seen a bit of glimpse of ONIC. Net said, it's our normal day. We felt that. We felt that early game.
Yeah. Well, whether it's a normal day or not for Nets, I feel like, he's hoping that hopefully for the next game, he can have a better day here on this, whatever marksman he picks. Because honestly, I felt like that he didn't get to utilize the carry that he wanted to, and that was something, yes, if you get to go in vacation mode and have your day and farm up for the majority of the game, but you never get the actual opportunity to get in range because you're scrambling the whole time to run away from whatever it be, maybe Sanford, Sanji, Carl Teasy, anything.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's tough to handle.
Well, speaking of being tough to handle, you can't outmatch the game face of the day, brought to you by Smart. So now we're looking for the possible winner. Oh, is this the winner? Oh, a person full of emotions. But now, the mechanic is, once the camera is right in your face, put your game face on to win a redeemable code.
That was his game face, by the way.
Just imagine it playing, right? That's tiring, though.
That's the game face.
We
right
have
there.
the winner.
Look at that.
Ooh, flexing those guns.
Yeah, we have our game face of the day winner. Confident. I believe it's just his normal day, I guess. So
it's a normal day.
It's a normal day. So congratulations for that game face mode, brought to you by Smart. How do you do that if you're part of the audience right now?
Oh yeah, what's your game face night?
What's your game face night? We haven't seen it yet.
Whose?
You just got back.
Why? They asked me this yesterday.
Yeah.
I showed it yesterday.
Show it again.
Show it again. Why is your game face so hot? I mean,
with
intense.
no effort, Renmar.
Yeah. It's just a normal day, guys.
It's a normal day.
I have to position myself if I want to have a good game face.
Yeah.
Right?
That's a good one.
This guy, just not even trying, just doing like this. Man, effortless. How about you, Renmar?
I'm not even going to try.
Really?
No.
You're
some
sure?
Other time. Maybe some other time. I have a shy game face, so I'm not going to do it today.
Thank you so much, Smart, for giving us the opportunity to show our faces, to put our game faces on. But now, how has ONIC Philippines gained back their game face? Is there something in the draft that they need to change? Or is there something that you've mentioned early on that they could have a variant?
I don't know, man. Personally, if I'm ONIC right now, I feel like that was a wake-up call that this isn't a normal day.
Yeah.
You are up against Echo. Don't put unnecessary pressure on yourself, but I don't know, I felt like there was a lack of urgency on the side of ONIC at times. It was Echo setting the tempo. It seemed like ONIC were going for more of like a counter-punch playstyle, which there's nothing wrong with, but the ONIC I know, the ONIC we're familiar with, the ONIC that dominated the first half of MPL Philippines Season 10, were known for an aggressive playstyle. And yes, they're up against Echo. Treat it like a normal day. Play your signature aggressive playstyle to surprise Echo.
Well, with that being said, I believe Carry now is being out of the threat for this match.
You
don't wait.
Something happened.
Ultra late game, no.
People were talking about this previously, even before. Like, is Carry starting to, I guess, be dethroned a little bit here? Especially now we're seeing the rise of the Melissa pick.
Yeah.
Not only because it's got a great new skin, but also because you saw that without even the Inspire, man, Melissa's damage is just insane. And if they have the right CC to layer on it and she just gets to do what she wants to do, which is auto attack all day, it works out so well.
Yeah, you mentioned it, Renner, on your sound bites. How does it work now?
Well, one of the things that I've noticed is that usually when there is a hero that has been dominating for a long time. Of course, we know Carry was slightly adjusted. I wouldn't call it a major nerf what happened to Carry. It just meant that they delayed her scaling just by a little bit. But Carry's still deadly. But the thing is, teams have adjusted to the Carry playstyle incredibly well that now they're so used to going up against carries, they know the threat the Carry brings to the table, and they adjust to it in-game. All the teams so far that have gone up against a Carry in MPL Philippines, although there have been some great Carry games, have shown that.
Yeah.
That the Carry needs to work harder to get the game that she wants or he wants, whoever's using it. But, of course, with Melissa, even though we saw her in M4, we've been seeing her sporadically. We don't see her as often as we do the carry.
Yeah.
So now it's like teams are getting reintroduced again, like, oh, this is what a Melissa feels like. This is how much a Melissa hurts. And with so much importance right now with team fight timing.
Yeah.
Players such as Eman, players such as Benny Cutie, the Melissa is perfect for them because they really wait. Eman said it in his interview. Oh, I tell my teammates to go first. I don't show up until I know that I can go in.
Yeah.
Similar to how Benny Cutie plays. Perfect for Melissa users.
So that explains everything, that you have your own protection for yourself with her ultimate, and freely you can do whatever and flex that skin, and this is how you give importance to each and everybody's utility.
Yeah, the dome is strong basically, right? And I feel like that's why Melissa is so strong because, anytime I'm sure a lot of the gold lane or marksman players out there know how hard it is to always keep an eye on your positioning, right? Always to be positioning, maneuvering around whatever team fight's going on. When with Melissa, hey, you can just throw your dome up. It gives you an extra second or two of time to think and then reposition from there, or for your team to react and kind of help you in that situation. So I wouldn't be surprised as we get further into MPL Philippines Season 11 that we actually see Melissa being either, priority picked or even just banned out at this point.
Yeah. I also like, though, that teams aren't always rushing to get her.
Yeah.
Still respecting the possibility that there are picks out there that could give her a difficult time. I feel like it was also just a combination of ONIC not finding their time to cash off that Melissa, because most of the time they were just walking into other members of Echo. And even though Kekadut in that scenario, of course you'd use your ultimate right away. Even though his ultimate would be one of the best tools you can use to catch that Melissa.
Yeah.
Echo weren't giving him any options. The moment they saw Kekadut had no option but to use his ultimate because it looks like a perfect opportunity to use it then. Just that, again, this is what we talked about with Benny Cutie. His timing is world class, and the trust that he has in the members of Echo to win a team fight, to survive a team fight, so that he can decide if he's going to fight it or not, next level.
Well, now we have a lot of things into the table. Now pressure is with ONIC. How will they be able to bounce back against Echo now? So we were talking about earlier about metas, marksman picks. Could we see a Bruno though back with ONIC Philippines?
Honestly, I wouldn't count out Bruno.
Yeah.
It's still a solid choice, especially in the right hands here. But something I feel like ONIC Philippines specifically needs to do is just overall try to set the tempo. I know that might be, ask them to do a lot here against a team like Echo because typically they're the ones setting the tempo here. But again, ONIC Philippines has what they need to do that. They've done it before, especially against other teams. And, I could see them pulling it off. But with Echo, the problem with that is a lot of times Echo is usually a step ahead of the teams that they play right now in this form. I mean, it's a prime form of Echo.
Yeah, what I want to see here for ONIC is for them to consider picking up something like the Selena as their mid laner. Similar pattern so far of this draft. I want to see ONIC adjust their picks. They're not going to pick up the Valentina, pick up something like the Selena already. But then if they're going to pick up the Selena, they have to make sure they have a great amount of wave clear. Not the Selena is the pick. They go ahead and pick up the Farsa. Strong burst magic there. If I'm ONIC, I want to see them with another source of more magic damage. I'd want to see more magic damage coming here from ONIC. I like that they prioritize the Yuzong now.
But on the table, and looking at the draft, the Valentina is open for Echo. You've shown up the Farsa. You've got the Yuzong. Yeah, you need to have that combo. But what works here is you have the chance to have the same burst for Echo. So as how they play it, will they use it? Yes, they will.
Saw that coming.
Yep.
I mean, why not, right? Because, you can actually you have a couple already with those two picks from coming out from ONIC Philippines. You already have two great ultimates that you can utilize in, different scenarios. So not only that, but man, with Lapu going in the hands here of Sanford, we've seen what he can do on this hero, and it is pretty nasty.
Crazy mad in the world stage. Sanford back in the Lapu. Now, they showed up the Brody for a perfect picker for ONIC. Reptar?
Now they're not going to be waiting for their marksman. Now they're going to decidedly ban the Melissa, I hope, is something that ONIC is thinking about. A Melissa ban would be great for them, but then they also have to think about the Claude. However, even though Claude bans are usually seen, especially if they're paired up against a Farsa, I wouldn't consider banning. I just take away the Melissa at this point because so far all you have shown is that the Yu Zhong is your best tool for reaching the Melissa. But no, they're still going to be focusing on the Yaoi heroes here.
Yeah. Respecting the hero pool of the lover boy, Yaoi. Now, some open picks. Oh, he banned it himself. Okay, a different route here. So, they're squeezing out Yaoi's heroes, but seems like ONIC doesn't want that CC in. That's how they countered Echo's early game in game number 1.
I mean, closing in on a lot of these roaming options here. Still, I feel like in terms of ONIC Philippines, you can there's only so much you could focus on, right? So it's not so much on, I feel like, bans at this point. It's really coming down to the execution, that play style that you take into this game, too. Because no matter what Echo picks here for their last options, it's going to be the Kufra and the Melissa. They have multiple ways to win this game. So if you're ONIC Philippines, you've got to be able to, again, set the tempo yourself here. And because they're locking in the Ruby again, I'm a little worried about this, right? Because we saw how the previous game went. So you got to see some recalculation alone from Kekadut, right? Because he's going to be looking for those setups himself. This Karina pick, though, I was just going to ask you, what do you think about it, Renmar?
I was talking about it earlier. ONIC needs more options of magic damage. And yes, this is going to be a tank build Karina. But the magic damage that she can dish out, of course, the mechanics of her ultimate. I like the pickup. The Karina pick, I've said it before, that's the type of pick that you show up if you want to avoid or sort of temper a quicker scaling lineup that your opponent showed. Because of the execute, quote-unquote, ability that the Karina has, your counter-punishing abilities are higher. So it sort of gives your team a leveler. Wherein, okay, if we're losing the team fight, we're almost always sure that the Karina will at least be able to get 1 or 2 back for a good trade.
Looks like they want to have their clocks ahead on schedule. ONIC Philippines would really want to answer for a game number 3, but Yaoi Smile getting his hands back on the Kufra. How long that we haven't seen Yaoi back in this hero?
It's been I feel like, Yaoi has pulled out so many different heroes, especially in the roam position where he's just able to pull things off here.
Yeah, it's always about how they counter, but if Echo completely gets their hands onto this game too, they're not stopping. Completely Orca's momentum going strong.
Well, right now, I mean, given how the previous game went, any type of advantage that ONIC Philippines can get here is going to be important, right? So it could start in the jungle. It could start here early on already. Sensui able to get this Lethal Wander. So he's off to a good start, right? Again, micro decisions here will lead up into big things as the game progresses.
Well, speaking of progress, it's the gold lane here for ONIC that they want to aid. We have Kekadut. Also, same as Echo. Look at that, Kekadut here being trapped.
Okay, I was going to say, that would be not ideal if Kekadut goes down there. Like I said, I feel like this could be a redemption game for him, though, on this Ruby pick.
Yeah, but for ONIC, it's going to be a Super Friends game, most likely with the Farsa. So good thing he picked up Purify for himself. Although Sensu as well, his timing with his ultimate will be crucial. It's going to be Super Friends determining if ONIC will be able to get the early lead or even win this game.
Oh, top lane.
Top lane, Ryota. It's a 2 versus 1, though. Can he survive this? The damage comes out. The Appraisal's Wrath. Able to secure the first blood here for Echo.
And this is what we're talking about. Sanford, we saw it in the M4 World Championship. He loves going up against Yu Zhongs when he's a Lapu-Lapu.
Yeah.
He did it to R7, one of the all-time greats in our scene. And let's see if he'll continue that. So far, he is. 1 kill already. And look at the pressure onto
Look at Sanford. Sanford here, deep behind enemy territory, just causing havoc. Enough distraction, though, so it's a clean take on the first turtle of the game.
There were just 2 people from Echo. Carl Teasy, I'll take the turtle. Sanford, do your thing. See? That's how they managed to completely distract ONIC. Now, with their as you've mentioned, they have the current, they have the true damage. Now what's stopping them is how Echo is rotating and answering back.
It was a nice play attempt there from Kekadut, able to get that pull in, but still, Sanji, you know, having that flicker. They do get that down, so still that's at least a minor win here for ONIC Philippines. The next thing that they want to do is obviously get a kill here. Start snowballing, hopefully, like you mentioned, Renmar, Super Prince, get some kills on him here with the Farsa to scale really well, but right now the focus in the mid lane, poking back and forth again.
Yeah, the Ruby Farsa combo we have to watch. Oh, look at
Yawi!
Yawi!
Oh, the charge up comes in. Kekadut could be in trouble here. Sensui, though, now a part of the fight. The flicker comes out. They do find Carl Teasy, but Kekadut goes down as well. A 1-for-1 trade for now.
Oh, a little bit messy there for Echo. They were able to trade it, but at the end, that was ONIC who won the trade. They lost their roamer, but Echo lost their jungler.
Ooh. Saw about the balance of plus and minus, but ONIC, they would really want to secure the second objective. Now they're seeing threats here, how Echo would want to have. Speaking of, we have the assist god. He holds the most assists in NXPE franchise history.
Well, right now, Sanford going to be the focus. Top side. Will he be able to survive this? Gets the stun off. And he does it. 1 versus 2. Goes back to base to heal up. And yeah, I mean, at this point, ONIC Philippines, anywhere they can find a win, whether that's in resources, objectives, or kills, it's going to be crucial for them as the game gets to that mid part.
Yeah, that was a good call there by ONIC to pull that play, because now it gives a slight wave advantage to Ryota, meaning that he can position in the turtle first, and now Kekadut is there as well.
Yep.
Right now, ONIC has advantage around the second turtle of the game.
Yep, only 3 members here of Echo ready to contest.
Well, we'll see if they can actually pull this off. Ryota with the Black Dragon form. Turtle 1/4 health is taken by Sensui secured. Can they win the fight? Carl Teasy does fall. Still going to be going. It's 1 down for both sides, but Turtle secured for ONIC Philippines. And Nets finding a kill himself in the gold lane.
Great play there by Nets in the gold. We didn't see it happen, but sure we were able. That was actually a good use of the second skill coming in from the Brody to get the stun onto Yawi. He was trapped under that tower, and just a torn apart memory to finish him off. And this is what Echo needs to watch out for here. This Brody will be a little bit more difficult to catch because of that stun he has.
Yeah, talking about scaling. If you're a Brody, could get deadly. Now ONIC has eyes on to the bottom lane.
Oh,
wow.
Off-cam kill there.
Off-cam kill going in the hands of Sanford, so that's another play top side for them. A lot of focus here, bottom lane, but ultimately just going to go into getting that tier 1 turret down here for ONIC Philippines.
Yep, third turtle will determine who's going to be walking away with the lead here in this game. So far, ONIC have made the right play to help out Nets. It's a good advantage that they're in.
They get a pull here, mid-side, looking for Carl Teasy. Sensui able to grab it. Another win here for ONIC Philippines so far. Off to a good start. Tier 1, though, taken down by Sanford.
Kekadut and Super Prince on point with their combo right now. The Ruby and the Farsa together working wonders, and I like how they're not shy with flickering onto Carl, but here's Yawi!
Yawi with another set, looking to get Ryota down. Able to survive, though, with the flicker. Still holds on to the turret for now. The other members of ONIC Philippines making their way to the bottom side. They give the go signal. Ryota with the Black Dragon form, hunting for Benny Cutie. Yawi charging up. Looking to find Ryota. Super Prince looking for the kill. And Benny Cutie does fall along with Yawi. Able to pick up 2 there for ONIC Philippines top side. The battle commences here. Kekadut, though, can he get away from this? The Terrify is there. They got to be careful, and they back off. Turtle has now spawned. ONIC Philippines trying to get in position to take the third turtle of the game.
Oh, I love how ONIC are so calculated right now with their aggression. Quick to respond. If they can counterplay and counter-punish Echo, they're going to do it. And see the Karina and the Farsa on their lineup working wonders.
Oh, another pull comes in here. It's Sanji that gets punished. And also, Benny Cutie's not even here for this fight, so it's 3 members versus 5 of ONIC Philippines. Yawi gonna charge up. It's Carl Teasy securing the turtle. Do they back off of this one? Feathered Airstrike gonna come down, zoning them out here. But Echo knows that they won the objective. They back off.
Yeah, they're seeing the threat here. Echo sees and respects the burst damage that Super Prince has. Now they want to play it in the mid game. Now the problem is, it hurts like hell right now if you're Echo.
Oh my goodness! What? Kekadut somehow able to survive that. Now Nets with the torn apart memory. They're still on the chase here, but wow.
How?
ONIC Philippines.
That was a flicker blessed by the gods themselves. If I'm Kekadut, I'm looking up to the sky and saying, thank you, universe. That he was able to avoid that. I thought he was a goner for sure.
I know.
And it's a good thing that he was able to get away because now, after that third turtle, ONIC, the little lead that they had, it's much more level now because Benny Cutie was also able to push down bottom. So despite the efforts that ONIC has shown, them not winning that last turtle, if I'm ONIC right now, I'm slightly disappointed, but I shouldn't let that get to me.
This is something that we need to talk about. It's the trade that you would want to happen, the ups and downs, and up until the end, you lack the damage, you lack the defense. Now Echo is building momentum. Echo is building up magic defense up against this Farsa. By looking at the items, are they slowly having it?
Yeah, they need a little bit more, but actually, in terms of the item scaling, Farsa a little bit on the slower side right now, still on the way to the second item. Carl in the mid lane, I think he's going to be a little bit more cautious with how he engages because of Kekadut and how fast he's responding to Carl's entries. ONIC now, though, again, they're in a good position to counter, having that Korean around, that Farsa together, working wonders, and so far, Nets untouched. Ben Cutie's the only one with the death so far compared to these two marksmen. And now, earlier my question for ONIC was, can they reach Benny? Now my question for Echo is, can they reach Nets?
Oh, there's a lot of things to grasp for. If you're Echo, if you're ONIC, there's a lot that they can do.
The mid!
Mid lane, though. There's some action there.
Sui.
Whoa! That's a bad time for your jungler to go down here for ONIC Philippines. So what a play already from Echo. They're going to be looking to capitalize on it some more.
Oh.
They can't get the stun they're looking for. Feathered Airstrike comes down, though. They're going to have to back off. They do have the numbers advantage. So it looks like Echo's going to give this Lord a go. Still hunting for more. They get the flicker from Sanji mid-side, though. Benny Cutie able to dodge that and stay alive. And that's going to be the first Lord already going to the hands of Echo.
Oh, the disengage from Echo gave so much avenue for them not to be bursted down.
I really thought Benny Cutie was a goner there for sure.
I know.
If earlier I thought it was Kekadut, now it was Benny able to just somehow get away from that with a perfectly timed dash, perfectly timed go away ultimate.
Go away.
Shut down, go away ultimate. Yeah, go away.
Get out of here.
He told Kekadut, get out of here.
Get
Kekadut.
lost.
And that was a beautiful attempt by Kekadut. Here comes Yaoi.
Oh. He's done that a couple times now where he's like, you're expecting him to, let it go, but he's like, you know what, never mind.
Yeah.
No,
Not right now.
Not right
he's
now.
playing mind tricks, but the player gold right now is with the Storm, Benny Cutie. Not too far from Nets, though.
Yeah.
He needs to respect the possibility of a late game comeback.
Again,
if they can.
Again, Nets and Super Friends here, they're positioning themselves really well for counter engages. And we've seen in the past, Echo sometimes they get caught off guard, getting a little bit too eager with wanting to win team fights and wanting to end the game. You can't do that to ONIC. You have to respect their turnaround possibility with a Brody and Farsa together.
Well, this is, ONIC Philippines, given this lead that Echo has and everything else, they're in a good position to actually win skirmishes, win team fights. We saw that from the charts, right? Even the damage there. Nets, I feel like this is more of a normal day for Nets, right? He's in a good position. If he can continue to stay alive.
It's his day.
It's his day, right? This is his game. So combining him with Super Friends' damage and zoning potential in this Farsa, they have all the pieces they need to actually win this game. The question is, do they get set up out of the blue from Echo? That's the scary thing when you have Yaoi on this Kufra across from them.
So Echo might lay traps and lure them in, right? Because the only thing they can rely to is the ultimate of Kekadut.
Kekadut, though, able to find Yaoi here. They don't get the immortality, though. Whoa. So they expended a lot, plus the Dragon form for Oyota. So they give up that tier 2. And right now, Echo, knowing the disciplined route, they're just going to back off, happy with that turret.
Yeah, a great attempt there by ONIC, but an even better response there by Echo. Not having, or the immortality of Yaoi not getting popped or expended is going to be big for Echo for this next Lord fight. ONIC, you see them, though, still trying to contest. Very calculated with where they show up in the map, trying to get a little bit more space where they need to, especially with a purple buff coming up. Let's see if Echo are going to go anywhere near that to contest it.
Speaking of getting near to Kekadut right now, the ultimate plus the flicker combo is really, really crucial. If he misses that, there's no way. Oh my gosh, I was talking about missing something, but no, Echo, mine. I take that.
Walked up and took what was supposed to be Sensui's.
Oh.
Well, I mean, you know.
It's all about going home late.
If he's got the buff, he's got the buff, right? At this point, with this Lord coming up here, I still want to believe that Echo Philippines can actually fight this and come out on top, depending on how they overlap, first off, their CC potential, and then the burst that they have. But the problem is now they have to actually get through a lot more, I guess, even the immortalities, right? They have to get through that. So this is going to be an interesting Lord dance here. And right now, Echo obviously showing the map presence they have. Look at the bottom side, though, as well.
Great positioning right now.
They could be looking for a moment. And Echo Kakadu with a double. I'm offended. They do find Sanji, though. Now on the hunt for Yawi, who's going to be able to grab the Lord? It's Sensui coming this time with the Retribution as he pays back what they're still going to be going. Benny Cutie unleashing. Gonna get the double, looking for a triple. He's mad. Sensui! Triple kill for Benny Cutie.
Oh, as the drums thunder, the Storm King of Echo from out of nowhere. With what was a beautiful attempt there by ONIC. They secured the Lord. They got the kills. That was an ONIC win. But the Echo counter punish was thunderous.
Benny Cutie, you're a madman. With the immortality of Yawi, that fail-safe answer, well, Kakadu did a good job in initiating that stun. That catch, it was so perfect.
You know, that play that ONIC pulled off is something that Echo pulled off in their crucial victory against RRQ Hoshi in M4. That positioning in the shrubs where you go into the side, to the side of the map wherever the Lord will be, that's a play that Echo plays. And I really have to say, ONIC played that to near perfection, but Echo countered so well.
So they're still going to be going. The time is raised, comes out, looking for Kakadu. They can't get the kill just yet. Ryota with the Black Dragon form, though. So far, no one going down just yet. That turn to hit away, Kakadu comes in, a nice setup. They're looking for another play here, but still being unleashed on Sanford, gonna fall. It's 2 down for Echo, but Kakadu falls, and they're still going, but it's Echo on the run. ONIC Philippines looking to punish. They get another, and look at they get the wipeout here. A massive play for ONIC Philippines, and that's gonna win them the game, taking us to game 3.
They found their time. They have found their time. As the sands of time falling in the hourglass, hour strikes nigh for ONIC PH, delivering Echo their first game loss of the season with a beautiful surprise counter punish there by Kakadu on that Ruby. Wow!
This is a complete showdown. We're calling it a game of chicken in the start of the series, but my, oh my, what's going on with the heads or the minds of Coach Bluffstein, even Coach Lyric? ONIC Philippines manages with no sweat. Kakadu comes in, okay, another flicker and pull, just my normal day, and they go for it.
Well, I mean,
making a statement.
It was a spicy game for a while for ONIC Philippines, but luckily, with attempt after attempt, Kakadu finally found that game-winning, setup with I'm Offended there. He did it actually, maybe a minute before he did that one?
Yeah.
So, it was an amazing job for Kakadu here. Like I said at the beginning of the game, I was like, you know what? He's going to roll with this Ruby again. Maybe this is his redemption game. And it clearly was that. So, great performance there from Kakadu.
Yeah, consider him redeemed. But overall, a fantastic team performance by ONIC, meshing their abilities together, trusting that they'll find the turnaround, and they found it in the most crucial moment possible in the game.
Yeah, that's one thing, that if you want to go up against the world champs, you don't want that pressure, you don't want that thing to distract you with. But now that's just ONIC forcing everything to game number 3. Now what happened there, Renmar? Just tell us what happened, how ONIC bounced back.
Well, when you find yourself in a position you need to come back, sometimes the answer is very simple. Just treat it like a normal day and play defensively, go for that counter punch, and that's exactly what ONIC put to the table here. They adjusted their lineup, they put in the Farsa into the hands of Super Friends, and of course the crucial pickup there onto the Karina. Again, tank build Karina is still something I have to watch out for in terms of how much damage she can deal with her execute style ultimate. How many times have we said that throughout this game? And of course, Nets coming in big here, 3-0-5 untouched this time around. and the counterplay initiation of ONIC was much more stronger. Earlier, they had the crowd control to do it up against Yaoi's Kadita, yes. But now, this time around, they have the damage to back it up even more with the Farsa together. And the zoning that the Farsa provides means that Melissa, specifically Benny Cutie, needs to watch his positioning. And if you notice in that last team fight, how well Ryota was able to zone out Melissa and keep him from dealing the damage to the members of ONIC that dived forward. Ryota said, I'm going to tank this for now, get the job done in our back line as you're finishing off Yaoi and the other members of Echo. Although for Echo, it was much more still their game this time around. Of course, we saw them get that lead eventually. The constantly looming threat of the Ruby and Farsa together is something that they needed to watch out for, and which they were. They were watching their positioning and still normal Echo timings, waiting for those abilities to go out. But when they're caught off guard, when it's ONIC setting up the surprise, then, well, it's going to be harder for Echo to respond if ONIC, and especially their backline diver Ryota, finds Benny Cutie, which they did. ONIC PH, man, what a response. Just when you thought they were behind Farsa, Super Friends, MVP, we said it earlier, who's going to be determining the victor of this game? We're going to find out, but it's most likely going to be Super Friends. His performance on this Farsa, the timing of his abilities, to be able to maximize the feathered airstrike and maximize the crowd control and answer the combination setups that Kekadut will posit to his team. MVP of the game, Super Friends. And as we look through the highlights, of course, we're very familiar with how well Echo first pressured Ryota in the XP lane, minimizing his presence as long as possible. Then at the same time, playing around the mid lane really well with their aggression. ONIC were taking it to Echo and were contesting objectives. They were even able to win the second turtle of the game. But Echo would be able to find that lead with them eventually getting the first Lord of the game. But ONIC, they still stuck to their guns and they still knew the strength of their lineup. Having a Farsa who was not taken out and was able to build items, although it took some time. Once Farsa and Super Friends finally got to that scenario, they still were very brave with their plays, such as this one when they decided to steal that Lord away from the hands of Echo. But Echo countered and responded really well. So they're continuing the theme of counter-engage and response, who is going to win it. And in this game-winning play, Kekadut, that flicker pull-in, but a great response from the other members of ONIC as well, ensured that the efforts of Kekadut would not go to waste. What a performance here by ONIC as a team. Knowing that, yes, game one was really not their game. They struggled. But you can clearly see, even just from the draft alone, they already knew the adjustments that they needed to make, and they made it. They picked up the Karina, second option magic damage dealer, something that is more bursty. Pair that up with the Farsa, and gentlemen, ONIC found their timing perfectly at just the right time. Especially at the time where, at that point of the game, if it was a wipeout, you saw it.
Yeah.
It's just a straight shot through the base.
Well, looking at my stats right now on how to easily get a grip onto that match, it was just a minute or a window of opportunity that ONIC saw.
Yeah.
That mistake, that surprise jump. And man, I just want to say that since season, 8 to 9, ONIC is just the only team who keeps on going up against world champs, and they're not afraid, and they get this window to get a score.
Yeah.
Well, they needed it, right?
Yeah.
And at the same time, the way you can look at this is, yes, we're still in the series. I'm sure it would be great for ONIC Philippines to get this win of the series. It gives them a huge boost of morale as well. But still, being able to take this game 2, against a team like Echo, the defending world champions, that's already a statement in itself. And you should, if you're an ONIC Philippines fan or the players out there, they should feel great about it. Now, still, you got to win this series. You could technically, like you mentioned, Renmar in the draft, go with a similar idea. But still, when we were talking about the draft from previous game, I was like, honestly, at that point, it doesn't matter what they're banning out against Echo, because for ONIC Philippines to beat them, it has to come down to the execution factor. And that's exactly what happened, especially in those last moments where Kekadut after one time he did it another time, and that gave them that game winning. Also, if you notice from the highlights there, Benny Cutie was trying to fight off, pretty much everyone. He was super low, but then Nets swooped in. He had that communication. He was able to get Benny Cutie out of here because Benny Cutie, if he somehow regenerated some of that health, got members down, that could have actually been a winning, or I don't know if it would have been game winning, but it would have been a winning moment there for Echo in that team fight anyway. So still, those decisions are really what ONIC Philippines can just do for the game number 3, and hopefully for them and their fans out there win the series.
Yeah. For Echo, I really thought, though, that potentially they would have picked up the Julian again, because eventually the first 2 picks of ONIC here is what helped them secure and seal that win. Of course, their first 2 picks on the red side were the Farsa and Yuzhong. And we saw how eventually, of course, when Superfins getting MVP and the play that Naisu mentioned, where Ryota diving in and really stopping Benny Cutie from being highly effective in that last team fight came in big. But the moment I saw that Farsa and Yuzhong, I really thought that Echo would pick up the Julian again because, yes, I understand why they picked up the Valentina. Of course, Valentina is almost always in the first 3 picks on either side because it turns off your opposing team from picking up those big set-up ultimate-based heroes because the Valentina can steal it. And of course, most importantly, you're going up against a Farsa. You'd want to be able to match that artillery.
Yeah.
However, I feel like in that scenario, it still would have been great if they had more dive and they picked up the Julian. Again, the story was, this time around, Echo didn't have that second main magic damage option. That's what I mentioned in the first series draft. ONIC didn't have that. They fixed that in game number 2. Boom, they got the win. Echo only had the Valentina, just like ONIC in game number 1, as their main damage option in terms of magic. And look what happened. I'm not saying that's the only reason. Of course, again, it was still the play coming in from ONIC. But having that as a possibility, it's so great for teams because of the burst magic damage. That quick depletion of your health bar will make teams think twice about actually continuing to dive in and continue that fight.
Man, I'm loving this Farsa first pick, no?
Yeah.
Although that Melissa has the ultimate to secure her own bubble for defense, it depletes everything. Resources, pushes everybody to use the flickers, evade whatever.
Yeah.
But being in that AoE burst, the space, is too much, and to buy some time, you need that extra defense. And we never had the ultra late game time for Echo to have that armor, right? To soak it up. And so far, that gave time for ONIC, which they have, and they're pushing it to game number 3. So I'm expecting something's going to be banned out, something's going to be respected here. So being in the tables of the draft, I'm seeing some meta picks that might show up for Echo. What do you have in mind?
I thought you were going to start or reciting like some of them because you said you're starting to see them.
Yeah.
So I was thinking like,
we're waiting for your insights.
Oh yeah, first, yeah, you're correct. We might have, or we might see something, new from Echo, or they might actually steal the Brody again, or maybe the carry. I don't know. Possibly for Benny Cutie.
I like the idea. What you're going for is that
possibly
maybe one of the things that teams really have to prioritize here is getting their marksman in the first phase. And then for the second phase, you just ban out like whatever is best for the other and then take away the ones that would really mess up your marksman. Prioritize the marksman in the first phase. I like that idea, honestly.
Yeah. Well, speculating on what could happen, it opens different avenues for Echo to bounce back because it's their normal day.
Yeah, well,
for ONIC, it's by not breaking a sweat. So
now it is,
Yeah, now it is. Now Nets can say it again. So you're like, guys, I told you it's a normal day.
If they win the series, if they win the series, I hope there's an I'm sure there will be an interview with Nets there, and then hopefully Mark can ask. So is it just a normal day here? But still, they've got to get through game 3 ahead of them.
I just love the confidence, not breaking a sweat, no intimidation or whatso. Respect all and fear none. Mindset of ONIC Philippines now. First pick is going with
still Echo.
Yeah. So on the blue side there.
Oof.
You know what? They're just like, we love the blue side. Let's just take it. And if maybe they take Fredrin again.
Yeah. Maybe. I mean, it makes sense. It's Fredrin's still like one of the best, if not the best jungle option right now. So why not? But again, if I'm Echo, I change my priorities around.
Can I have an analyst moment here?
Sure, go for it, man.
Analyst moment.
All right, it's your stage, nice.
All right, they ban out the Diggy. They're planning to go double Petrify.
Ah.
And I'm going to say they're going double Petrify, Yuzhong, Kadita.
Okay. I like it. It's a
Or
good idea.
something. At least let me have a little, maybe just, I'll say double Petrify with the Diggy ban.
Okay. Still the similar bans here, though, for Echo. Let's see if that's going to happen. I want to see Echo consider bringing out their combo of the Eve or Lilia with a Valir Roam.
Oh.
If they're still going to first pick the Fredrin, which they will be.
The guy's been
I'd want to
100%.
see them pick up Eve in their next two picks, and then their Marksman.
They need a burst magic damage here if you're Echo, what lacked from game number 2. So,
good steal.
right call, Eve.
Okay, they took the Eve
So,
away.
Eve and Yuzong.
Good response.
There goes my...
There goes both of our suggestions.
There goes my...
Yeah.
Well, okay. You got to look at it this way, right? ONIC Philippines, I'm glad that they did take the Eve away because this definitely could have been an Eve game for Sanji. So they go ahead and secure themselves that. But across the board, we're going back to what we called Squid Game before. It's now Farsa and Eve here. So, and also they're going to pair it up with the Lapu Lapu. So this is happening quite fast, right? Obviously, both teams know what they want to roll with for this game number 3. And this is interesting that they do take in the Natalia pick.
So in terms of changing their priorities around, this time it's ONIC doing that. They pick up the Natalia of Kekadut, which was out in the open. It's going to be a little bit harder now for Echo to set the tempo because they're going to have to worry about the Natalia looming around and just surprising them in the shrubs.
Yeah.
They have to be careful with that and respond to that well. So once again, we're going to go into the second phase where will ONIC continue to take away the roam options for Yaoi yet again? That is the big question here.
ONIC Philippines is playing mind games right now against the Orcas. They've taken out the Matilda. Now, okay, well, we're looking for different scenarios here for ONIC Philippines. Oh!
I like it.
This Lunox ban is really efficient for Echo.
Oh, they really thought that. Oh! Wait, no. I wonder if Echo's thinking that ONIC might go for a magic damage dealer now for their gold laner. Not necessarily physical. But the thing is, they can afford to go with something more slower scaling, more basic attack base, not necessarily burst. Because they already have the Natalia on their side, so they don't have to worry so much about missing out on damage.
Yeah, but if I were Echo, I would need something to freely roam to defend myself early game because this plays a lot of things in my head if you're Natalia. And if we're going back to how Echo plays the macro game, it's big. Well, the Harith ban.
Good ban.
Okay, Echo sees threat now. So what's left for ONIC Philippines?
There's still a lot of marksmen in the board. Carry's still there. Brody's still there. Hell, they might even consider Nathan if they really want that source of magic damage. But it seems like Echo are actually foreseeing that.
Yeah.
And if ever ONIC pick up on Nathan, Echo might be ready for it.
How ready is the Hedgehogs right now? If they're ONIC, yep, on a normal day, I am thinking about something here. So will they pick up the marksman early on?
Just get the Brody on.
Yeah.
Now.
I'll say just take the Brody.
Yeah.
You know, it's open here. It was a pretty good game that Nets had previously in game 2. So could lock it in. There it is, right?
Okay.
Secure them the Brody pick here. It also just allows them to play a little bit safer. But this is a big crucial pickup as well. Atlas here going to be secured for Yaoi.
100% win rate in the hands of Yaoi. You can't go wrong with that. Now for the gold lane for Benny Cutie, Carry is open, as you guys mentioned. Carry, Bruno, or even... I'm thinking of something different, but I don't want to go... Maybe they could pick Melissa again.
Melissa, maybe even the Claude.
Oh, yeah.
There's so many things to worry about, though, if you're Benny Cutie. I would not consider an Irithel. So the ones that we've mentioned, Carry, the Claude, might be the pickup here. Okay, they ended up going for the Carry instead.
Open for Benny Cutie. Why not take it? So this is Echo's lineup. Is it enough though for ONIC? ONIC Philippines early game.
They need a tanky jungler here. I wonder if they're thinking about the Barretts maybe, or nope, still the Karina. Okay,
same thing.
That's a lot of damage still on the side of ONIC. This is more of the tempo we know with ONIC that we mentioned earlier. This could go incredibly bad for Echo if they're not careful, because this ONIC lineup has that snowball potential or that sudden turnaround special in the mid game again.
That's the turn. Now look at that, Coach Lyric. Oh, he's here.
Oh,
I thought he. Oh.
Yeah.
You thought he was elsewhere.
Yeah.
When is he flying to Malaysia?
I really thought he was somewhere else.
Yeah, Team Hawk's newest acquisition, Hito, the one CEO of Omega, now one of the newest members of Team Hawk in Malaysia.
Yeah, good times back in season 10. Good times for Hito. Yeah.
We're gonna miss his the CEO robe.
Yeah.
The interviews and everything else.
His slippers.
I wonder if he'll bring that to Malaysia.
Can he leave that here? not that it's
something for display.
Yeah, it'll never fit us, but we can just display it. So if every younger player's like, they ask me, "Mommy, Daddy, whose robe is that?" It's like, he's a legend. He's somewhere else now.
Yeah.
Where is he? Malaysia.
Malaysia. He's with Min and Man. Now we go back. How will ONIC Philippines show damage and display up against Echo? They're really forcing them to build defense early on.
Yeah.
And with the presence of this Natalia, how will they roam freely?
Yeah, this has to be a slower tempoed Echo game this time around. Maybe even like ONIC taking control and then Echo is the one who'll have to turn it around. But ONIC mentioned earlier, especially Nets in the interview, said that the team really worked on ending the game much better compared to week one. They knew that was one of their weaknesses in week one, wherein they couldn't just finish the game that they were dominating. Let's see that if they really were able to fix that if ever they take the lead in this game number 3.
This is, again, a game where, a lot of this, especially early on to mid-game, the transition is going to be on Kekadut here, but in a different, in a different flavor with this pick. The fact that he is going to be just hunting for those assassination kills. I mean, even like this, poking Yaoi down, he's rolling with the execute too. So ONIC Philippines, we're talking about momentum, and that's what we want to see from them. Kekadut's the guy to do it for them in this game.
Yeah. Although from Kekadut's last performance as a Natalia, he is a more defensive Natalia in the sense that similar to like what Lancelot's do and what Marksman do, he waits. He's like the finisher. He's the guy who, if ever there's anyone low, I'm going to make sure I get the kill on him. But his aggressive maneuver is more on just providing vision.
Yeah, just like this. Spots Yaoi.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and poke Yaoi down. He's also pretty much got the vision as well, so that is going to play in part for ONIC Philippines. Now, especially as this leads into this first turtle take, you can see priority people getting that level 4 available as well. Sanford going to already start poking Sensui back here, actually quite a bit.
Oh, man.
And he flickers in, looking
What's
for the
the
kill,
story?
he can't get him. Sanford punished here, should have been a kill in his hands. But on the other side, look at Kekadut, he's going to be looking for Carl Teasy. Finds him, and that's 2 kills for ONIC Philippines, but Echo finds one themselves. Turtle still up.
Woo, I like this a very scrappy start to this game. And that was a good call for ONIC to immediately dive a Yaoi and Carl Teasy, because Sanford, they knew that if ever he completed that kill onto Sensui, ONIC needed to trade and get something back, and they got it. But this first turtle will go into the hands of Echo.
Oh, now it's open. ONIC did want to have a contest against this turtle now. So they're evening the trade here. No response. It's just early game power spikes for ONIC that they're really utilizing up against Echo. Oh, look at how Kekadut is aggressively rotating here.
That's what you call the bob and weave right there.
Yeah.
Super Prince.
Weaving.
Able to be okay there, but that's what I wanted to point out too. The fact that Super Prince did get that early kill, has the mystery shop here with this Eve pick. You know he's going to be able to do a lot already with that early kill, right? And yes, it's a minor gold lead that they have, but right now ONIC Philippines in a good position already starting for this game 3. Kekadut especially doing exactly what he needs to do on the Natalia.
Yeah. We also have to watch out what Super Prince will be prioritizing as his first item. As the Eve, will he go for the Enchanted Talisman, the Ice Queen wand maybe, a more aggressive option in going for the Glowing wand so that he gets that increased magic damage per hit of his abilities? We'll see once the items are up later on.
Yeah, it's buy time for Echo as you're trying to, well, see the possibility against ONIC, because if you're going up against the defense or even the spike now of ONIC, it's deadly. So now you're poking it down.
Oh, Sensui just can't escape that last feathered airstrike. He's going to fall here, so that's a kill for Echo. Still going to be looking for more. It's in trouble. Oh, Yowie goes in with a flicker. Fatal links. And that, just like that, 2 down here, but still Super Prince poking back. A nice little play there for Echo, and they take the gold lead that ONIC Philippines had, and they get rid of it just like that.
Good respect there by Echo on the entry there by Yowie. 18 seconds until the next turtle spawns. Echo are not going to push that into the advantage. Let's see where their next play will take them. Will it be the turtle? Will it be topside? Right now, all roads are pointing to the turtle pit as Echo, Benny Cutie already building up his first item with the corrosion scythe already on the hands of the carry.
Slowly getting those hits right into the hearts of members of ONIC Philippines. Will
that's deep.
Yeah.
Well, half health here for the turtle. Ryota with the Black Dragon form, who's going to be able to get the retribution off. It's Sensui. So they secure the objective. And it's a good call from ONIC Philippines. They back off here. A lot of focus on Benny. Cutie, they get the flicker out.
Oh, no casualty. But that's ONIC winning that turtle.
Yeah, so they're still going to be putting pressure here, trying to get that turret. They don't get it just yet. Cardinal TZ here, joining with Sanji and Yowie. They got to be careful. Bottom side as well. The 2 versus 1. They're still going in for the action. Yowie under the turret with a fatal links. 2 fall for ONIC Philippines top side. And now it's Echo looking to press the situation on this tier 1. And that's another that falls top lane.
Man, being an Echo fan right now, and that reaction of Renmar felt like I'm jumping in a swimming pool, but that's just how Yowie did it.
Man, you gotta blame the cameraman. That was like the perfectly timed switch to that. Like the moment the camera shifted up top lane, the first thing we see is that Fatal Link setup. That was dramatic and cinematic all rolled into one. Now looking at the items, it is the Enchanted Talisman, the Super Prince built first Forest Eve, but right now it's a bigger lead for Sanji's Farsa. Actually getting the steel leg plates and the warrior boots as well, so that he survives a little bit more of the physical damage coming out of Ryota and Kekadut, more importantly. What we thought would be a quicker snowballing scale by ONIC has turned into an Echo control game. And I have to mention here the play that ONIC tried to go for earlier. We call it the second turtle trade. Or the 5-minute trade, wherein instead of going for the second turtle or whatever the objective is up at the 5th minute, what you go for is a push into the gold lane. That's what they did to Benny Cutie to force out his flicker and actually almost taking down his tower. Echo, though, what teams usually do is after that trade attempt, you go for the counter engage and counter punish, which Echo eventually did, taking down the tower up top and getting that highlight play from Yowie there as well.
Oh, Echo really done their homework this time against ONIC. Now, in just a span of time, going back from game number 2, this is how they completely reset. Echo setting up the borderline here. No contest at all for ONIC Philippines. Respecting the setup right now of Echo. Buying time for mid-game. They need the defense. Setup here is really showing out for Yowie.
This is a scary position to be in, right? Especially when you know there's an Atlas across from you here.
I know.
Yowie's going to get the vision he needs and looking for more mid-lane action here. Ryota using the Black Dragon form. Can they look for what they want? Comes in again! And they're still going to be looking to punish them, but it's Yowie that falls here. No one from ONIC Philippines going down. They're able to survive that despite that fatal links from Yowie.
That was a beautiful initiation by Yowie, but ONIC, what a response to hold on, not lose their cool. They didn't even need to expend flickers on Super Prince and Nets there. Great response there by ONIC to not lose it.
I say they were expecting it. They were waiting for Yowie to make the move, and they had the chance to sustain the damage. So possibly right now, Echo is not, the damage is not yet enough to go up against ONIC Philippines.
Yeah. The crucial thing there also was the silence coming in from Kekadut's Natalia. He was able to come in just at the right time. Echo knew actually that he was going to show up behind them because Yowie got the info right before he set things up, but they still couldn't avoid the silence.
Oh, they're still going to be going at it. Sanji's in trouble, gets taken down. And now Benny Cutie trying to fire back here, looking to get a kill, gets Sensui. So it's a 1-for-1 so far. Ryota's still going at it. And they back off for now. Another stalemate mid lane. One member for each team down, and we're only 25 seconds away from the first Lord.
Ooh, what an exciting match these two are showing. ONIC utilizing their Natalia and Karina together to prioritize taking down Sanji, which is honestly a great call. Again, that's their only source of magic damage right now. However, the carry is still something they have to watch out for here, because that not only is that physical damage, that's true damage as well. You can't build items against true damage.
You can, and this forces out two members of ONIC to build additional defense if they want to get soaked up for damage. But Sensui here is looking for a chance to steal this. Are they looking for a borderline here? Are they looking for an opening?
1/4 health here.
wow.
They're going to secure it with Carl Teasy. Yaoi going to pull him in and looking for Sensui. They find him. Keep an eye on Kekadut. He was looking for an angle backside, but not going to commit to it. Lord secured for Echo.
Fantastic positioning there by Sanford and Yaoi to place themselves in an area where Sensui just could not get past. The stun coming in from the dual-handed sword form of Sanford, as well as Yaoi being there. Great call for Echo to not only block Sensui from coming in, but actually even get the kill onto him.
Oh, they have eyes. They smell Kekadut from a mile away, and they don't want that to happen. Now they approach mid-game. They're building up items. They're building up damage. They want to go up against the team fighting capability of ONIC. If they take Kekadut first and be aware on where his positioning is, that gives him an avenue of bouncing back. So now probably they would want to clear this lane because they know somewhere around this map, someone is probably getting information out of Echo.
Kekadut pretty much has one job at this point in the game, and that's to, well, actually two, give vision and look for Benny Cutie. And now Yaoi again with the fatal links, looking for Sensui. They do find him. There's Kekadut. Can he get the target? He finds him. Benny Cutie's going to fall here, and Sanford taking him out. They're still going. Nets now looking to help out here. Already used the torn apart memory. It's gone. Can they win this fight here? Super Prince healthy, looking for Carl Teasy. Gets him down. So they find two. ONIC Philippines holding on. It's a 2-for-2 trade.
Fantastic positioning by Nets and Super Friends in the last couple of engagements that we saw, but great entries. Oh, look at, Sanji couldn't get it onto Nets. But speaking of, Kekadut, Ryota, and Sensui's entries together have been the bane of Echo's existence in the last couple of engagements, especially that last one there, where they really are hunting down either Benny or Sanji. If they can't get Sanji, they'll get Benny. If they can't get Benny, they'll get Sanji. They know that if they take at least one of them down, their chances of winning a team fight will increase considerably. So I like the focus that ONIC is putting into here. Now Echo, I'd want to see a little bit more caution from there, because even though, yes, they have the tools, they really need to watch out for those synchronized entries by ONIC, because that's been punishing Sanji and Benny.
No, they need to look out for that. The late game answer of ONIC Philippines is still on the table, up against the world champs, Echo. Now, for lane clearing and vision, they would really want to do it up against Echo's possible split.
Yeah. Now, the members of Echo need to watch out for the fact that there is already a Malefic Roar on the hands of Kekadut's Natalia. Nets, on the other hand, I believe he's on the way to building a Haas Claws if he wants a little bit more sustainability. But he does have the Heptasis, the Malefic Roar, and the Wind of Nature as well. So they really need to maximize on protecting Sanji, making sure he stays alive so that he can deal the damage onto Nets.
Oh, what's the safety? What's the safety line here if you're Echo?
Oh, look at Dude. Look at Dude.
You say Ryota's life steal early is really strong.
Well, hopefully, you don't want to see ONIC Philippines just give this one up. Sensui in position here. Going to be looking for that retribution.
Does
still
they know?
If he can get it.
Does Yaoi
already using the conceal, trying to get information as well. Ryota with the Black Dragon form, going to push them back. Lord still 1/4 health here. Do they commit to it? There's Sanford jumping in, still going to be going. Kekadut going to take the damage. Yaoi flickers in. They take out Kekadut. And they're still going to be working on it. Lord still up as well. Juggled around. And it's Sensui that's able to secure it. Looking for more. Ryota now quite low here. Going to be able to get away. Echo still on the hunt.
Legion.
Oh, Ryota. It's a 3 versus 1. 4 versus 1. He falls. But ONIC Philippines securing the Lord.
One of the best qualities of Sensui that is usually flown under the radar. Not mentioned is his ability to win retribution battles. That's one of the key reasons as to why ONIC performed the way they did in the MPL Philippines Season 10 regular season. When all else fails, count and Sensui to win their retri battles.
Practice, mastery, that's ONIC Philippines Sensui. Now he's up against a world champ, two-time world champion, Carl TZ, and you get the chance in saying, hey, I can take this myself, I can do it myself. This is a complete showdown that they can make this happen, that they can be up against the world champs.
Yeah, Sensui's just treating it like a normal day.
Oh yeah, I forgot. It's still a
all of their
normal
normal
day.
days.
Yeah. What day is it? It's a normal day.
It's Saturday, but call it normal day for ONIC Philippines.
Every day is normal day.
Every
for
day
them.
is normal day. I'm gonna say it as well.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
again, thank you, Nets, for giving us that soundbite that we will use the entire season now for ONIC.
It's a normal day.
I love that mentality. Again, don't put so much pressure on yourself.
Especially when you're going against a team like Echo, right?
For me, that helps.
Yeah, it
that
does.
helped them.
It does. And you see them right now. They forced that game number 3. They're playing well in this game number 3. And Echo actually are the ones with their backs on the wall despite them having a tower lead. It's more a red side map color that we're seeing right now.
Well, I feel like that's also just partly because when you have a Natalia across from you, even if you have that tower advantage, you never know, right? You never know exactly where Kekadu's going to be here on this Natalia, and that's always a threat. So that's why we actually see Echo being, in a way, quite defensive here.
Well, you're correct, and at the same time, it plays with your mind so much heading into the ultra late game. Because if they want to have a pickoff against ONIC, they would either go full or 3-man dive or 5-man dive. But if they try to even isolate one from ONIC Philippines, that could mean something for them to have a push.
Yeah, and we also have to point out here the disparity in gold. It's an almost 2,000 gold lead for Sanford's Lapu-Lapu over Ryota's Yuzong. However, in terms of their impact in the game, it's still pretty similar. Despite Sanford building himself a Hunter Strike and a Bloodlust Axe, it seems like with what Ryota can do in terms of disrupting Sanji's Farsa, it doesn't feel like there's a 2K gold lead between Sanford and Ryota.
Not at all, Renmar, not at all. So it's more likely, it boils down to mechanics, execution.
Yep.
Now this enhanced Lord can completely turn things around. How will they be able to isolate members of ONIC Philippines right now? It's a threat right now for the Orcas.
Well, look what they're doing, right? Yaoi's parked in that bush there. And right now, we're just going to have to wait to see how this Lord dance basically commences, because right now, both junglers here just trying to get that advantage of the space here, keeping it in the middle, actually. You can see just how careful everybody is. I mean, even Sanji parking into the base to use that flare to pretty much spot out here if they can, but also the longer they wait here, it gets a little bit more scary for Echo, actually, especially with Super Friends just picking up that Divine Glaive.
Yeah.
It's a Lord dance.
Can Sensui do it again? He did in Season 10, one of the most amazing plays I saw in my entire time of casting, leaving the shadow of the Karina ultimate to go back to it just like a Hayabusa and get the retribution.
Will we see that?
Will we see that again? But right now we see Echo pulling their signature play for the Lord push.
There's the conceal. Yaoi looking for his own angle. He can't catch anyone that he was looking for. Backside though, Kekadu does find Sanji. They lose a massive amount of firepower, and they're still going to be going. It's Sensui again.
Steal.
How does he do it? Taking it from the hands of Carl TZ.
I was feeling something. I thought Beniki was waiting for something good to happen, but that Sanji being bursted down turned things around.
They committed everything to taking down that Farsa. And Sensui, calm and cool, winning another retribution battle against Carl TZ. He's in Zen mode right now. Call him Zensui.
Yeah, talking about Zen and peace. A Karina for ONIC Philippines. No sweat. I can do a battle up against Carl TZ. That's confidence. Pure confidence on a normal day.
It's a normal day.
Again. We're going to say it over and over again. This is something normal for ONIC Philippines. Everything's normal.
Well, right now, they want to end this series here, right? They're in good position to do it, too.
Oh, no.
And then if they win this series, giving Echo that loss, that's going to allow them to pretty much celebrate their normal day here. So right now, they are going to have to defend. If you're Echo, this Lord taking down that inhibitor turret. The base cracked open here, top side. ONIC Philippines still going to be working on this tier 2 in the mid lane, knocking on the door of Echo.
I say it's not the end for Echo. They have the Atlas. Yaoi has the flicker, the comeback play, the setup play is still there, so they could actually respect that if you're ONIC Philippines. But how do you get out of the base? The presence of Kekadu right now is threatening by the minute.
Yeah, Echo are going to have to play this more defensively, counter-punch style like what ONIC have been doing. Because looking at the lineup of Echo, they do have a lineup that's built very well for defending sieges and turning the game around from that scenario. Because when you're defending from the base and you're Sanji, there are less angles you have to worry about where Kekadu could potentially come from. The main thing you just have to worry about is that big dragon flying straight in your face.
You don't want that drop right in front of you. If you have Petrified, that could be the end if you're bursting down firepower.
Can you, I mean, okay, we're seeing player gold now, but did you see the total damage, just how low Benny Cutie is on the total damage? I think he was second to last or third to last on total damage.
That low?
Yeah. That's how much of a struggle Benny Cutie is having here in this game.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about earlier. Teams are so used to going up against a carry, and after the display of this hero in the M4 World Championship, and, well, even in the MWI that we saw recently before MPL Philippines started, teams have studied this hero so closely that they know what they can do in-game to minimize its impact. And that's what they're doing right now to Benny QT. And again, that's kudos to ONIC for understanding what they need to do.
Yeah, they're not afraid. So now if you're Echo, you need that extra damage. You need that extra burst. If you want to have a team fighting capability, you need to have that all in check. But how would you go up against ONIC, remaining unpredictable, seeing avenues?
Oh, man.
You're getting close.
Talk about a game of chicken. That was a game of chicken right there. But both of them didn't go for the kiss.
No.
Man, that could have been deadly. For
I felt the crowd right in my back.
Yeah.
I like how Kekadu walked up to that bush and said, no thanks. No thank you. I don't want to
Not
check.
gonna happen. No. Right? I mean, at this point in the game, Kekadu knows that people will be hunting for him. And if they're playing the bush game, you know, that's kind of expected at this point. So now we find ourselves again in this situation for the fourth Lord of the game, even more crucial than ever. Everybody take a look at all the positioning
Look at that.
on both sides.
I love this. Scattered presence, no one committing, no team committing all of it into the Lord. Multiple options for both sides, either for split push, sandwich. So many things that we can see, so many possibilities in the next few minutes.
Yeah, a lot of things. ONIC Philippines is spreading Echo too thinly with all of the problems. Minions pushing,
Just
Lord.
Just like a sandwich lacking filling.
Correct. How do you even eat that on breakfast?
It's mostly bread.
Yeah.
Well,
That's a sad day to imagine. I don't want to have that on my breakfast, but if ONIC wants it, who will get this Lord?
Both teams want this one. Lord at 1/4 the health away. Retribution secured by Carl Teasy. And now Kekadu looking for the kill. Sanji with a feathered airstrike. The artillery's there. And they're going to get trapped here a little bit by Super Prince. They've got to call it off. Look at that, Echo. They get the one that counts to keep them in the game here.
Woo!
Echo with the Lord.
The one that counts. You can win many retribution battles throughout a game, but whoever wins the one that counts will find the turnaround. And now, just as Echo we thought was completely threatened and forced to play defensive, Carl Teasy, the two-time world champion, got the one that counts.
The most important part of a possible comeback of Echo is now lighting up. But they're not out of the woods yet. It's ONIC Philippines still holding through the last line of defense. They're pressuring up top, but can they push forward in the base?
Here comes Yaoi. They're going to be looking for anything they can. Ryota with the Black Dragon form. Kekadu has his eyes set on the target. Can't get it. Gets fatal linked and falls. Sanji with the kill. And now it's Echo looking to end the series. Echo loud and proud. The base is going down. And in a valiant game, Echo comes out on top 2-1.
Louder and prouder. escaping defeat. Echo keep their undefeated series streak alive. But they went up against a team who said on this normal day, we will show that gods can bleed. What an effort by this team on your screen right now, ONIC PH. But again, Echo stands louder and prouder.
We've just seen Dawn of Justice, the only team to make Echo bleed. With this, they have the chance to learn, and this is up against the world champs, the only team who made it through and getting a point in this tiebreaker game.
Yeah, they deserve it. The round of applause from the audience for them. They know just how crucial of a series that was in terms of, morale for ONIC Philippines especially. And the fact that honestly, they could have won that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it was a close game, but yes, Carl Tizzi got that last Lord Retribution that counted. If Sensui would have grabbed that, that definitely could have been the end of the game there. So still, heads up high for ONIC Philippines because it's looking good for them, right? Obviously, there's still going to be some adjustments, but this against a team like Echo, the defending world champions, who's defeated right now, to give them their first game loss, not series loss, still a great thing for ONIC Philippines.
Yeah. If you're a team that wants to make a statement that shows that you're growing, that shows you're in an upward trajectory, something to be proud of, that early on you can count on us to show up. This was the game to do it, and ONIC PH did it. But again, congratulations to Echo. Fantastic victory. Never underestimate the heart of a champion. They had to claw back to win that game number 3.
And if they didn't maintain that discipline on how they would want to wait to steal that most important objective, they could have lost it, okay?
Yeah.
They felt that game number 2. They felt that early game. They felt everything from the ultra late game entry. And they had to wait in the proper entrance, the proper re-entry.
Yeah.
And they just had it right on their hands.
Not only that, but I'm sure some other people noticed it as well. The fact that Echo, when that Lord fight was happening, that Lord dance, that last one, they had the pressure on that top lane because the inhibitor was down, and they knew that Kakadu technically could have swept in there and just ended the game like that. So the way that they managed that situation in the base where they kept 3 members there until finally it came down to that Lord fight, that was great micro decisions and just overall macro play even from Echo alone.
Yeah, and individual play by Sanji as well. Near the end there, it was Sanji staying so far back to help cover what Naisu just mentioned, which was the potential split push by Kekadut. But at the same time, he was looking out for Kekadut. We didn't get to see it, but you saw it on the mini-map, how close Kekadut was to where Sanji was. Sanji was waiting for his time to enter, knowing that the members of ONIC were looking for him.
Yeah, and just as that, they continue to get a grip on what lost and what was the mistakes. And Echo, not backing down now, it's still their own momentum building throughout week number 2. If I were ONIC right now, I would be still happy.
Yeah.
I would be still happy. I had a chance up against the world champs.
Yeah, ONIC PH should be dang proud of what they showed in this series. A tremendous performance by them.
Yeah, it's Echo Philippines once again prevailing right now into this match. Now let's call on Marikina on stage to know how are they feeling up by winning that tiebreaker match.
All right, everybody, echo loud. Echo proud. There you go. Congratulations to Echo. Now, Yawi, tayo muna, wag muna sila. So, kanina, sabi nga, ika nga ng ating mga casters, nung game 1 nyo, ginangster nyo yung kalaban. Actually, yung bilis nyo tinapos, you only limited them to about 3 kills. What happened in game number 2? Kasi, yan ang first game loss nyo since lower bracket RRQ Hoshi sa M4. So nasira yung game win streak nyo.
Hello. Siguro nagkamali lang po kami ng game 2 sa dalawang decision making po namin sa Turtle. Doon lang po. Parang basta doon po. Sa decision making po siguro.
Sa decision making.
Early po.
Sino yung pinaka-leader nung huddle nyo kanina? Kasi bigla kayong nagbago after papuntang game number 3. Ikaw daw.
Hindi ko po alam.
Ano sabi mo sa kanila? Kasi tumuturo sila sa'yo
Thank you.
Okay. Yun lang sabi mo sa kanila kanina. Thank you. Okay, you know what? Sige, pasa na natin. Naging mahihain ka. Ano nangyari sa'yo? Okay, pasa natin kay Sanji kasi, Sanji, nung game number 3. Hindi ka ba parang nainis kasi lagi kang hinahabol ni Ryota, target ka niya? Pag nagpe-feather airstrike ka, kinakancel ka niya palagi. Hindi ka ba nainis doon?
Hindi po. Marami na po nagtangka ng gawin sa akin yan.
Okay. Now, paano ka nakatakas nung crucial moment? Kasi nakukuha ka niya palagi, tapos biglang, boom, nakatakas ka sa important moment na yun.
Winter emo. Nag-winter transient po ako, tapos bumili na lang po ako emo para di niya na ako mapatay.
Oh, it's more of the item, not so much yung, ano yun, dahil ba nang giggle ka, sabi mo, no, you can't get me anymore. Ano yung iniisip mo nun? Nung nakatakas ka nung huli? Maingay siya? Maingay ba siya sa comms?
Tinaasan ko po yung brightness ko para makita ko yung Natalia.
Ayun. Tinaasan ang brightness. Yan ang sekreto. Now, Bagyong Benny. Alam mo, hindi ko alam, pag napanood mo yung game, maririnig mo yung casters, Bagyong Benny, Bagyong Benny, Bagyong Benny. Talagang lagi nilang nire-repeat yung pangalan mo. Nung game number 3, right? Yung kalaban nyo got both lords, si Sensui. Paano nyo, like how are you guys able to hold on? Kasi ang hirap nun na yung kalaban mo nakuha lahat, tapos you guys still managed to push through and win the game.
Hello. Siguro po, sanay din kami dumepensa, hindi lang puro opensa. Tapos, naging mindset din namin na yung Natalia, mahirapan siya pumasok sa amin kasi may vision ng tower. Ayan po. So, parang 5 versus 4 po yung laban pag susugurin nila kami.
Is it also the championship mentality, knowing na kahit nakuha nila yung objectives, you know it ain't over till it's over?
Opo, siguro. Isa na rin po yan.
Best in the world, everybody! Congratulations! Once again, to Echo! You may now take your bow and go ahead, walk towards the crowd.
Like po.
Congratulations! Once again, to Echo. Actually, kanina, sinabi ko kay Carl, aba, nasira yung inyong game win streak. Kasi last time matalo sila was RRQ Hoshi Lower Bracket Finals. Sabi ni Carl, okay lang yun. Champion naman. Himayan natin ang ating laban. Balikan natin ang ating casters. Pasok.
It could be fate or destiny, but if you believe that you can achieve. But Echo, thank you so much for the tip, Sanji. I'm going to turn up my brightness up to beat every Natalia in my ranked games. Echo Loud and Proud remains undefeated, plus with Carl Teasy's Retribution clutch in every objective.
Man, who knew that would be the secret to beating Natalia?
Settings.
Brightness
pump it up.
It's one of the best answers I've ever heard.
You know, it's funny because I literally play on the lowest brightening setting before because I had to save battery.
How about now?
Now I'm going to take that tip. I'm going to bring it up.
Right now, as we decipher how to win against Natalia, let's start over as Renmar Santa Cruz. What happened in game number 3?
So, what do you guys want to talk about? We just witnessed another fantastic series. 3 games, our defending world champions up against ONIC Philippines. And let's start things first off with the draft. As always, we really have to talk about the picks here. The Natalia priority tempered what Echo wanted to do. Although ONIC didn't get that quick snowball that we wanted them to get or we expected them to get, it still made Echo play much more cautiously. Especially when ONIC decided to change up their playstyle where they will play around the Natalia more often. Kekedute's backline entries on hunting down either Benny QT but usually Sanji eventually turned this game around in favor of ONIC. Their synchronized dives as 3, the Karina, the Yuzhong, and the Natalia diving together made it difficult for the backline heavy lineup of Echo to respond to it up until they started adjusting. And the funny thing is, up until to the point where they were put in a more defensive position. Benny Cutie mentioned it earlier. When you're playing in a come from behind scenario up against a Natalia and you have to play defensive, that's actually one of the best times to go up against a Natalia because it reduces the amount of areas the Natalia can come from to access your back line. So Echo were confident with being able to defend from underneath or around their towers. And when they were contesting the Lords, especially getting the one that mattered, for our MVP of this game, Carl TZ. They knew that it could only come from one direction, this Natalia. It would be from wherever the back is, either just the left or the right. Hence why Sanji's positioning in that last team fight was so crucial. Again, he covered the potential split push end that Kekadut could have found if Echo weren't taking care of that side lanes, but most importantly, it minimized the entry and attempts of being able to take down Sanji, which eventually led to ONIC losing that last Lord fight and Carl TZ getting that clutchest of clutchest Lord steal. Again, sometimes it all boils down to the one that matters the most in terms of the objectives and what you get. Similar to like when you're playing a Franco, sometimes all you need is that one hook. Even though Carl TZ lost most of the major retribution battles against Zensui, again, Zensui completely in the zone in this game. One of the best retribution players in our league today. But it's just so unfortunate that Carl TZ found the one that mattered the most. Fortunate for ONIC, but a great one for Echo. And as we see here, Echo, as the game went on and ONIC were building their lead, they too had to adjust. Not only Sanji, but the rest of the team. Wherein, if their initiation doesn't work out, okay, let's go back a bit, get our abilities back, and then we'll fight again. And then we'll fight again. So, ONIC PH, despite them for most of the game, able to find Sanji, able to find Benny, the adjustment by Echo on the fly to stop their synchronized dive onto their backline, taking care of the side lanes, and again, believing that they will be able to win that major objective team fight eventually with their retribution, Echo gets the victory. And gentlemen, I've said a lot here right now. What were your favorite moments of that game?
The last retribution battle.
Just like that.
Boom.
The most important one, yes. Because how tight that game could be, I was completely watching how would it truly unfold.
Yeah.
And making a statement, if you're an ONIC Philippine fan right now, I would be happy. But if you are Echo, this just tides going through. But as we go through our day, we have a match up next. It's Blacklist International versus Smart Omega. So now don't go anywhere. My name is OSX. I'm with Naisu and Renmar. We are the We Bear Bros.
Sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in Esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
It's the last series this Saturday for MPL Philippines Season 11. One of the hardest challenges our unsung heroes have to face is to fill in the gap left by seemingly irreplaceable players. Yan ang hinaharap ngayon ni Super Red, who's filling in for the Filipino sniper Oheb. Pati na rin si Storm na kailangan gampanan ang papel na iniwan ni El Capitan Etumax. Nabanggit nga ni Storm nung nakaraan na how very excited he is na bigyan ng pagkakataon na maging parte ng main 5 ng Smart Omega. Ganun din kaya kay Super Red, who's about to face the ever-confident Kelra. Pilipinas, this is one of your favorites. It's Smart Omega versus Blacklist International. Here we go. Casters, pasok.
In the absence of Knight's renown, a kingdom is rebuilt. Which one? A young gold laner with nerves of steel, unfazed by the competition. Which one? An old rivalry revisited. This one. Welcome to Mabuhay at your service. My name is Leo, joined here by Naisu and Renmar Santa Cruz. It's us, We Be Rose, bringing you tonight's closer. Gentlemen, how are we?
I'm feeling great. You know, I feel like I've been saying this every series because, hey, I missed this. And, I missed week 1 because travel, but I'm glad to be here now because we've had, so far, an amazing week number 2.
Yeah, it's been a great week number 2. It's been a great day 2 for this week. And this closer for today, as Mara said it's definitely one of our favorites, one of the all-time classic rivalries of our league here in the Philippines.
It's been said that this rivalry defined an era. We go way back to Season 8, looking at the year 2021, where Smart Omega started this rivalry against Blacklist International. It extended all the way into their run as the Kings of C. And then, I correct myself, Season 7 as far as then, right?
Yeah.
Majority of the players that came in Season 8 were the ones who extended our rivalry. So, again, now that the rosters have shuffled, it seems like new blood has been injected into this years-long rivalry. I can't wait to see what it might look like now.
Well, I feel like both teams, and honestly, that seems to be the story of Season 11 for a lot of teams here is, these changes, right? These changes that these teams had to undergo. Obviously, the rivalries are still there. A lot of the history is still there. So you see how they're adapting now with some of this roster changes, but the play styles are still there. The history is still there.
Yeah, and there in front of you in your screens right now, it's Super Red of Blacklist International, the newest gold laner of this team, having to fill in the shoes of the legendary Oheb, the Filipino sniper. He admitted in his interview last week that he definitely felt the nerves in the opening matchup against Echo, but they recalibrated. A lot of the members of Blacklist International talked to him and mentioned you really got to take the pressure off your shoulders, and he did. And he popped off against TNC Pro Team, even bagging an MVP performance against that squad alongside his fellow rookie in Blacklist International, Yue.
And I think it's this same confidence that he may have picked up from that series against the Phoenix that may come into play here as they face off against the Barangay. And when you're talking about gold laners, young gold laners, rookies at that in their season debuts, none comes close to the Filipino Savage. So we're going to have to see how Red comes up and goes for the batting here, steps up to the plate. We'll see how he goes. But for now, let's go ahead and throw over to Odin and hear from courtside to set up this matchup.
Hi everyone! Magandang gabi! Nagbabalik mula sa courtside, your very own Odin. At kasama natin ngayon si Coach Master the Basics. Hello po, Coach.
Hello.
Tanong ko lang po sa inyo, na-scout niyo yung mga players nyo sa ranked games and tournaments. What made your management decide na kunin nyo si Super Red and si Yue?
Siguro si management kasi tiwala sila sa amin. So kung sino yung kunin namin, yun talaga yung parang approve nila. So dumaan naman sila sa tryout. Ang medyo concern lang is dahil nga limited yung time namin, kaya hindi ganun karami yung na-try namin.
Well, nagtiwala rin talaga kayo sa kakayahan ng inyong players, which is alam natin na ginagawa talaga ng Blacklist International. And ano yung mga naging changes nyo moving on, coming off from Season 10 and M4?
Siguro lahat ng natutunan namin from Season 10 kahit nag-champion kami and M4, yun yung ina-apply namin ngayon. Kahit dahil nga dalawa yung bago, so medyo malaki yung adjustment. Bali 3 kasama si Renny J. Malaking adjustment siya pero unti-unti namin ina-apply.
Applied yung mga natutunan nyo sa mga past matches. And kumusta naman ngayon, specifically si Super Red, mula noong week 1 niya sa MPL?
Tingin ko mas nakaka-adjust na siya ngayon, pero malaki pa yung potential. As in, kaya niya pang mag-improve ng sobra.
Proving talaga sa mga dadaan pa yan na weeks. Pero nararamdaman niyo ba yung pressure sa kanya? Mukha ba siyang nasi-stress or medyo naka-adjust na siya?
Tingin ko hindi na siya na-stress basta kaharap niya si Renny J.
Wow, Renny J buff naman pala ito. And your message po sa Blacklist International fans or ang agents?
Thank you sa lahat ng sumusuport sa Blacklist International. Panoorin niyo yung laban natin, magiging maganda to.
Thank you, Coach. Maraming salamat. Marami pa tayong dapat abangan sa laban ng Blacklist International versus Smart Omega. Alamin natin yan with our casters.
Great to see Coach Master the Basics settle in as Blacklist International's new head coach. But I have to say, I gotta admit, it feels different.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I feel like that's the story for a lot of these teams. When you see these, I don't want to say all of them are new faces, but even in the coaching positions, there's obviously some of that different vibe, right? And that is something that these teams have to kind of acknowledge and also just settle in as soon as possible. And a lot of them are doing it, I would say, for week 2.
Yeah, seeing this rivalry unfold again, this time in MPL Philippines Season 11, we feel older. E2 Max is the coach. Coach Bonchan sitting out as MTB as the head coach. You have Super Red in for Blacklist International, as well as Renny J. Stone also in for Omega. It's the same rivalry. A lot of the same players, but enough new, fresh faces in different roles that it feels so new at the same time.
Not to mention, no CEO. We're missing Hito for the barangay. But with that being said, let's welcome our teams. It's Smart Omega and Blacklist International. They're coming. Walking in any second now.
Yeah, I can't wait for their entrances when they come in.
You ready with that voice of God?
I'm ready.
Yeah.
We're ready. Stellar performance coming from the new additions of the agents last week. Will they replicate their last game to win against the Barangay? Give it up for Blacklist International. Now on the board, the Barangay were victorious in getting their first win against a tough adversary. They're faced against an old nemesis and claiming the advantage. Let's all welcome Smart Omega. And their coaches, Coach Master the Basics and Coach Puck Bet. Can the Barangay continue their momentum against the Agents?
Here's the opening lineup for Blacklist International in tonight's final bout. It's Super Red, Wise, Yue, and Oh My Venus as well. The MVP, Abun Jingjing, call him what you want, it's Edward.
Back on the table for Blacklist International, and it's going to be another episode of Edward versus Renjo. One of the, I call it, brainiest XP lane matchups with how well they play this game.
Brainiest and brawniest.
Brainiest and brawniest.
I call that high IQ gaming, right? And what did you call him? Call him what you want. What was the name?
Abun Jingjing.
Abu Jingjing.
Yes, a lot of nicknames for Agent Zero. A lot of
See, I didn't even know. We missed out on that one. They're going up against Smart Omega. Fielding Kelra, Ryzen, Renzio, Stome, and Miko.
To add to the story here of what Super Red is up against, one of the long rivals of Smart Omega, Kelra, willed Omega into their first series victory yesterday. Back-to-back MVP performances for the Filipino Savage. I'm pretty sure Super Red is up to the task.
Not only that, but the fact that when we were talking about their game yesterday, it was like, okay, do we just focus on Kelra? Do we focus on that gold lane? And I'm sure, maybe that is a key to victory here. But still, what I saw yesterday from Smart Omega is each one of these members starting to pull their weight and look to form, and that's a big thing here, especially with this matchup against Blacklist International.
And what that form might be is what they're used to and what still works. Again, you go way back to 2021, right? I've never said the year completely that way, but you know what I'm saying, right? You go back that far, and Smart Omega has employed the same tactic to much success until today. So sometimes you don't have to reinvent the wheel. If you want to win, you help Kelra get there. Now, for Blacks International, that's what I'm not so sure of. What might they need to do to get the W here? We're going to know when we get to our keys to victory, brought to you by Infinix, and that's going to be brought to us by our analyst.
Ano nga bang kailangan tingnan sa dalawang teams na to? This is brought to us by Infinix. Number 1, para sa Blacklist, secure the farm space for Super Red. Medyo, kung isipin natin, ang simple, di ba? Ang maganda dito sa Blacklist International, they know exactly how to secure the farm. Marunong silang gumawa ng plays outside of the map para lang magamit agad si Super Red. Ang question lang dito is, in this particular series, gagamitin ba agad nila si Super Red or hayaan muna nilang farm bago nila i-activate? That will be the choice here for Blacklist International. Para naman sa Smart Omega, let the Filipino Savage do his thing. Tinatawag na gold standard. It was between him and Benny QT in the past weeks, but past months. Nung nakita natin sa bandang MSC at sa start ng MPL Season 10, tinignan si Kelra bilang gold standard sa Southeast Asia, but then Benny QT, siya yung nag-champion sa world stage. So, ngayon, paano nga ba natin hahayaan na magkaroon ng sariling thing etong si Kelra? Unleash the beast. Unleashed the Filipino Savage. Hayaan na gumawa siya ng mga plays sa kanya at bigyan siya ng aggressive na hero. And I guess para sa Blacklist International, bonus na keys to victory dito, wag ibigay yung 1-1 ever dito sa side ng Smart Omega. And for those two teams, shake off the jitters. Nakita natin na may konting pagkailang yung dalawang teams na to dahil may mga bago sa kanila. That's one thing that they have to eliminate. And so far, dahil week number 2, siguro kakayanin na nga nila. Those are the keys to victory brought to us by Infinix.
Thank you so much, kay Sam, and we could not agree more. Just as much as the Barangay is going to invest in Kelra, it seems like Super Red might be the key for Blacks International.
Yeah, the matchup in the gold lane is key here for both teams. Our keys to victory point to doing everything for their gold laners. So it's like the entire universe is telling us watch this matchup. Watch the gold lane. This is going to determine the game.
We had that earlier too, right? With Nets and Benny Cutie.
Yeah.
So I feel like, there's a lot of attention here, and it can work either way, but still, I can't discount the other roles as well.
Of course, again, we're looking forward to that XP lane matchup, the brainiest, the brawniest, the most high IQ XP lane 1v1 that we've seen in years, and I still think it's hard to trump. Despite me missing out on the Hitman here today, I can't wait to see Renzio go up against Edward. Now, going into the draft, it's Blacklist International on the play. Omega answering back. There goes the Fanny and the Kaja as well. Omega answers back. Oh, they respect the queen. There goes the Estes.
I wonder if they're going to continue the trends of banning out. Oh, I thought they ban out either the Digger or the Faramis, but it seems they're going to be giving at least one of those to Blacklist International. Blacklist is one of those teams that if the Faramis is open, they will prioritize it in the blue side. But of course, in terms of other priorities, one of the comfort picks of Wise, the Fredrin, is still on the table.
Fredrin, high priority so far, right? We see that a lot picked up in that first pick, but I'm wondering if we still see Blacklist International go that route, if they decide to go something else. But on the other hand, with Smart Omega, okay, that takes that out. I was wondering about the Melissa because we've seen that pop up so many times. But still, there's a lot on the table for Kelra specifically to bring to this game. And now with the first phase done here, first pick is up for Blacklist International.
I'm not afraid to see Fredrin. I'm not afraid to say we might see Fredrin.
Yeah, Fredrin, Faramis. Probably won't first pick the Diggy. We know Carry has fallen out of first pick priority. So in terms of comforts, but at the same time, top meta heroes, we have mentioned those, which means that one of those will be open for Omega. They pick up the Fredrin right away. Does this mean Omega will pick up the Diggy? Will they pick up the Faramis, the Valentina even? But no, they decide and pick up the Farsa and the Lapu Lapu. Still, very similar picking priorities throughout the day that we've seen being continued here by Blacklist and Omega. There it is.
All right.
Waiting for it.
Despite not being a first pick priority, I still feel like this is a very early Diggy.
It is, yeah.
Right? First phase on the swing back alongside of Valentina. Ooh. If that's not a power 2 picks, I don't know what is. What's Omega to do here?
Oh, man.
Build magic resist.
Yeah.
That's a start. That's a start.
I'm going to be looking at, it's a Hilda. Okay, so that's one of the picks that it either goes very well for a Hilda against a Diggy or it goes very bad. There is no in-between for the matchup of Hilda and Diggy in the roam role.
And exactly why is that, folks? Listen up. The fact that the Hilda is a blunt object that just walks into the jungle and could just whack away at this poor little owl baby, and then that could result in so many stacks and so much more gold for the opposing roamer, which should not be getting gold. That's why, all right? Now going into the second phase, there goes the Benedetta. All right, what I see Coach Pacbet and Coach Etomax doing is they're trying to make that XP lane work for Renzio. What's Agent Zero going to pick?
I'm actually looking at the possibility of him eventually picking up an Edith later on. That would mean that they have 3 sources of great magic damage, but then the physical damage would have to be coming from the Fredrin and the Marksman later of Super Red. And we have seen it with a Hilda Lapu Lapu, 2 heroes that will want to access the backline really quick. An Edith can either initiate or be the one to peel for the backline.
Yeah, I think that's crucial, right? Especially because if the Edith does pop up, not only do you have that peeling potential from that, but also the Time's Journey helping in your favor. And then, of course, you also cover your bases with the Valentina pick. You can take that Feather Air Strike, fight toe-to-toe there. Yeah. And especially when the objectives, we have seen, I guess this is mostly the case for every season this season so far, those objectives, especially that last, let's say, 3rd, 4th Lord, where things can literally, that crucial moment comes down to it, that's crucial for both of them.
Okay, Glue and Yuzhong, though, still available also for Edward.
Exactly. I was going to say, but I understand what's happening here, all right? I get it. They're keeping open the Faramis. At least the solution is still there as well. So I don't see Omega being too skittish, but just the same, I think there's no room for the Faramis either.
Yeah.
Wow, they're just accepting the fact that the Glue might come out. There goes the last band, the Hayabusa. What do they do here? What's missing? Ryzen's hero and Kelra's hero.
Yeah, and
it's the Filipino sniper!
That's a familiar face.
That's
Oheb!
That's Kiel Soriano!
It's Oheb!
He's here!
Oh, wow. And just when you saw him show up on your screen, Smart Omega picks up the Beatrix.
Maybe they did that on purpose.
It's like,
They locked it in, right?
It's not impossible that Kelra looks into the crowd, sees his
my old friend,
his faded rival and very good friend Kel. Yeah, amazing. All right, back to the draft. I'm perplexed. I'm flummoxed by the presence of our good friend.
I love that this is happening though, because yesterday we had Demon Kite here.
Earlier we had Hito.
Earlier we had Hito, which we thought would be in Malaysia by now. So, but there, you called it earlier, right? There's the glue. So how's that matchup? I mean, the glue Lapu Lapu matchup.
it's miracle. Okay, that's interesting. So now with the glue on the board, definitely there's going to be a Rome Hilda, because there was still a possibility in my head. I was thinking like, what if
XP Hilda.
XP Hilda with the crazy amount of damage early on, Assassin Emblem, but because with the Digger on the board, the Hilda is the best answer to that.
Yep.
So now they're just going to need their jungler. They're going to go Assassin even, because it is still a relatively squishy lineup.
Maybe Karina.
Karina also. Oh, a little bit more source of magic damage would be great, yeah.
Oh, I love it. Put it in the hands of Ryzen.
Yeah, the Karina.
Yeah. Come on, Coach Macbeth.
We saw it earlier work well for ONIC.
Yeah. Coach Etomax.
Because if they go physical here, it's a bit too much physical damage, not enough magic.
Well,
ooh.
Of course.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot. Where's our good friend? He's not. Okay, he's
I
not.
hear midnight groaning from here, all the way here. Debuted yesterday.
Yeah.
To close up and get their first series win. Omega locks in that Lancelot once more. Ladies and gentlemen, here are the smart predictions for this matchup. A lone Blacklist prediction by Reptar. Folks, I hope you guys are paying attention, because some point in the game there will be a poll that shows up. You only have until the timer runs out to comment your prediction with the hashtag SmartPowers MPL-S11. One lucky commenter guesses correctly, they will win a redeemable in-game code. Remember, keep an eye out for the poll. Let's begin. One more look at the lineups deployed by both teams here in Game 1.
This is the thing I'm wondering too, right? With that last Lancelot pick in and knowing that it's probably going to be the tank a lot, they do kind of lack some magic damage.
Yeah.
I mean, unless they're just putting all their eggs in, Farce's basket.
Yeah, eventually you're going to see the... What I'd want to see Blacklist try to do is prioritize the magic defense and then start building more physical somewhere around the mid game, because you're going to be shutting down what Stone can do as the Farsa for as long as possible.
Well, just as yesterday was a true test for Omega's new mid laner, filling in the boots of Patrick Etomax Kaidik. Now look at this, Miko deep.
Well, I mean, doing what he has to do right at this point too, and I want to point out every time, or I would say majority of the time, that Oh My Venus actually plays the Diggy, he goes with the Impure Rage, right? And that's something that you don't see often, because usually it depends how the play style of the player. But I know for Oh My Venus particularly, when the Diggy is picked and you're pretty much planting, I was going to say bombs, but the stars everywhere, you want to poke people down the best you can, especially with a Hilda across from you.
Yeah, it's the Blacklist Diggy House of Pain. I never thought you'd be able to brand a Diggy like that, but that's what happens. As early as now, look at Omega going to the jungle of Blacklist International and forcing Super Red all the way back.
Oh no, Miko gets pulled in.
Yeah, Miko should be fine. Going to be able to regen as well.
It's clear what Smart Omega is doing here. They're pressuring Super Red. They're trying to replicate what Blacklist did in their opening game and just push on these pressure points for the young rookie.
Yeah, look at that. Almost a 2-level advantage here for Kelra. And I like this pressure, this attempt here by Omega. Delay as much as possible.
Oh, Lord. Well. Slowly but surely, game heating up. And the shooting gallery is getting real loud. Wise starts up this turtle.
Yeah, so they're going to go ahead and start with the turtle here. Should just be a pretty much free turtle in the hands of Wise. Meanwhile, Smart Omega putting the pressure here in the jungle. So they go ahead and give that up. At first turtle secured by Blacklist International.
Yeah, but now...
Oh, there's the poke back. Miko could be in trouble here. He tries to go for it. First blood, though, going in the hands of Super Red.
Were they fumble slowly but surely, Blacklist should have just accepted that trade on the turtle, but they got more than that.
And now Omega it sort of tempers their aggression onto the gold lane, but still Keller got a lot of gold from that shielding. Blacklist International, that was a great call by them to force that issue.
Okay, Edward here. He's going to get quite low. Renzio, though. The battle of the XP laners goes off. Can't get the kill he was looking for. And now Miko once again caught in a bad position, trying to do Hilda things, but can't work this time. Wise gets the kill.
Yeah, but look at that. Every time Miko gets spotted out by Blacklist going into the purple side buff, with Super Red going there to help, which he should be doing, Kelra's always just focusing on the turret, getting the gold, maximizing it.
Oh, down bottom though.
Yeah,
much more pressure put on the Agent Zero. He jumps. Get the hell out of dodge. Ryzen secures this little wanderer. So are we slowly seeing Omega just step on the clutch, switch it up, go down to XP lane, pressure that?
Yeah, now what we saw is it was actually started with Omega. The first major rotation they did was to help Kelra. With that solved, now it's Miko forcing the pressure onto the lane of Super Red by constantly invading the purple buff area of Blacklist, which means the other members of Omega are pressuring Edward down the bottom lane.
So with that, it looks like Omega are doubling down on the fact that maybe, just maybe, Blacklist let go of the gold lane, but we can't say that for sure because Venus and Yue are still there, and it looks like Omega are going to try to go for this one more time. Turtle spawned just now. Renzi already used his bravest fighter. Here's a pull by Ryzen.
Yeah, so he's down with that resource. Has that little bit of advantage here, though. Feathered Airstrike going to come down. Edward could be in trouble. Stone able to grab the kill. Turtle still being worked on here, half health. Can Wise secure this one under the nose of Smart Omega? And he can't. Ryzen able to get that retribution off, securing the turtle for Smart Omega.
The cleaner is back in the building, scoring the first major objective for Omega, buying them about 1,000 gold ahead, 4 minutes in.
Yeah, good call there by Omega to actually take down Edward, but they're Super Red.
Oh, Miko again.
Woo.
Focusing here on the gold laners, as you were saying, Renmar.
Yeah. With the focus onto Edward down there, even though it looked like Wise would be the main target, Glue can disrupt Omega's attempts so much in objective fights. No wonder they're pressuring Agent Zero as much as they are. Gold lane tower of Blacklist International close to falling.
Man, that CC, I mean, when you're just watching it unfold here, it is going to be something that Smart Omega wants to be careful with, but they're slowly building themselves a nice, comfortable gold lead, and this should transition well for them here.
Yep, despite everything that's happened so far, again, Miko not having a great start. Oh, they're on him again.
Oh, Miko again. He should be able to get away, get CC'd again. Yue with the kill. Miko, I mean, look how much is being expended here. Now, Miko's got to be a little more careful how he approaches. He's got 3 deaths here at the almost 6-minute mark.
Hashtag diminishing returns, though.
Yeah. It's better him than any other member of Omega that Blacklist is taking down, because all the space that Miko is providing, even though he's dying a lot, Omega all across the map are at least taking something back.
It seems like the shoe's on the other foot. This is unorthodox to see the Hilda die more than the Diggy, although she is the natural predator to this little owl baby. Looking at the items, Yue already has his Clock of Destiny. Oh, wait.
Oh, forcing out.
There it is.
That's a great move there by Omega, forcing out the time journey as soon as possible. That gives them space of around 45 seconds to be more aggressive.
Well, okay. They do have that resource out. Yue, though, quite low. Should be able to survive, but still, they're down possibly a member plus the time's journey. Turtle going to come up now. It's Smart Omega still putting pressure on the mid lane. They get to tier 1. And now Ryzen giving it a go to the back line, but just going to give this one for the Turtle. So this should just go in the hands of Smart Omega. Wise, though, waiting around the corner. Miko to zone him out. Secured by Ryzen. Another Turtle for Smart Omega.
The Barangay are treating this game 1 like a night out. They're painting the map red.
Man, Omega playing around Miko's aggression, getting all the information. Oh, the lead! Oh, man!
Well, the burst is there. Stone punishing Oh My Venus, and now still the gold lead builds further for Smart Omega.
Stone, man, the damage already on this Farsa. Blacklist are getting to the point where they can't even get close to the members of Omega.
Oh, close call. Wise forcing out a flicker from Kelra.
Yeah, just when I said it, Wise said, no, I'm going to show you I can still get close.
Well, I mean, at the same time, we were talking about, do they have enough magic damage? Well, so far from what we've seen, Stone's got it.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Again, the feathered airstrike, just so much value here. And that was Yue using it in return. Going to force Stone back. Kelra not going to connect on that one. Still, the back and forth. Miko providing the vision here.
And I just want to point out how great it was. Omega prioritized taking down the mid tower right away. With that down, that gives so much more room for a Hilda to work around with in terms of getting into the areas around the orange buff, around this part of the map of Blacklist International. Look at Miko going straight for the back line.
Oh, could be a bad position here for Blacklist International. Feathered airstrike going to come down again. Still looking for Super Red. Miko with a sliver of health.
Y'all
still surviving.
Y'all just scared for Miko. Look at Super Red. He barely got away.
Yeah, almost got sniped if he didn't flicker on out of there. A lot of close calls in that little spat down bottom lane, and Omega are still in control here. Cool, calm, and calculated against their very familiar rivals. 13 seconds until this Lord spawns. It is still around a 3,000 gold lead. Blacklist can contest this, but they have to look for the Farsa.
Lord's up, and I gotta say, from yesterday's chaotic approach that won Omega a sweep, this is a very different kind of game they're playing. I'd say if they turned it up to 11, if they went a little crazier, all right? We're seeing some signs of it, right? We see Miko go straight for the back line. This could as well be game. How does Blacklist dig themselves out of this hole?
Well, they're going to start by getting Stone half health here. He's going to have to be careful. He does recall the base. Lord about half health is going to reset a little bit. Blacklist International trying to get in position for this one. But so far, everything's just going to reset for now.
Yeah, good call Blacklist is doing here. Still being aggressive in terms of contesting the major objectives. Bot lane's a dead lane right now. Keller not going to show there and try to push it out. Omega and Blacklist still hotly contested around this Lord. Who's going to pull the trigger first is the biggest question here.
Huge presence from both teams here. Keeping eyes and tabs on this Lord. A pull by Ryzen. Nobody wants to try and push down bottom anymore. I think they're going to go for this first Lord. A lot of them, both teams, are investing quite a much.
No! Oh my Venus! Getting taken out with a combination. So they've got the numbers advantage here. Smart Omega gonna fight off Blacklist International from this Lord. Looking for a position. Miko, though, getting punished. It's now even numbers across the board. Who's gonna secure the Lord? Edward flickering out. Lord once again, soft resetting here. But Smart Omega still looking to press the situation.
Could have sworn it was gonna full reset.
Yeah, but Ryzen and Wise not giving it up there. He would go again.
Kelra doesn't connect on that one. Yue comes in. Stone able to survive. Wings by wings out of there. The Time's Journey going to come out. Kelra unleashing on Wise. They got to be careful here. Renzio trying to get out of dodge as well. It's too much CC though. Renzio falls.
Oh my goodness, check your phone bills. So many close calls here.
And this whole time, it's Blacklist turn to zone out Kelra. The Filipino Savage could not get into the battlefield. He was ineffective. You saw him, he was trying to change his gun, but he just switched priorities. He said, you know what, I'm just going to clear this wave.
Yeah.
He already lost up top, can't lose again.
Yeah, Omega are going to lose their tower bottom side, though, because of the minions naturally just pushing for Blacklist. Can Omega counter this?
They're quite low. Oh my Venus got to be careful too on the positioning. Miko again is trying to give the vision. Going to get pulled back a little bit here. Kelra with a backfire, but he can't get it.
Oh my goodness.
Miko falls. Yue with the kill, and still the battle for the first Lord ensues.
In matchups like this, I'm talking about the past couple of minutes, when you're not playing the whole map, the Hilda isn't as useful.
Oh my goodness, this isn't just a Lord dance, it's a Lord orchestra. So many tunes being played at the same time. The members of Omega cannot crack the frontline defense of Blacklist, who are very close to getting the first Lord of the game.
These are the decisions here from Blacklist International. They're paying dividends. And after a couple minutes, they secure that Lord finally. And now it's Smart Omega on the run here. They have to defend.
Man, what a showcase by these two teams. Blacklist International trusting in the tankiness of their front line, the utility that a Diggy brings to the table. Oh my Venus has finally surpassed Yelly Hayes in terms of top assist in the entire MPL career. A Hall of Legend inductee surpasses another. And Oh My Venus's play there as the Diggy in that last long Lord orchestra. was what helped Blacklist International win the first Lord of the game.
Just to put that in the context, Oh My Venus started playing in the MPL Season 4. Yelly Haze DR was here since Season 1. That's how much work Oh My Venus has been putting in, not just in this game, but in her entire career. The map has slowly turned blue, folks. Blacks International in the driver's seat.
Man, it's just all that for the first Lord, right? I mean, and now you're seeing the siege here of the base.
But just the same, it makes sense. If you're going to get the first Lord and make this much of a dent on the map, you might as well. And now even mid, the penetration, they're threatening it.
They get the turret down just like that. So Blacklist International, I mean, just a few minutes ago, not too long ago, boys, Smart Omega had that lead, but now it's in the hands of Blacklist International.
What a fantastic swing back by Blacklist as we look at the top damage leaders of the game. Storm, 66,000 and counting, almost double of Oh My Venus's count. Oh My Venus and you are the top damage dealers here for Blacklist International. And this is the next point I'm going to make here. Wait, hold that thought. Oh My Venus.
Time's Journey going to come out here. Ryzen trying to find a connection. Can't get it, though. Ryzen has to get out of dodge. Too much CC, though.
Wow.
Super Red cleaning up the kill. And now it's Kel for the hills. Flicker comes in. Super Red with a massive play as Renzio falls 2-3 down for the Brungai.
This is the trademark Blacklist International rubber band effect. They have replicated their playstyle, their success from older lineups with this new one. And here we come, one more time.
And they're looking to end the game. Miko falls. Super Red is super as he's looking to end the game here with the rest of Blacklist International. And like that, in the 15-minute mark before it, they take game one.
My goodness! Just when you thought they were out, they come back swinging. One Lord fight, a calculated map-wide push, great individual plays. Wise, that smack onto the members of Mega there in the bottom lane. Their bottom turret setting things up for Super Red. Game one goes to Blacklist International.
All they needed was the right timing. Yes, for a good 5 or 6 minutes, Miko was bullying them out of their own jungle, controlling where and how Blacklist can move around. But when it comes down to the fights that matter, Blacklist just invested in that Lord's, I'd say, dance routine. It was more than just a single dance. It was a whole dance routine backed by a Lord's orchestra, would you dare say?
Yeah, it was a musical.
There you go.
Literally, it was a whole musical because, again, that was the one and only Lord, right? And you don't often, see that. Yeah, you don't often see like a game ending with literally one Lord being taken there that often because, I mean, even from the previous years, it's been, what, 3-4 Lords usually.
Yeah, written and directed by Lin-Manuel Miranda, the mind behind Heights and Hamilton.
I was actually thinking that, like, this is the closest we'll get to Hamilton here in the MPL. Both teams not throwing away their shot, their one shot, that one Lord. And I'm pretty sure that Lord felt so wanted.
And to think, right, they Rochambeau'd that because Blacklist International was outgunned, outmanned, and
outnumbered and outplanned.
Exactly, but still they figured it out. They invested in the right team fight. You could have sworn that Edward was in on this the whole time. Agent Zero invested in making that top lane where they were going to make their last stand, and they did.
Man, one of the most interesting games of Mobile Legends Backband Professional League I've ever seen. I can't wait to talk more about this.
Oh, you will get your chance. I wish I could. I wish we could, but we'll hold out for later because right now we're setting up for our breakdown between this first game. Again, it's Blacklist International taking down Smart Omega in rubber band fashion. All right, say what you will about the lineups having changed and this being a rivalry that we're reviving from all the way back in 2021, but this is very reminiscent. Reptar, break it down. Talk to us about what happened here in game number one.
All right, I'm absolutely giddy. I'm nerding out right now with how this draft worked out for both teams. Let's go back to the series we just saw earlier, wherein ONIC and Echo faced off against one another and showed the importance of having multiple sources of magic damage as being an important aspect of your lineup. Let's look at the lineup here of Blacklist International. They have the Diggy, yes, Valentina, yes, and what damage does the glue do again? All right, magic. So 3 sources of magic damage. You don't necessarily think of that as burst, but look at the build again of Oh My Venus. Very signature at this point right now, having an Enchanted Talisman and Pure Rage as her emblem, and of course, Divine Glaive earlier on. The reason why you do that is because the members of Blacklist know that Omega have built the lead. They're still on the way to building their magic defense items, even though some members of Omega decided to build it as soon as possible, but having that Divine Glaive early on made that Diggy hurt, hence why Miko got punished a lot, and hence why in the super long Lord Dance, with the utility that a Diggy can bring to the table, with a Time's Journey, stopping all the crowd control abilities, and every time Miko wanting to enter, getting punished, meaning that the members of Omega would have to use either Renjo, sometimes even Kelra, sometimes even Ryzen, just to get vision around the Lord, slowly pushing them back. Now look at the lineup of Omega here. They controlled the game. Yes, they did what they needed to do. Win, Kelra, gold lane, fast break on the tower. Omega, break the mid fast. Long Lord fight means the Diggy will shine. Oh My Venus's utility on this Diggy was so crucial here. Perfect timings of the Time's Journey, the reverse times on whoever member of Omega got too close to the members of Blacklist, and it's a good call that Blacklist, every time they got a pull with the reverse time onto either Renjo or to Miko, they would punish right away, knowing that one down for Omega is very costly for them, considering that the members of Blacklist International are naturally tankier in terms of, well, their frontliners, the Glue, the Fredrin, and yes, even surprisingly, the Diggy, of course, with the Time's Journey. We were talking about it earlier, gentlemen, where for the last pick of Omega, they need a little bit more magic damage. Hindsight is 2020, and even look and saying the possibilities here, I would have loved to see a Karina in the jungle, because the Karina in the jungle would have solved the potential lead that Blacklist would be able to find. And usually, again, Karina is, I would call her also sort of like a faux tempo breaker, not with crowd control, but with surprise burst magic damage to counter what is a snowball attempt by the members of your opposing team. But Omega, though, despite that, they still played incredibly well up until that crucial Lord fight. Don't forget, they took control of the game. Breaking gold and the mid tower fast was what Omega needed to do, and they did their early game objectives perfectly. But gentlemen, I don't think they expected the tenacity of Blacklist International in that Lord fight, and how eventually, as Leo, you put it, how hard Miko will get punished when Omega's not in control of the map.
Tenacity is a good word for that, because, I mean, that Lord fight alone, beautiful, right? Both sides, honestly.
Yeah, both sides.
And I also believe that, yeah, maybe the Karina could have worked out better for them, but also there was so much damage from Stone, right? But and it was there, it was proof there that, for them. But still, again, this shows just how good, how much knowledge and experience, especially these members of Blacklist International have in those extended fights, and how good they're at it, honestly.
Yep. And just to put it into context, Blacklist International read into what Omega was delivering. Again, we mentioned the good points that their lineup executed with, and then they found those voids and those little holes in the plan, the chinks in the chain of armor of the barangay, and eventually 15 minutes, less than, was enough for them to get there. Now, going into Game 2, I have gotten confirmation. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all know I am smiling, right? Blacklist International is going to stay ahead of the curve, going to keep Smart Omega on their feet. They're switching out Edward. Agent Zero is going to get subbed out for the Hitman, Renegade, for Game 2.
Oh, I feel like that's a sign from Blacklist. They want to end this with a sweep.
That's unfair, though, man. Like, Blacklist International, it's cool because they have, Agent Zero, the guy with, like, tons of nicknames. And then now they have the Hitman. I know. Yeah. I mean, I feel your happiness and your exuberance, right? As a man, a fan of the Hitman. But that's the thing. It's unfair.
I am just rive with joy. I cannot explain how. Again, both on a personal and a sentimental level, this is amazing. But as well, tactically speaking, right? If you're Omega, usually, folks, this is where we open up the question: what can Omega do to force a Game 3? this makes the argument all the more difficult because, again, game one, you study that and you go like, what did Edwards Glue do to help get there? Now you're going to go, oh, wait, never mind. It's now Renegade sitting in, and he plays a totally different game. And, again, the concept of tempo breaker comes up a lot, right? Just how can you stop your opponent from doing what they want to do? Renegade does an amazing job at that.
Yeah, Renegade, a much more, I like to say, a much more aggressive version of Edward. Edward is a little bit more calculated, aggressive at the right times. Renegade, he's the man that sometimes has a gambit, a bit of a gamble when he initiates, but then so far, it's worked out well for Blacklist when Renegade is playing in the table. So maybe, again, this feels like a sign from Blacklist saying, oh, we want to end this right now. We don't want to force a game number 3 because we know we're going to be falling into the hands of Omega if they win game number 2. Omega is a very momentum-based team. And it shows again as well in their performance. Kelra, tremendous all up until that First Lord. Even during that First Lord musical that we saw between Blacklist and Omega, the only Lord musical that we saw, Keller was on fire, but you saw their Blacklist International adjusted their approach to team fights. Even though they got sniped a few times, ate up a lot of damage of the Beatrix, you saw them hell-bent on staying away from Keller as much as possible.
Now this opens up a possible way for Smart Omega to come back. We mentioned the pros and cons of one Renegade Bacarse. What if this time around, since in game 1 it was Renzio versus Edward, and Edward's much more safer, much more consistent in his playstyle, what if Renzio goes ahead and punishes Blacklist's new recruit? What if that's how the X Factor comes in, and that's how they fight for game 3?
This is where you take chaos and chaos, and you see who comes out on top.
Chaos?
Yeah, I thought, like, oh, he's going to say order. Oh, no.
no, it's chaos and chaos with these two.
Yeah, and actually, I'm glad that you mentioned that, because in my head, when you were mentioning the potential Renjo X Factor, Leo, I was thinking, what if we see Renjo on something like a Yu Zhong this time around? A little bit chaotic, can be a hero that definitely breaks through the formation of Blacklist International, send Blacklist back reeling. Omega are great at that. When you send them, when Omega sends their opponents going back retreating, they're so good at ending team fights that way by chasing them and punishing them for even thinking of running away. So I won't be surprised if Renjo ends up with something like a Yu Zhong this time around.
Joseph, do you agree that maybe here in game 2, the XP lane might be the difference maker? Because, again, it's just as valid to say, no, I think roamers might be where the change might come from. Because the Hilda halfway through, almost did nothing. Like, all the love to my boy, Miko. But it was so difficult to watch that Hilda in those later team fights in this 14-minute game from game 1. And you're like, what now?
Yeah, because, I mean, Hilda at some point, you're literally just sprinting at people. Like, that's what you do. You're sprinting at them, and then once it's down, you know, you're trying to find a bush to regen in. But with so much layered CC, you can only run for so long, you know? So, I mean, that's something that maybe Miko will want to approach this game differently. But you did mention, is it going to be the XP lane that's now the factor here? And I think it's possible, right? But still, a stellar game, even from Super Red. He really capitalized on a lot of those moments that were being set up for him to shine in.
I got to say, double down on the fact that he had nerves of steel. The first 2 minutes were miserable for the young gold laner, the new recruit for Blacks International, but he recovered immaculately. Going into game 2, speaking of recovery, Smart Omega has to do a much better time this time around. Reset is the name of the game. They're on the blue side. They're on the play, banning out the Estes. Blacks International answers back. They got the 2-pick swing on the red, banning out the Fanny.
I hear the wind whispering, and the wind whispers, Omega ban the Diggy. Or am I just hearing things?
Gotta get that checked.
Oh, the wind was right.
The wind was
but
right.
the wind was correct.
He doesn't need to get it checked.
But they might as well, yes. But you were right, but I'm not hearing any voices.
I don't have any wind where I'm sitting, so I don't know. I don't know what where Redmar is sitting here, but there's wind.
But this is a great call. This is a great call. Coach Bet and Coach Etomax, they were on point. I think this is a great start.
Yeah, and now it's. What are they going to give up? Are they going to ban out the Faramis? Will they even be willing to ban the Fredrin? I was about to say, great ban there, taking out the Fredrin. So we're going to be seeing Wise play something else. But of course, Wise has a crazy hero pool of very solid options here. So Smart Omega, are you going to pick up the... Very rarely do we see a Valentina first pick. Even rarer do we see a Faramis first pick. But because of the situation of this matchup and who's facing whom, Valentina and Faramis' first picks, honestly, sound very good to me.
Ooh, Valentina Faramis, either or, good choices too. You can still even prioritize that XP lane first pick. You know, if you want to give, for example, Glue's not banned out here. What does Renzio want to take in favor? There's the Conja ban. So now, again, what role do you prioritize here?
Oh, okay. With the Diggy Gone, that opens up Atlas. That opens up Cho. A lot of options, but this little girl got through. Here comes Joy.
She's unsupervised. Nobody kept her in check. This is what, the first Joy this week, right?
Yeah, for this week.
For this week, yeah.
Oh. The previous times we've seen Joy, she's been a menace.
Joys are scarce.
Yep. But when she shows up, oh boy.
So, I mean, so back before, right, Joy, it was kind of the question, where does she fit best? And I feel like now, is it decided she works best in XP lane?
Yes. I think ever since the M4 World Championship, there's that. The possibility of her going to the gold lane, not gold lane, rather the jungle is still very much there. But tried and tested really is XP lane Joy. Now for the picks here for Blacklist, they pick up the Valentina. Again, usually Valentina is picked in the first 3 picks for either side. And of course, Glue played really well on the hands of Edward. This time they're putting in the hands of Ren and Jay, hoping that the Glue can either match or temper what Joy can do in the XP lane. Swing back here though by Omega. They pick up the Farsa, meaning that Blacklist will also have the Feathered Airstrike. But they also pick up the Melissa there. So now it's up to Blacklist International to draft more heroes to block that. I see a Lolita being hovered right now by Blacklist. If they decide to pick that, that would be a great pickup.
Yeah, pretty solid pickup for the Queen here. All reliable. I believe this is Kelro's first Melissa in Season 11. And that's a rising hero. And of course, confirmed, does so much against the current picks for Omega. I mean, even a Joy will just stop dead in its tracks when you get stunned, you get bonked.
Yeah, especially, I mean, no matter how good the beats are, right? Joy's going to potentially be stopped here. But still, I like the Joy pick because just how, literally we were talking about how chaotic Joy can be as a hero, right? It's almost, some people like to call her, it's kind of like a mosquito, right? She's just there in the back line, causing havoc, but you actually don't realize how much havoc she's doing, right, to your team. So I feel like Blacklist International specifically covering their bases pretty well here. And now it comes down to the second phase of the bans.
Great respect ban there by Blacklist International onto Ryzen, potentially picking up the Link, but Omega swinging back with taking out the Barretts. Will they even consider taking out the Guinevere? Maybe even, because it is available for Blacklist.
Is it that bad? You gotta get rid of all of Wise's heroes.
It's the Gwyn. The last time we saw the Gwyn on board, though, for Blacklist, it was victorious.
Did great. It was the one checking on the Kufra, the opposing Kufra.
Yeah. You never thought you'd hear that, where a Gwyn barely even cared about going up against a Kufra. That's how great Wise was in that game. Blacklist still respecting the heck out of what Ryzen brings to the table as an assassin user. They take away a Hayabusa as well. Does that mean Omega will be forcing themselves back into picking up a Lancelot? However, I like that they're banning out the Brody here. Could potentially make it a little bit easier for them to catch out whatever Super Red will pick. Maybe it's the Moskov, and maybe they'll even go to the magic damage route. We'll see.
I wonder, does Super Red pick the Beatrix here, or like you said, maybe Moskov is better because at least from that point, you can actually just unleash Moskov's auto attacks from behind a Lolita. There it is, right? You have that kind of bulwark protection, but then also at the same time, you provide your team with that pretty much global spear, right? The ultimate does come in handy a lot of times, and you can kind of play around that. So I actually like the Moskov pick here.
Yep, you win trades against the Melissa. If it was just you two left alone, Super Red would be winning those duels.
And now Omega need to pick up really tanky frontliners here, or those really good for pickoffs in terms of setting the tempo. Cho, again, still available. Atlas still available here for Miko. Lapu-Lapu even in the X. Oh, Lapu-Lapu.
Unless they flex the Joy.
XP.
Unless they flex the Joy.
Unless they flex the Joy, yeah.
They go tank a lot.
Yeah. Tank a lot even. Might be difficult. I hear someone new. Oh, it's a Kufra.
Hello.
And that's a Hanzo.
Hello, Hanzo.
Okay, we are back on the board with a Hanzo pickup. Most likely this is going to be going to the jungle, yes.
Correct. So
Yes.
Hanzo was picked in week one?
Yes.
Week 1.
As a jungler in the MPL, yes.
Okay. I like the Hanzo because it's, in a way, it's risky, but it's like a huge risk. So now I really do go back to that point of, yeah, this is chaotic, man. This is chaotic, Smart Omega. It's going to be great.
I like that it's dangerous, but only because it's dangerous. it's bound to be fun either way, right?
Yeah.
You're going to scramble Blacklist. Oh! And you're going to put them in an odd position. What? Naizu! Danger begets danger.
Yeah.
That's a jungle Alice if ever I've seen one.
You got danger on Omega and a dangerous woman on the side of Blacklist International. The CEO still on your screen.
still here.
This is going to be a Demon Slayer tank Alice in the jungle and a Hanzo in the jungle as well.
All right.
Okay, you thought Guinevere was cool. What about Jungle Alice? How cool, how dangerous is that?
All right, so full transparency, if y'all have been keeping tabs on local leagues here in the Philippines, it's shown up in the MDL, right?
Yeah.
In the hands of breakout performing team Game Lab. To much success, right? But anecdotally speaking, I've played my own fair share of Jungle Alice. It's miserable in the first 2 minutes. It's so hard. Nay, I'd say first 5 minutes. So
That's a long time.
Yeah. Because so Blacklist International has to work hard. Wise has to work hard to make sure it works.
And that's why the role here of Renegade will be even more important. He needs to be the anchor for the next 5 minutes of the game for Blacklist International. The thing is, though, with Alice, and for me, it feels fast after the 2nd minute because eventually teams will adjust and start leashing for it super quickly. If Blacklist win the first 2 turtles of the game, Omega are going to feel that Alice scale up super quick.
Not only that, but just the interaction between having an Alice and a Valentina on the same team, that can actually do wonders for Blacklist International, especially if UA is able to pop off a little bit early here to allow them to give that time to Wise, like you guys mentioned.
Oh, Miko missed the jump. As we were talking about it, Blacklist International just want to hold out, all right, until Wise is stable, until this Alice is ready to go. Now, talking about the Alice, the Valentina, and the Moskov, that's a lot of damage coverage, especially when you get to the late game. It's inevitable.
Yeah, and we felt that also, as you mentioned, Leo, in the MDL, when it was backs on the wall for an Alice jungle. Once it got to the late game, an Alice and Moskov together will absolutely tear up through lineup. Hence why Omega's pickup on the Melissa is crucial, and Stome here will be playing a crucial role as well for Omega. Now, the interesting thing about the 2 junglers is both teams don't need to engage or commit so much for turtles and even lords, because the junglers can just safely poke away from afar or just wait for the last minute, retreat, and then just get on out of there.
Yeah. I mean, right now, their eyes set here on Super Red, still trying to find any pick-off advantage that they can, because that's the one thing I'm really wondering about is how this Hanzo works out this time, right? Because what we know, Hanzo's damage can be unreal if unleashed.
Speaking of, it's a little trippy watching Numa just go ahead and whack away at the turret while Ryzen's body is way off.
Oh, man. Still have to get used to seeing Hanzo on the board here at the MPL, but this is a meta which we find ourselves in, and we do get it, though, why the Hanzo pickup is so great currently, how well it's safe in terms of taking objectives, doesn't need to overcommit. Oh, here's Renegade, though.
Yeah, Renegade should be fine. Renzio doing exactly what he needs to do, but who gets this advantage? Because now, yeah, that's 2 ultimates down for Smart Omega for that first turtle. So they're not even going to commit to it just yet. Newman on Blast going to charge up here. They find Miko. The stun's there as well. Don't have enough damage, though, from UA with that Feathered Airstrike copy.
What I really liked about that was, other than a great start there by Blacklist International forcing Miko back, Miko didn't expend the flicker. Much needed ability if you are the Kufra to hold on to that. And now we're going to see here Omega. They don't need to commit their roamer onto this turtle. Ryzen can just stay back, maybe poke and watch out. Try to peek, but it looks like, let's see if he can steal it.
Ryzen going in. A little bit too late, though. Wise able to secure the first turtle of the game. Ryzen just going to go back to the body here. So, yeah, first objective secured here pretty easily by Blacklist International.
And it begs to be said, 3 minutes in, no casualties. Omega not crossing the threshold quite yet. The gold laners, let's give them their own timers. This is good for Blacklist. And again, folks, you might be wondering, why is Wise entering the lanes? Why is he farming away the laner's gold? It's because of that passive.
Yeah, you need to build that passive up for that Alice once you're around the minions. When they go down, get those, I call them bloods.
The blood.
The blood.
Blood
That goes
orbs.
down. The blood orbs, exactly. And now looking at the items, you see there the gap between the two gold laners here. 500 might not seem a lot, but this early on with how much damage Keller has done to the energy shields, it's big.
Oh, Stone gonna bob and weave with the wings!
Oh.
Can't get away though. Feathered
Surprising.
Airstrike gonna find the connection from Yue. And they're gonna be fine just like that, finding the first kill of the game.
Great patience by you as the Valentina with the feathered airstrike, really waiting to see where Stone will be flying, biding his time, eventually helping secure the kill there onto Stone.
And with that, again, it's clear that Ryzen is behind, right? So he just built his corrosion scythe. Not to say that he would have won that engagement if he had the corrosion scythe. He needed Stone there. He needed to coordinate that much, much better. Oh, wait, mid!
Oh! Okay, they return the punishment, right? This time they get Yue. Renegade could be in trouble here. He's trying to get away. Split out of the way. Can he survive? Ryzen on the hunt! Can't get him. The Hitman survives.
Smooth operator. The Hitman bought all the time in the world for Blacklist.
Similar to how Edward escaped with slivers of his health as a glue in game number 1. Blacklist International continuing the theme here, but that was a great call by Omega to go for that clapback to counter back the kill onto Stone in the mid lane. So now, still a very even ball game for these two teams.
Yep. Turtle spawn here. Second one for this game. Miko and Oh My Venus looking for a pull, a jump in. No one home.
And look at that. Renegade just stuck in lane up against that Joy. Not having a joyful time in this game. Ren just so much pressure right now onto the Hitman.
Yep, not just. It's come to the point wherein Renzio has pressured Renegade so much that that turret took a few hits. Look at it, it's a third of its health. And Blacklist with the pull. Let's see if Omega's going to commit.
He's going to make his way, and still, Ryzen able to secure that one with Retribution. Happy with it. They're still trying to grab Renzio here. There's the feathered airstrike and a force on My Venus back. They find the stun, still looking for it. Renegade there now with the split, looking for a pullback, can't find it. Renzio though, Joy doing work here with the vengeance, but still no one going down here. But Smart Omega able to secure the turtle.
All right, crumbs. Crumbs of what Omega might eventually bake into a amazing DPS pizza. That's what Omega's lineup is looking like so far. It's DPS, but they're not there yet.
Yeah, right now, Blacklist are receiving a mouthful of a Joy sandwich. Renjo just doing so much to pressure Blacklist's attempts with answering in team fights. Even though that was a great position there for Renegade and Wise, you see how tanky they are. And now Blacklist on the pressure of Renjo, sending him back. That tower is going to fall topside.
This is the thing, right? They're now it's to the point. 7 minutes in, you're trading objectives here, looking for more space. They're going to be looking for a kill mid lane. They find Wise. Nice setup play there, and now Renegade going to be the focus. Ryzen still trying to get the damage off he can. Also working to take the purple buff as he does.
I gotta see Ryzen. I gotta see Dean. Did he get it? Did he steal it?
Yeah, it looks like he was able to steal it.
Oh no.
There's no member of Blacklist there who could have taken it away from him.
Does Renzi understand? Does he know the gravity of the situation? There was a concealed play by Omi Venus. It looks like he saw. Looks like he knows.
He knows.
He knows.
He knows. And look at the damage right now. Player gold, rather. Keller in the lead. But Super Red very close despite that tough start for him. Super Red's kept it close for the Filipino Savage. Already having a golden staff on him. So Omega need to watch out for this damage of Moscow. They need to find him in team fights.
Uh-oh. Well, back at mid lane, they're going to be focusing again as we get the action back. Wise quite low. Going to be able to regen quite a bit, though. Renegade going to pull the members back. Miko could be in trouble. Not enough damage here, though. So now Renzio pushing them back as well. Blacklist International barely holding on to this here. One. Super Red trying with the ultimate there.
A curious case. Reptar, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seemed like Kelra consciously did not lean into that fight.
Yeah, he didn't. He stayed back knowing that with Miko already low, they're going to lose one of their frontliners. Omega does have the damage, but they are still watching out and respecting the turnaround capabilities that Blacklist has, especially since they didn't have full info yet as to where Super Red was.
Oh, well, right now they don't have the information here. that they need. Miko going to charge up. There's the new one on blast. Not going to find the connection, though. Renegade half health here, so both teams calling it back for now. Ryzen, though, still doing some damage there. He recalls back, and still, now that this Lord is up, are we going to see another orchestra of a Lord dance?
Well, last game was won almost single-handedly off of that engagement. So I'm thinking Omega should be once bitten, twice shy. They should take advantage of the fact that they know more now. But again, consider the fact that this is Renegade. It's not Edward anymore. Oh, that's a bouncing ball on the Queen.
My Venus going to be fine for now, but still fighting for space to get the advantage on this Lord. And also Renzio heading up top side. So another turret going down, but still no team wants to commit just yet.
Yeah. Both teams taking nice and slow. Renjo's pressure up top, though, is a signal for Blacklist that there's one member of Omega not close to the rest of them. Who's going to be able to find the marksman and the main damage dealers of both teams first? Omega need to find Super Red, but Blacklist need to find Kelra.
Gentlemen,
Ryzen.
I'm slowly getting sold on this jungle Alice. Blood flow can be used to check bushes.
I mean, honestly, they have a lot of options to check bushes, and I think that's going to play dividends for them as they get set up here to fight. Look at that, too. They had two members up top to push Renzio back. Now they're giving the Lord here first for Smart Omega. They're going to contest it. Feathered Airstrike going to come down. Renegade taking quite a bit of damage. Still alive. Retribution comes out. It's Wise securing the Lord here. Can they capitalize on that objective take? No one goes down. Blacklist International now looking to take space on the map.
There's a reason they call him the king of the jungle. Wise, not only does he have a hero pool as deep as Mariana's Trench, but also his mechanics, unquestionable. Say what you will about him not playing the assassins, but when it comes to clutch moments like this, wins world championships.
Yeah, man. As you're a jungler, you got one job. Stay alive as long as possible, get the major objectives, and that's exactly what Alice brings to the table for Blacklist International, what Wise brings to the table, and now with a Winter Truncheon as well, he could potentially also be the setup guy.
Oh my goodness.
Just like how they set up that kill there onto Ryzen in mid.
Close call for you, but the job is done. Ryzen suffers his first death. Fellas, I just noticed we're 11 minutes in and we've only had 4 kills, 3 before Ryzen fell.
Yeah,
Very calculated.
Low kill game here, but right now, I mean, in a similar fashion, the first Lord of the game buys a lot. Not the game, but buys a lot here for Blacklist International. And I feel like this is the point now where they put the pedal to the metal here.
And Omega might need to play again from a situation where they will have to just defend and then find the turnaround there. Super Red now at the top of the gold chart, while it's Kelra trailing behind by almost 2,000 gold. How quickly the story of this game changed with earlier Omega in control. Now it's a Blacklist in the zone.
Okay, Miko going to be able to find Renegade. Can't escape that one. The damage is there.
Ouch.
As he falls in the jungle.
Not even a chance to use split.
That was a lot.
That's the DPS pizza you were talking about.
Yep, they're slowly serving it up in slices, all right? I'm
not
looking.
A full pizza?
Not yet. About 3K behind, not yet. Still outgunned, right?
Yeah.
Still outgunned. It's possible that we see Deja Vu, but the other way around. So, Ujavad.
Yeah.
Ujavad.
Okay.
No, because again, this was the same situation we saw last game, right?
Yes.
The whole game, Blacklist was behind, and then they just rubber banded, came back like that. I'm seeing the same possible thing for Omega. They have the Kufra, they have the Melissa.
The weight here is definitely on Miko to find the right setups, right? I mean, and all the while, you have to worry about exactly the kind of displacement that can happen from Blacklist International, even with Wise, right? Yes, he's on this jungle Alice, but still the fact that he can kind of appear at these weird angles is a headache in itself.
He can juke you. He can throw the blood flow the other way and then walk into you the other, stun you, and then DPS you. Yeah, you're right. Exactly right.
Yeah, the power of the Alice, that's what she brings. And Omega, other than just looking for the perfect setup for Miko, they also need to find the right timing. Because even if it looks like a great setup by Miko, is it the right time? As Renjo, does he have time to get away from this?
Oh no, Renzio pops the vengeance here, but 4 members, Blacklist International, Super Red unleashing, one hit away! Oh, you can't dodge the spear!
Lord Rush!
But Smart Omega going to be working on the Lord here. Renegade trying to get in, and it's going to be secured by Ryzen. So a trade for a kill for a Lord. They're still going. Ryzen falling. Now All My Venus focusing on Kelra to block Kalani here.
Puts up the bulwark in Kelra's face. Oh,
didn't have the dash to get closer to maximize that. I believe Kelra was also playing it safe. So Omega, with the sacrifice of Renjo on the top side, they rushed Lord at the same time. A good call by Omega. They have a chance to put more space for them here on the map, especially in that mid lane. They need to open up the mid lane for them. Bottom side is where Blacklist will be looking at, but they have enough bodies close to the mid lane to cover that if Omega decide to dive it.
The showstopper pays the iron price to keep the show going, to eventually get to Omega timers. A jump in.
Oh, Miko
That's just
still
one, though.
looking, but Wise going to be in trouble. Look at the damage from Super Red. It's there to fall for Smart Omega, and he's still going now, looking for Miko. You can't escape that one. Double kill for Yue.
That's what I was talking about, Omega. The right timing. It was a great setup, but is it the right time? Did you have the info of where the other members of Blacklist are? Because if not careful, Blacklist can punish, and now they're close to potentially ending the game.
Renzio and Ryzen trying to do the best. Yue going to be quite low. He gets a kill. Ryzen able to grab that one. So they hold on for a little bit longer, but still they have their work cut out for them.
Good news, bad news. Omega has firepower, all right? They just need to put it into the right avenues. And just the same, they have a great highland defense. They still have all of their inhibitors, so as long as Storm and, I'd say, Renzio and Kelra to some extent are on point on defense, they're fine. They're going to extend the game. Bad news is Blacklist are still dictating the pace.
Yeah, it is going to be a tough end for Blacklist to end it in a normal way, a normal siege. As you mentioned, great defense on the base pushes here for Omega, but they cannot get caught out just like they did earlier again. Even though it's a good setup, even though it's Wise, you still need to watch out for Yue, you still need to watch out for Super Red, and make sure that your backline is safe. Kelra got caught out there. That's why they couldn't maximize the pin down onto Wise. Kelra was immediately spotted by Yue, and I believe that was Oh My Venus in that shrub close to the lane. That's why they couldn't follow it up.
Check your battle spells, folks, because Omega's online. Blacklist is still waiting for one. There's a jump.
Oh, Miko going to find Renegade here. Immortality going to be popping. Look at Oh My Venus zoning out Kelra. Goes in with a flicker. Not going to connect. But Yue unleashing here, taking the joy abilities and going for it. 2 fall for Smart Omega. Another masterful play here from Blacklist International.
This is the same outcome as the last big team fight here about a couple minutes ago, and Blacklist just played it the same way.
Oh, throwback to not just a few moments ago, but to when Blacklist International faced against TNC. Yue loves taking away the ultimate of the Joy because not only is it a great survival tool for him, with more damage items on Valentina, it hurts more. That's why Yue is not afraid to dive into the back line of Omega. He's playing this like a fighter, assassin, mage.
Yep, they're leaning into it. When you expect that you engage and you find a nice jump like Miko does. Like, truth be told, Miko's finding amazing initiations. It's just that Blacklist know exactly how to respond.
Not just that, but I mean, even looking at this damage received, Renegade, the Hitman, is doing an amazing job. He's not the Hitman right now. He's just like the sandbag man.
He's the get Hitman.
Yeah, because, he's the get Hitman because he is doing work here on this glue. And even if he can't find those splits he's looking for, the fact that he's able to take the brunt of the damage and then the rest of Blacklist International can follow up with that. Like you mentioned with Renmar, with Yue being so aggressive here, it works out so well on multiple layers.
Homie has just one death. Imagine the work he's been doing the past 17 minutes, and he only died once.
Been a lot.
Well, right now, they're going to have to defend here. They lose the bottom inhibitor turret. They should be able to get work with this Lord down, and still Smart Omega holding on.
Oh, man. You see their Blacklist International respecting the lineup of Omega's ability to defend. I think we're going to be close to a 25-minute game here, gentlemen, maybe even longer. But Omega, repeat it again, even though it looks like a good setup, what you need is the near-perfect setup, and that's not pressure onto Miko. That's the pressure for the entirety of Omega to know where the other members of Blacklist are. If it's Renegade or Wise or Venus that you catch off, watch where the other members are. They have to look for them because the counter punish of Blacklist, they also have firepower as well in spades.
Remember you saying third time's a charm because Omega, they know the formula. They know 1 + 1 is equal to 2, but how do they get to that final step wherein the initiation results in conversion? Because so far, they failed to even get 1 kill after that those amazing jumps.
Yeah. And Blacklist has already shown they are ready to punish if it's the wrong target spotted on and focused on by the members of Omega.
At this point, Miko, I mean, the set is, like you said, you have to find exactly that right perfect moment or that perfect target. And I feel like in this case, it's got to be Super Red. But how do you even get to him, right? How do you even get to Super Red? Or maybe even UA. If you can at least take out UA, then you're in a great position for Smart Omega here. But, you know, you don't want to keep running into Renegade like this.
Yeah. He's staying far back, Super Red.
Oh, yeah.
Great positioning right now by the rookie of Blacklist International.
Super
and even
far.
UA.
Super far.
Super far.
You could say that.
Super Red, super far.
Why isn't he even turning off the blood oath?
Yeah, just constantly up now. Oh!
Okay.
Nico burned his flicker!
Nico burned his flicker. Renzio, look at Oh My Venus goes in with the flicker. Numenum Blast, forcing him back here. And no one going down just yet, but a lot expended. Lord now up.
And that cost Blacklist close to nothing. US still has his flicker. Renegade has his flicker. Venus can afford this, all right? And now we're about more than halfway through Blacklist because getting this Lord, they're positioned amazingly.
Yeah. And knowing that they're up against a Hanzo, the moment they saw Miko, they're like, all right, let's slow it down. He might be just giving space and vision for the Hanzo. We got to find out where he is. Let's see if once they see him on the map, there's Blacklist. Wise with the entry. So they're speeding this up a little bit more because they saw Ryzen there in the top lane.
Okay. Committed there. I mean, if Oh My Venus was caught, that would have been kind of a disaster here. But this should just be a Lord secured. But Ryzen now going to go in. Can he secure it? He's trying. And it's Wise able to take that Lord. Smart Omega knowing they have to recall here, regen, and get ready for the defense.
Numa got CC'd.
Yeah.
Numa got CC'd. It was a Hail Mary play. If Omega got it, they would have gotten it with very little repercussions. But now it looks like hunker down for the defense for Lord number 3.
And again, it's going to be a tough end here for Blacklist. Omega, great defensive lineup. 2 inhibitor turrets, 1 at top, 1 at mid here. Blacklist, if they're going to go for this, they might get just 1, but still be careful for the potential swing around. But the moment they get 2 and there's still a full 5-man, they can end it.
Push coming in here. Wise on the top side. They got to work with the Lord. Look at the damage,
wow.
though.
Ryzen.
There was Stome. Renzio trying to hold that mid lane down. The top turret's going to go down here. They're holding on to 1 inhibitor turret for Smart Omega. Blacklist International still got to respect this DPS coming out from this lineup. Renzio holding down the front line. Ryzen trying to go in, get some vision damage off. Renegade, does he get the immortality? Can he get stunned here? Can't get it though, 1 hit away.
Omega's last bastion, the barangay holding on for dear life to this turret in mid. Amazing. I could have sworn they were going to lose both. But they know what's up. They understand that the clapback is real. Blacks International, this is discipline. They could have forced the push there.
Man, imagine life as a Hanzo. It must be amazing. You can just show up, deal damage, and don't even worry about going down. Because you're not even there technically.
My Venus again, looking for the angle. Not going to find it though. Also, Wise trying to put some pressure as well. No pick's going to happen here though, so Smart Omega knows exactly what they have to do.
They forced out the go away, so that's something that Omega has to account for, and Blacklist can take advantage of. But still, more to what you said, Ranmar, I gotta say, yeah, you're right. You can even stay in your base, like literally where you heal, and then go defend that turret.
Yeah, that's why Blacklist couldn't even take down that mid lane, because Ryzen stopped, I believe it was Yue, Super Red, and Renegade from even getting close to it. He just showed up, dealt damage. Yeah, he got stunned because they got to take his demon form down to 0, but again, technically, he's not even there.
Yeah, I mean, even if he gets taken to 0, he's just stunned in his base.
Yeah,
Right,
which is probably the best place to get stunned, right at the spawn point.
Yeah.
And rinse and repeat. Like, just wait for the Pinnacle Ninja to refresh. We're about 20 seconds away from a scaled-up Lord. It's evolved at 23 minutes, folks. This should be the end, all right? If Blacklist play this right, this should be the end. If Omega get it, though, inevitable comeback. Like
yeah.
if they could win via one pickoff, two-man pickoff, and get that Lord, steal it away. Ryzen can do that very well. Then we're off to a 30-minute game for sure.
That's going to be crazy. 30, maybe even 40.
Whoa.
Ouch.
I remember sitting down with you, Renmar, with a 53, 54-minute game.
Yep.
Yeah.
The last season?
Season 7.
Oh,
season 7. Way back.
Well, right now, I don't even think they can contest this Lord, but
Oh!
Miko, oh my
Yue gets
goodness,
the win.
Yue able to survive that with a nice, timely flicker, but actually, it pulled Wise off the Lord. So that could have been that moment for Smart Omega to turn this one around.
And as well, at the cost of 0 battle spells. Watch Omega. They have all of their battle spells.
Yeah, look at how far back Horizon is. Woo, he's going to get this Lord. It's going to be a big one. Omega, though, they cannot overcommit. They cannot get wiped out. They cannot afford to lose 2.
Still,
Barely can afford to lose 1.
Yeah.
Got to use the ultimate, the vengeance here as well. They're going to call it off on the Lord. They're going to push Smart Omega back here.
Gotta back off.
Ryzen still going to the base. Orenzio quite low, has the immortality. Miko going to go in, looking at Renegade.
Okay.
His rage quite low, flickers out, survives. Still, both teams, the back and forth, and now the call for the Lord.
Wow, Blacklist played that very well. They knew that they had a huge wave down bottom and up top. They make a beeline for the Lord. Still a little skirmish happening north of the purple buff.
Oh, Ryzen. He gets quite low, has to go back to the base.
Ultimate.
Lord going to be secured. Wise taking that one. Now Blacklist International just has to march it into the base.
Oh, what a game. What a series. Game number 2 has been a great showcase of technical mastery. Not only as an individual, but as a team. Blacklist not giving space to Omega. Omega making the right calls, but Blacklist able to respond right away.
Renmar, what a sequence. Despite there being no casualties, you could have sworn it was life or death for both.
Yeah.
Wow.
Fast clear mid.
Okay, you know what? The fact that there's a Ryzen life bar near 3 or 4 members of Blacklist makes it go, oh, but then again, he's safe, he's fine.
Because again, technically, he's
not there.
Well, who's here right now? And that's the Lord coming on the top side. Blacklist International going to be focusing on getting this last inhibitor turret down.
Lord number 4.
This is so different from the previous game, right? I mean, we're up to the 4th Lord now.
Yep.
But the defense is strong. Like you mentioned, the high ground is here. Can Smart Omega hold on? They're going to lose that inhibitor turret. Still have to work with the Lord. The charge up from Oh My Venus. They find a connection. And just like that, Blacklist International will sweep the barangay.
In a snap, and in what seemed like forever and just all at the same time, Blacklist International end the game. 26 minutes in, game 2, and the whole series.
Cool, calm, collected, and aggressive at just the right moments. Blacklist eventually found it with that last Lord. Omega held on for as long as they could, delay the inevitable, but Blacklist International did not give Omega any big opportunities to completely turn the game around. Great show of respect and a tremendous game by these two squads.
Love this rivalry. You know, there might be some different players here and there, but still, it's always a showing from these two teams when they battle it out in the Land of Dawn. And I gotta say, even with the addition of Renegade there, when he swaps out with Edward and then, of course, Super Red, you have this dynamic switch with Blacklist International.
Yep. Put him up there with the best of them. Zayn versus Owens, the Cavs versus the Lakers, Blacklist versus Omega.
Great showcase by these two, and it's a very comforting thought knowing that we're going to get this again later into the season for round 2, but here for round 1, Blacklist International can walk away with their heads held high with a sweep victory and 3 crucial points early on in the season.
I can't help but ask, did I get that right? Cavs versus the Lakers? That's a thing, right?
Not really, more like Lakers and Celtics.
Not anymore, but it was at some point.
More Cavs Warriors.
All right.
LeBron versus Curry.
Cavs versus the Warriors.
Yeah.
Put him up there. Now, another heartwarming moment was when Kelra came up to Super Red. That's got to be some sort of fist bump of approval from the Filipino Savage onto Blacklist Rookie.
It's definitely, I feel like, a moment for Super Red alone. I mean, we can only assume, you know, what's going on in his mind, but he had an amazing game, and I feel like what we're seeing is him settling in to that position, those shoes and everything else. And, you know, even when you have big eyes watching from the audience, you know, there of course there's going to be some of that pressure there, but hey, I got to say, did an amazing job.
Yeah, Super Red was, there's a Benny Cutie-esque in his positioning in this entire series. His patience, his timing, when to fight, when to show himself. It's one of the main reasons why Omega couldn't find Super Red at all in game number 2. Because Super Red was just, I trust my teammates to provide my space. I will enter the fight when I need to. And that's exactly why Super Red was just almost unhuntable for Omega.
Yep, he was scarce.
Scarce.
Short to say. And not to mention that whole switch-up between Renegade and Edward. More on that while we throw over to Mara on stage. She's with Blacklist International with the winner's interview.
Thank you, casters. Blacklist International ends the day with another sweep. Congratulations. Okay, nagulat ako. Kasi as far as I remember, never nag-switch ang Blacklist International mid-series. What was the decision behind it na si Edward yung nakita ko, biglang naging Renegade? How did that happen? Whose decision was that?
Ano po, team decision po. Yun po yung plano talaga namin kahit manalo-matalo. Ako po second game, tapos si Edward po first game.
So is that what's gonna be happening from now on? May mga switch tayo na ganap?
Ano na, Coach? Yan daw po yung abangan, sabi ni Coach.
Abangan. Renegade, you're fitting in really well with Blacklist International. Another thing, na first time ko nakita, Wise, nag-alis. First time ever, nakita natin to sa MPL. Sobrang galing mo pala mag-alis, ba't di natin nakikita yon? And Alice Jungle pa. What did you see there?
Madami po kasing gumagamit, tapos tinry ko po, tapos pasok kasi sa playstyle ko, kaya ginagamit namin.
At ang galing, nahuli niya yung kalaban, nababaliktad. Wait lang, kailangan ko i-point out, naalala ko may magaling mag-alis din dito Si Oheb! Dami pa ring fans, lahat nag-cheer. And another thing na kailangan kong i-point out, Mom Shrew. Okay, balikan natin yung digi niya nung game number 1. Okay, parang as far as I remember, historically speaking, ang mga nagdidigi either magta-tank or kung magda-damage, medyo palpak. But when you use it, ikaw ang pinaka-successful damage digi. In fact, 100% kill participation and second highest damage. How do you do that?
Siguro sobrang pasok lang din talaga sa playstyle ko yung Digi. And siguro with the help din syempre ng, ng kakampi ko. Kaya mas na-utilize siya.
And it doesn't even matter what you use. It's always beware of the queen. Once again, everybody, Blacklist International. You may now bow to the audience and go ahead. For sure, sisigaw sila when you guys walk by them. Go ahead. Lots of surprises today from Blacklist International. We see them sub a player in between the series. We see another hero being used. And as always, the Queen dominates. Himayin natin ang ating laban, kaya balikan na natin ang ating casters. Pasok.
Thank you so much. Always lovely to hear from Blacklist International. And gotta say, great save by answering, just wait for us to show y'all. Because if it's confirmed that, yeah, we're going to switch up every series or every game, then it'll be much easier to read. But now, so far, loving it. Revel in the fact that they won against their fated rival, longtime rival, Smart Omega.
This is interesting because a lot of people, when they watch Blacklist International, you know, a lot of online talk was, you know, they need to change something. They're so predictable. At some point, they pick the same heroes. And now that you have these different dynamic changes available to you, it's actually great for the team, for a lot of the fans too, because it's a different dynamic now of Blacklist International.
Exactly. A new code. And I'm here for it. We're all here for it. And you know what else? Renmar's here to break down game number 2.
Hey,
That was a great one, wasn't it? Almost 30 minutes, showcase of one of the classic rivalries here in the Philippines, nay, even just the entire world of Mobile Legends. Bang Bang. Let's talk about what Oh My Venus and Y said. They talked about heroes that they're using, great for their playstyle. Of course, Oh My Venus was talking about the Digger earlier on, but they both mentioned that how well their teammates play with them, how great their chemistry is. Because Blacklist International needed a team effort to hold on to the lead that they built themselves, because you saw it all throughout in their movements, with the low kill count in this game, how careful they were going up against Omega. They wanted to know where Ryzen is, where Kelra is, and where Stome is before they would full engage and take on. The times they would full engage was after the engagements of Omega, where Omega would catch out either Oh My Venus, Wise, or Renegade. Then they'd use a lot of their abilities to try and take them down fast. But Blacklist International, they'd immediately go for the counter punish, knowing that Omega were down in abilities. They have the advantage, although one of their members is going to be really low. Those three members that I mentioned were almost always just at the sliver of health of almost going down, and have capabilities of being able to shield themselves or regen for themselves so that they can continue fighting as well. Omega, once their abilities were down, what can they do? Once the abilities of the Hanzo, the ultimate has been expended, what can the Hanzo do? It would then all fall to Kelra, which was greatly countered by the pickup of the Lolita with the Guardian's Bulwark onto this team. Perfect timing, again, and a back-to-back MVP performance for the Queen. MVP, 0-0 and 6. And we saw here how much space Oh My Venus provided, not only in terms of being able to block the basic attack damage that Kelra can dish out as a Melissa, but using the Numenon Blast at the right time. Going back again to the MPL Philippines Season 10 Grand Finals, where it was a 3-man Numenon Blast catch by the Queen that spelled the 3rd championship for Blacklist International at the end of our Grand Finals last season. This time around, we didn't get to see big catches, but we did see great spacing. We did see a lot of big catches, though, from the members of Omega. But then it goes back again to my question, is it the right time? You can have the best catch possible in that scenario, but is it the right time? Is it the right target? Where are the other members of Blacklist? And that was the biggest question for Omega time and time again. Revisiting the point that we made earlier, how well Super Red positioned in this game, and how well Wise also timed his entry as an Alice. Wise was in double duty here. Sometimes he'd be the backline peel, sometimes he'd be the one initiating, sometimes he'd just be there to stand around, deal damage, and, well, it's going to be difficult to take an Alice down. It's almost always that the ultimate of the Alice is up. The uptime with the Alice ultimate felt like it was always just up here. And, of course, it was the Numenon Blast there in the end by Oh My Venus, stopping the members of Omega. Actually, it was only one stun that landed, but what was important was the space provided by it. Spacing, timing, common trend here for these two teams in this game. And gentlemen, it was Blacklist with great spacing and great timing that walked away with a victory.
Even with that said, I like what Smart Omega tried to do there, right? I mean, this is something that you're not expecting. We called it the DPS pizza. It was great to see. And, you know, yeah, Hanzo doesn't have the best win rate right now, but you know what? It's always nice to see these kind of experiments early on.
There is something to it, I must say, and it's called the pizza because you leave it in the oven to bake and then you see what comes out. That's the mindset here. That's the process. Yeah. So hoping for the best for the Barangay. Bounce back. It's been an up and down week for them. They got a win. They got a loss. Better luck next time. But for now, congratulations to Blacklist International. They've made this lineup work. They've made the dynamic change work. And so far, they have scored quite a few points this week alone. Now, with that being said, it's been an awesome day. Thank you so much for sharing with us. He's Renmar. He's Joseph. Nice to, and I'm Leo at your service. Let's throw it over to Mara to close up tonight's show.
RSG outclassed TNC and showed dominance with a sweep. Echo gets their first loss since the M4 World Championship and needed a Game 3 to sweep their opponent. And finally, it took 5 Lords for Blacklist International to finally get another 2-0. Ang daming ganap ngayong araw na to, kaya bukas meron tayong doubleheader, back-to-back games, all for you, so don't you miss it. And of course, I'd like to thank MPL fan and designer Jan Joseph Laida for this beautiful outfit. Kita-kits tomorrow for another day of MPL Philippines Season 11. Keep it good vibes, everybody.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.